All right, now we're here. Okay. Well, I was supposed to eat more. Wait, what? Oh, well, there we go. There we go. Now we're here. Oh, got a little too comfortable. Um, Mute this, pause that. Cool, cool, cool. I didn't have lunch yet. Um, as you guys can see, I don't have my one piece vest on. Oh, wait, if my chewing is super loud. Oh, I can actually see if my chewing. Oh, look. Perfect. Can't hear it. Funny how we can rank chapter as mural level. Welcome, 3-day. Nice to see you. Welcome back. It's been a while. Break week. Oh, wait. How far are we into this? 5 minutes? Was I on time? What the heck? Well, not like fully on time. All right. I didn't eat lunch, so I'm gonna be taking a few bites of this before we get started so I'm not like drowsy. And then if I get hungry, then I can eat some more. Um, Let me not talk. I feel like it's becoming a trend now. I've been seeing streamers talk on stream with their mouth full. Like you can see everything. Is that the new meta? Is that like I guess mukbangs. Wait, on mukbangs, do you chew on camera? Or I thought it was just ASMR. Officer par? Because I got aviators on. I usually get actually I don't want to say what I usually get, so that's probably better this way. I mean someone's gonna be into that. No, I'm not talking like that, bro. I'm talking like that. Um Man, that's a good rap. My wife made me a rap. Dope. Um all right. Few things. Okay, so we're here for chapter 1152 and we're going to start in a little bit. Um trying to think. Schedules cleared. Got a lot of things. Oh yeah, I think chapter came out. Yeah, chapter came out like later in the day yesterday. But I'm gonna just keep to the Friday schedule, even if there's less people tuning in because I didn't do it on drop. Um, but and I didn't do this last time. Actually, maybe I did. Maybe I did. Um, how bright is my room? It's not that bright. I just have like this. I have the ring light on. Because if I don't, then I need bright lights. So I just have this ring light on. Um, but oh, which you guys can kind of see on my glasses. Um, I mean, I don't need this. It was just vibes matched my shirt, kind of vibes, you know. Um, Looks okay on a dude like Par though. Hey, what? I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Um, what was I gonna say? Uh, Oh, let me turn the mic sensitivity up back. Oh wait, no. It's because I'm eating. I'll turn it up during the reaction. Um, that got a little too intimate right there. um, D Mahone with the $5 super chat said, so I binged all past episodes last night to prepare for this, but have you never watched Courage the Cowardly Dog? So then, have you seen a pitchfork? There was a comment. I don't know if I responded to the comment. I think I responded to it last 2 weeks ago on stream. I don't know. I don't know why pitchforks just don't. What a pitchfork and a trident. Is it just one, like, is a pitchfork is it like a square rectangle thing? Like, is a pitchfork a trident or a trident a pitchfork? I've never, as I said before, I'm not a weapons expert. I relied on Sai a lot. Um, I was blaming on Sai. Sai didn't bring up pitchfork too often either. Um, Bollywood core. Katakuri uses a trident. Hang your shades on the collar when shit gets serious like this. It's too low. It's too low. I should button up though. That's a good reminder. Volume low a little bit, mainly because I'm gonna take like 2 more bites of this, and I don't want you guys to like, you know. Wait, a pitchfork does not 2 and a trident to 3. Pitchfork's also 3, right? Am I tripping? Oh no. I dropped some food. Got some feta. I got some feta over there. Trident is a spear, pitchfork is a tool. I think pitchforks are mostly 4. I think that's a real fork. I ain't never seen a fork with 3 prongs. That's what I'm saying. Trident has a longer middle fork than a pit. Oh! That makes sense. That's true. You're right. The middle one on a trident's longer. So more spear. And then so then that would make it that a pitchfork is a trident, but a trident isn't a pitchfork. Or does it? No. A trident needs to have it longer in the middle, right? But does a pitchfork need to have it all level? I guess that's the big conundrum, right? Because then it would make it exactly like a square, rectangle, squares, rectangle, rectangle's not a square scenario. Pitchforks aren't always bent. It's true. Where's your British uniform, you traitor looking dude? Wait, what? What do you mean? Is this British part? Have you ever microwaved a Kit Kat and had it with a knife and fork? No, I hadn't. But that sounds like peak childhood. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like you had a good childhood. Maybe not with all the amenities that other children had, but definitely peak childhood. I used to make microwave plastic art. That's a throwback. It's a wrap. Pitchfork is curved at the end. Undercover DEA agent? No way. What up, Fisto? Oh wait. Updates. Right. I was supposed to do that. All right. I took a few bites out of sandwich. I'll take some more after the reaction. I didn't push it last time, I don't think. But on my second channel, Sai and I are going, seems like we're able to do it like 50-50, and my second channel we have regular monthly uploads, or whenever the breaks are. So we uploaded a second episode of Kagurabachi, which the first episode did pretty good, all things considered, because I didn't push it, and a bunch of seemingly new people also came in. And I did say this on my stream last time, and I did say it on the video, that like I don't peddle One Piece, but I am a Kagurabachi peddler. So it is that good. I have no shame recommending it. If it's not your thing, it's not your thing. But I will say, there's a character that me and Sai love And this is crazy because the character reminds Sai of Usopp. And that character, if I were to describe him, he's like Usopp, and this is the reason why Sai likes him, is that Usopp, except he had a character arc and he did it really quickly. But also, it's like Usopp and Sanji combined. It's Usopp with Sanji backstory. It's awesome. It's awesome. Um, you don't have to recommend it. It's getting an anime, and it's 100% going to be next top. Yeah, I'm not Narukami. Narukami. I'm not spoil. I didn't say anything. I was just talking about One Piece, hat man. Um, I'm a manga peddler. Come on, dude. I'm not. I mean, the way the studios are pushing out the animes is kind of nuts. But listen, listen. The manga, even for Kagurashi, because I found out the guy does the art too on a weekly basis. Insane. He's 24, I think. So wild. But yeah, so just anyways, Kagurabachi, get on the manga hype. Don't wait. Don't be an. I mean, we're a manga community here, right? If you're an anime only on this stream, you must love spoilers, which is like, I don't know how you do that. If you're anime only One Piece and you read the spoilers from Sai, you don't read the manga, but you still watch the streams. There might be one person that does that, right? Cookie Ninja is anime only. Yeah, sure. Sure. Are we spreading the gospel for Kagurabachi? We are. Or I was. Just gonna leave it there with second episode of that posted up. Didn't mean for it to be hitting exactly the same time, 1 hour 56 minutes, I believe. So we're gonna make that regular. And I might make it more regular. Like me and Sai might just do it for break weeks, and maybe I get another person talk. If I see more creators talking about Kagurabachi that I know, that bring them on, talk about the thing, make some content there. It's just super exciting. Super exciting. And so far, like 3 chapters felt like an eternity. 2 hours was not enough time to talk about everything. So that being said, that's awesome. Kagurabachi's there. I feel like there's something else I was supposed to announce, say, do. Oh, there's a maybe not tonight. I was thinking today after the stream, I would stream on Twitch and just be like working on a script / talking with chat, just kind of like study buddy kind of vibes. But today got a little busy in the afternoon, so and tomorrow's busy in the morning, so maybe Saturday night. Oh yeah, the animes are now Sunday mornings, right? So like they officially drop Sunday morning. Is that what it is? I forget. Because I was gonna do the watch party, then I was like, wait, the anime time slot moved. I can't do it my normal time. So then I gotta move over. In the middle of celebrating Miff Summer, so I watched the VOD later. Have fun, everyone, and bye. Enjoy, Elizabeth. That's dope. I think it's at night. Wait, is it still Saturday at night? Par, you should buy a fedora? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I got some Shonen Jump magazines for Skypiea. What do you mean by that? Like, that's why did you you made it sound like a drug, like a hit, like a black market deal. 10:50 Central Time Sundays. So then that's 9:50 a.m. my time? What the hell? Par look like a Bond villain. When I was reading as a kid, thought it was cool. I still have them. Oh, hey, if you want anyone to take them off your hands, Cookie Ninja, I'm quite the collector. If you ooh, Sai got me this from Japan when he went. This is a fun fact. Sai didn't know what he was buying when he got me this. I told him I might make this into like every page is a video, and if I just do it correctly. But yeah, some nice art on here anyways. um I'm blaming the One Piece Discord for being a late streaming episode. Damn. Wait, the One Piece Discord streams the episode? Par looking elite right now? Am I? I just got out of the shower, guys. No glaze. Uh, yes, it was Cookie Ninja. Part too short to be a Bollywood villain. You're right. My height is that of a good guy. I'm a good guys finished first, which is sometimes a good thing. Sometimes a good thing. You don't want to take too long. I feel like there's something else I was supposed to say. Okay, so possibly stream not related, well, maybe related to One Piece, but I'll just talk with chat. A lot of you guys are One Piece people, so man, I had everything scheduled out in my head, and then started the stream, and then just gone, fried. Lunch, Kagurabachi, possible starting Twitch streaming, maybe not watch party yet. Depends on time. We had to look at the schedule. Chapter. Nah, whatever. Okay. Actually, this is important. But I can start like, okay. All right. I remember now. I remember it's funny. It's funny what it is. It's a joke, but it's also like, it's just funny how it's been like 3 years since me and Sai started collaborating. So, but yeah, on topic. Okay. What time are we at? 21. All right. Welcome to the Knock Up stream. Oh wait, hold on. Should I put this jacket on? No, I gotta put the Craven Hunter on, right? I gotta put this one on. The varsity jacket's just to flex on other people's streams. All right, there we go. Fur Viking coat in peak summer. There we go. My AC unit's coming tomorrow. No worries. All right, now we're ready. Okay, now we're good. I got the title, got the stopwatch, got the chapter here. Okay. Nah, we're gonna leave them on for now. My green screen is cursed. It's gonna be down soon. Like, meaning I won't have the green screen anymore. I know I've been saying that for a while, and I would show you the wall that was built over there, but now because of that wall, I don't need to green screen anymore as much or as badly. I just need to figure out what to do with the ceiling because I don't like the way it looks. You guys say it's a cartel center. Center? Walmart? No, that's not a cartel center. I mean, kind of is. But anyways, back on topic. Welcome to the Knock Up stream with your host, me. I don't know why I said that. We're here for chapter 1152. We're after a break week. Last we left off, it was the few minute flashback kind of. I guess it's not a flash. What is that called? When you go back in time, few minutes. Is it just? No, it's not parallel plot. No, what is that called? There's a name for that. Anyways, that literary situation. Few minutes went back to when Gunkmu Imku released the hockey, and we got to see Luffy, Zoro, Gaban, Chopper, Loki hired in, and then they got to see the hockey. They now are what was the name of the last chapter? It was like save your breath, Chopper, something like that. That was it. And then what was before? I'm forgetting what happened just before the few minute thing. Oh, what the heck? No, I remember. It was the Yarul, the reversey Dami Mami situation. So we left off on a pretty crazy part. Now I would do the normal thing of be like reiterate what me and Sai had said last chapter or last parcast slash stream to preface this next chapter, but it feels a little funny because I was spoiled by none other than Sai. Yep. No clickbait. This is not clickbait. I was spoiled. Now Sai doesn't know that he spoiled me. And it's not his fault. Obviously, it's not his fault. And I didn't really get spoiled. If being honest, but because me and Sai have been talking for 3 years, and he mentioned sometimes like he's a little goofy when the spoilers drop. He'll just like I think like there's a Twitter account that sends like gifs that like make no sense sometimes. Sometimes when they're really wacky, he'll just send like there's no context. Like I think there's also like words to them sometimes, right? Um what's it called? And you know, Sai will or he'll do less than that. You actually know 99% of the time Sai doesn't send a gif. He sends his own like eye emoji or something, like just, and like, you know, when it's that time of week, you know, okay, like me and Sai, we're not like messaging each other every single day right now, especially because I'm not making videos. I feel like we talked way more when I was making videos. Anyways, he streamed the other day and I didn't realize what day it was. Or did the spoilers drop early? I don't remember. So I tuned into his Twitch stream and I caught like the very beginning, and it wasn't chat that spoiled me. It was that Sai said like I clicked on it and then the first thing I heard was yeah, I don't know about this chapter. I gotta wait for the like to see more. And that was all I heard, because then I was like, oh, muted it. Just want to stop by, say hi, you know, peace out. Um and that's not so. Oh, spoiled. Yeah, see, for most people that's not a spoiler, right? But because me and Sai talk so much, I was like, oh, that's crazy, because Sai didn't tell me spoilers are out. Usually he'll tell me spoilers are out, so I'm like more careful, though he hasn't needed to for a while because I'm not on the internet anyways, so like never on Twitter, not checking my comments. Though once I said that, like, oh, I did get spoiled by comments, my mods and Sai both were like, hey, spoilers, and I was like, oh, you're right. Um um so all I heard was like essentially, yeah, I don't know about that. Like that, and that part was vague. I'm gonna wait and see. And so when Sai says that, I want to tell you what I understood from that and what I immediately clicked out. Because like, okay, Sai didn't tell me, he didn't message me, so the chapter's like, you know, whether it's mid or not, Sai could have forgotten because he doesn't always message me, especially after break week too. Also he knew I had like an insanely busy week this week too. But when Sai says that, my brain goes to, oh shit, something happened that he said he does not like, he was kind of adamant about prior, and it maybe didn't pan through. That's what I understood, and I was like, oh no. And because then my as soon as that goes through my brain, those 5 words, and then the 3 years aside, now my brain's like, oh my god, what are all the things that we talked about? Oh, I gotta crack this code, I gotta figure it, and I can't turn it off. So then I was like, no, I can't even entertain. I'm not gonna even say, yo, don't spoil, I'm here, because at that point, just seeing Sai's face, I'd be trying to read into it. I'd be like, what happened? What happened in the chapter? What do you know? You know? So that was that was it. But that's it's just funny because um like if I went to go explain to my wife like, oh shit, I was spoiled, and I explained, she's like, that wasn't a spoil. I was like, yeah, but you don't get it. Like it's been 3 years of this. It's been 3 years of all this One Piece yapping. So you accumulate some tells, you know. Well, actually, we don't know if it's tell, because I don't know if that's the case for this chapter. I'm trying to think the last time something like that happened. Um, but yeah, um, yeah. Other than that, I can't really remember too much about what we said on the Parcast for what's to come next. I think the main question is like, will Oda stay Elbaf, leave Elbaf, or just go balls to the wall with the action? Like there's a world where Oda has Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Loki. Yeah, we don't need anyone else. Just balls to the wall and confront, right? But like, is that what happens? Because you know, it's is Elbaf gonna be done that quickly, or is there more things that I mean? There are a bunch of those mystery gaps, like Louis Arnault, or like giants, heralds, like those kind of stuff. Like could could eventually solve those things. Oh, Mosa. Oh, Mosa. This is a good. Okay, this is a good thing I did this because I completely forgot that we were all talking about Mosa. We could also reveal Mosa. Mosa's so random, dude. Mosa's so random. Um. Yeah, that was Mosa. I knew. I was like, dude, there's something I'm forgetting about the last chapter that was like a heavy topic. Mosa. This chapter, Mosa, or we could go back to the emu side of things and then leave. Nah, that's so weird. I don't know. Like, if it feels we're in a really chaotic part to the point that like the break, like, I'm gonna say killed the momentum, but like it was like ramping up. We got emu for 2 chapters, right? Like that's insane. That's insane. Emu is more or less here reverse Idami mommying. Oh yeah, I want to see more of that. Oh yeah. We got to see if like Robin comes out and flips things on its head. But yeah, without further ado, we have chapter 1152. So I'm gonna get the stopwatch there, and we're gonna get going into this. And I'm avoiding the chat entirely because I'm a little rusty at reading chat, but also um, don't want to get spoiled, like literally actually spoiled. Um, but yeah, I have Twitch chat open. I have this open. All right. Okay. Let's get this going. All right. So chapter 1152, an awful day. An awful day. Oh geez. Okay, hold on. What the heck? That's crazy. Almost got what? Why did it start at the bottom? Um, let me see. The 1152, an awful day. Let's get this started. Oni Child Yamato and the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage, Volume 36. Delivery complete. Kawamatsu, daimyo of Hakumai, receives Otama's hat. Did we know that this was for Kawamatsu? Did we just forget? Or were we not supposed to know that? At least we get to see Kawamatsu. He's been in 2, mentioned in 1. Oh, Sukune. Sukune is oh, Bebop, good call. Thank you, homie seal. I was supposed to turn my mic up a little bit before I started. It should be good now. Just double checking. Anyways. Okay. He has Hakumai. Did we see Hakumai? I'm trying to remember. I don't think we saw Hakumai. Hakumai has the port though. Hakumai's closest to where Onigashima was. There's a lot of things there. A lot of things there. Now, who did the architect? Is this even Japan still? I guess it has the top knot. Yeah, I guess it is. It looks like Kawamatsu lucked out and got the best region. It looks. Wait, have we seen Hakumai? And then also Yamato's as tall as Kawamatsu. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, not too sure. It doesn't seem like we'll get any mission from Kawamatsu. I mean, Sai did say it pretty cleanly though. He was like, surely it's not just gonna be all flowers and roses, right? There has to be another conflict after this. And then like, page one and ulti came out of the last one. So then if we're gonna get the other Tobi Roppo, which would just be Sasaki, right? Because who's out. Hawkins dead. Hawkins wasn't even one. Drake. Oh, Black Maria. Man. Oh yes, I did convince me on Black Maria too. He did. Anyways. There's I feel like I usually don't admit it. Checked out of the Yamato cover story. I feel like the Drake cover story, even while like I didn't read it obviously when it was current, but I feel like from chapter to chapter, the Caribou Drake one, it's like, this is interesting. Like Caribou's with G7 now, like, or whatever, or G5, and then like, oh wait, what? Like Drake is here and whatever. This one, it's like, one, if you're telling me that we knew that Tama was supposed to give the hat, it's like on one end it's like we already saw this coming, but then two, it's like this was this page was telegraphed. Like once they said this, it's kind of set in stone, right? Like just a hi, hello. There's no setup here. It's like filler. But we do got to stretch out something because there's one more region to go, right? Ringo is probably going to be the coolest anyways, so let's see Oda's note. Oda's note is, bread is too delicious. Yo, Oda, gotta cut the carbs with the diabetes. Call these toasts, breads, and lunch packs are so good. It's honestly becoming a problem. Oh, look, he's a first step. Oh my goodness, this is what I've been asking for. He's admitting that there's a problem. Is this, wait, no, that's second step, right? Denial, then like grief, then admitting? Wait a second, Oda's grown. Oda's changing. Bread is not the best, but you know what? I want to know. Call these toasts. I feel like ever since I said that like someone can make a map of like Oda's notes, like as far as restaurants go in Japan, I feel like ever since then, it just been food related notes? Is Oda like, he's trying to get me chonky, bro? That's all I'm gonna say. When I go to Japan, I'm not gonna lose weight. I'm gonna become a Yokozuna. I could do that, right? There's that one anime where the really no, but he was also like short. He's like 5'2". Forgot the guy's name. That was a great anime. Did that continue? Sorry, ADHD. Oh, I forgot to mention I didn't get much sleep this week. But here we are. Oh, and it's also supposed to be a shorter stream in the sense of like I'm gonna try and be efficient. I got I'm 6 minutes in, 52-minute clock. We're good. I can waste time. Final last words. All right, chapter start. What's the title again? An awful day. Well, this isn't an awful day, so I'm gonna assume Elbaf is having an awful day. Is it the day foretold by the mural or Louis Arnaud? Let's hurry to the lift. Oh, shoot. Okay, wait. Abnormal hockey emanates from the realm of the sun. This is the longest Shonen Jump Note title ever. Gerd, we'll leave this sack of filth in your care. Got it. Gerd. I had some Gerd this over the past weekend. Yeah. Good times, good times. Be careful. I shall dedicate all my might to this Gerd Tasso. Okay, so it's Road Stanson. This is the lift. The lift is just a ship with chains. No bubble nonsense. Yes, that makes sense. Have a manual form. Let's get going. You know what's funny is that the Mare Joie, they could have had this. Yes? Right? Like, but they just used the bubbles. No, wait, no, they still use ropes. They just use the bubble for the buoyancy. But they still do use ropes, but not chain. They use this regular rope. So that's that. Let me see. Hired and Move It. Goldberg, his dope shield. Let's get going. I'd better stay too, Luffy. Chopper says. Yasan's wounds are too severe. We can't move him yet. Okay. Old age means old, slow recovery. I think we need to like make an addendum to Cole's long tried agenda, the old and slow agenda. I get it. He's too prideful. They are old and slow, right? But then he talked to him and he's like, no, they're they're still old and slow. It's like, maybe next time I see him, probably Anime MC, I can convince him to transition it. Yes, Cole, they are old and slow. Old and slow recovery. You were right, Cole. It's just that their recovery, that makes it so that they can't join the fight again. It's not stamina per se. It's that if they take a hit, they can't recover like a prime character. You know, a prime character like Luffy or a Whitebeard. Heck, Whitebeard not in his prime. That dude kept going. The manga readers were like, please stop. Your face, you're lobotomized, Whitebeard. You're just white now. Or no, you're just beard. No, you're just beard? Something like that. Yasan's wounds are too severe. We can't move him yet. I feel like Scopper can get up though. Like, as much as I say, I feel like Scopper's fine. If he got triple shanked, arrow fell from the sky, Chopper did save him. Like, I'm maybe I'm biased, but like, I'm not gonna lie. If Chopper were not here and Scopper just fell, and you had asked me, hey, Par, do you think Scopper died on impact? No. I come on, like it's Scopper, right? Like, it doesn't matter if he's 90. Will Oda have him die by falling? That's crazy. 2, like, plot armor aside, he probably survives that. It's probably not good for him. It probably adds like a month of recovery, I'm sure, right? But like, I'm sure all he would need, right? Like, listen, guys, all he would need, and you'd be the same way too, okay? Like in this next part, all he needs is Ripley to run up, bro. Just a little, like just run. You know how much jiggle physics there is? I don't even think GTA 5 or 6 could handle that, bro. I think that jiggle physics alone would cure Scopper. The moment he sees mountains move, it's raps. You know what I mean? Like, there's no. The only thing that he would have been falling would be falling in love all over again, right? That's the reality. Anyways, got it. Okay, and like, what is Chopper gonna do anyways that Gerd can't do? I guess Gerd is gonna have a harder time with a small, like, a human. But anyways, got it. I'll leave it to you. Okay. Hey, Straw Hat. Oh, hey, Straw Hat Luffy. I don't know why I said that like so formal. Be mindful of the way you use Conqueror's Haki. Those guys are by no means immortal. All right. Well, thanks. You can count on me. I'll save Colin and his friends no matter what. I think I figured out what that side sentiment was now. Not again, not spoiled. Just for people who just tuning in, not spoiled. Just like my version of it. That's be mindful that no way we got the line. Scopper said what it is, sort of. Like this kind of makes me more mad than not getting the thing, because I'd much rather him just pass out. Like Chopper goes, he can't move him yet. Like Luffy's like, what do you mean? And then like starts picking him up, and then Scopper just passes, not away, but like passes out. But instead he tells us, but he doesn't tell us. Oh, let me keep Gibbon. That just made it click for me. I wasn't able. Wait, who's saying? Loki. Okay, Loki's saying this. Gabon. Oh, wait, is that respectful? Is he saying Gabon respectfully? Huh. I don't have Loki's mannerisms clocked, but Gabon, that just made it click for me. I wasn't able to put it in words before. My own power. I'm the only one left who's faced these knights before. I know I can beat them. Free me and take me with you, Hiredin. You fighting for Elbaf? Like I'd ever take you with us. There's another in your group who uses Conquer's Hockey? Is it me? Sanji. I knew it. With how things were going, Mosshead and Jinbei were about to usurp me. You there, swordsman, your body seems to be growing accustomed to it. I have Conquer's Hockey? Says Zoro? What is this conversation? This conversation has no positives. This conversation's an all around three sword style L, bro. What the heck? Hold on. There's no way. What? You didn't know? It's been oozing off you. Says Luffy. How absurd. Hockey is a power that must be understood and tamed. Says Scopper. Is this a flash? No, this is him. I got confused because it's like shaded in. But it's like he's... How absurd. Hockey is a power that must be understood and tamed. Your captain is one of the four emperors. You should be meticulous if you intend to have his back. My bad. Is this what I think like the kids say? Is Zoro getting mogged? Is that what was happening? Hey, old man, what about me? Harden, you're pathetic. You'd rather sit back and let these outsiders have save our homeland? I'm right here. Use me. Pick me. Oh God, the Meredith Grey. Love me. Who's to say you won't side? Hold on. I can't. I need to stop. Somebody stop this conversation. Who's to say you won't side with the government? You could easily stab Elbaf in the back again, says Hiredin. Just like you did on that day. How can you expect me to trust you? Loki makes an Odin face. Hiredin Curry, we can't let the casualties pile up anymore. Okay. No, wait, what? Performance issue? Google Chrome is telling me that this tab is using extra resources to improve your performance. Let Chrome take Viagra to make it active? No, what? Oh, dismiss. Oh, the ads on the TCB page is eating up the bandwidth. That's crazy. What the heck? Google's super smart. They just told me to close TCB scans tab. Hold on. There's too much. This conversation is still not over fully, but it strung us a long way here. Okay, so first, power is Conquer's Hockey. Not legit, like it's not legit, like it is Like this line, like I'm sure maybe the Raws are even more specific, but like the way it's said, it's not like he goes, "Oh yeah, the way you beat the immortality is by using Conqueror's Haki, like the way Kaido did it." You know, like you remember you fought Kaido, you know how it's you must have learned this. Like he's not saying it exactly, and it's almost more wishy-washy than when like Hyogoro was like, "Oh, you must be talking about Rio," and then like knew exactly what Luffy was trying to do and specified exactly what Luffy needed to do to beat like Big Mom's armor, Queen's like, you know, durability, like that kind of stuff, Kaido's durability, all that stuff. Like it's a way less specific than that. He's just saying be mindful of the way you use Kankazaki, which also is what like Rayleigh said before. Rayleigh had said something along these lines. But then when he doubles down and singles out Zoro, says one of you guys has Conqueror's Haki, backing up, this kind of confirms that Loki 100% has Conqueror's Haki, because like if we didn't already like expect / know, maybe I'm the slow one here. I probably am. But yeah, confirmation here, right? Like my own power. He's talking about conquers. He volunteers. Only one left who's faced these knights. I know I can beat them. I Loki just gives me confidence through and through. But yeah, Conqueror's Haki. Whoa, surprise! He's 3 times bigger than all the giants and can 1v all of them. Kind of like Odin and Wano. Anyways. Conqueror's Haki. We'll talk about plenty of. I'm sure we'll talk about in the chapter. Okay, so earlier when I said Chopper, like Scopper would have survived the fall if he just fell without Chopper. I think that's the way it should happen. Now, because Chopper ran here saying, "Huh, I wonder how he hurts them. This is gonna be vital information for everybody back home." And then he's here listening to, "Oh, it's just Conqueror's Haki, that thing that nobody has. Oh, just Zoro." Crazy, right? I mean, I'm sure we're gonna talk about this heavily later on. That's crazy. Um, okay, and then that segued into the double L of the day. Sanji giving so much ammo to the Sanji haters. Don't get it twisted, guys. It's not that Sanji doesn't have conquerors. Don't forget Oda also had Sanji holding the book that said COC King. Guys, it's in. Don't forget that there's a 90-minute video on my channel predicting it, so surely it can't be wrong. Sanji already has it, and the reason why this moment is a good, like Oda did this is so that it makes the readers think that he doesn't have Haki, he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki. Look at this chapter 1152. But the reason why he did that was so that when he eventually develops it with, you know, the said certain events that, you know, there's 1,000 theories under the sun for, then he will overturn this current status. And the reality is anything that Oda gives Zoro, he gives to Sanji. You know what I mean? Like that's at the end of the day what it's gonna be. Okay, but have to acknowledge it's agreeable that people will clip this out, pin this out. Sanji Copers, Sanji, look at these Sanji, you know, tards, whatever may have you, whatever mean things Twitter says. I get it. I know what I sound like, and I know what's on the screen. I would do my damnedest if I had another Sanji video that said he conquers Haki. I'd be like, oh, this was released before chapter 11. That's why I didn't have that to use in the chapter. 100,000%, bro. It could be like 6 months out. Oh, sorry, I'm anime only. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just an anime only making a theory, right? That would be... If you guys see more Sanji Conqueror's Haki thing, just know that this event had nothing to do. I'm not trying to counter any agenda or anything like that. But point is, point is that uh there's another in your group who uses Conquer's Hockey, right? So all Scopper's saying is that he knows that he knows for a fact that Zoro has it. Why does he know? Well, it's obvious. Zoro pulled it out when he was when he was getting overwhelmed, in Nami's words, from us fighting Scopper with Luffy. So then here's the other thing. Another L on the thing that, like I said, it's a triple L, but I think the L's continued because the other L is Zoro not knowing what Conquers, like that he has Conquers Hockey. And to the point that Luffy's like, Luffy knew this in Punk Hazard, in Fishman Island. Like, he already knew that Zoro had it. Now, the reason why I said it's double L is because what the hell did Mihawk teach him, bro? Because like surely Zoro got pressed, that is like 20-year-old body against Mihawk pushed out Conquer's Hockey. Like Luffy's saying, he oozes it. He's had Conquer's Hockey. What did Mihawk do with Zoro? That makes no sense because even if Mihawk, again, this is like age old, long old, like this is the nightmare fuel. I'm saying nightmare fuel because this is crazy, and I get the cope. It's like it'd be cool if Mihawk didn't have Conquer's Hockey and he's still on Shanks' level. I get it, but this chapter would make that wild. No, Mihawk has to, after this chapter, if what Scopper is saying is we're supposed to take it at face value, that you needed to hurt the Immortals, then Mihawk not having Conquer's Hockey would then exclude him from being able to fight the Holy Knights. That's not happening. There's either another way for you to hurt the Immortals that Mihawk has figured out. Maybe that's why the Black Blade is needed, because it's infused with so much Conquer's Hockey that he doesn't need it naturally. He can use the sword to have it. Like that's another thing, right? So in my worst nightmare, Mihawk doesn't have Conquer's Hockey. And even in that world, he's training Zoro to prepare for the new world. At the minimum, you would like teach him basics, no? Like, I guess if it didn't come out, but the thing is, like, did Mihawk never press Zoro? That, like, because when would his Conquer's Hockey come out? When he's pressed. Mihawk is supposed to be the guy who presses him. So what was the training that they did? Did Zoro never, like, even graze Mihawk? Like, was Mihawk that? No, but that, I don't even know. It just makes that thing even crazier. And I was thinking that while I read this panel, and it got worse when I got the next one because Scopper is almost like, Scopper is this how absurd. Hockey is a power that must be understood and tamed. Your captain is one of the 4 emperors. You should be meticulous if you intend to have his back, right? This is not like a jab necessarily just at Zoro. This is also a jab at like a mentor that's preparing you to not just succeed in the new world, but Mihawk was training him to be the number 1 source to fight him himself. Isn't that worse? Like, Mihawk's like, oh yeah, you don't need Conquer's Hockey to fight me because, surprise, I don't have it. like this is a jab at like Mihawk too. I feel like this grave face that Scopper's saying, like, if he had seen the time skip where Mihawk trained Zoro, he would throw up. He would be, what? Who are you? He would call him a child or something. Because like Rayleigh did everything, and Rayleigh did press Luffy. Now Rayleigh didn't need to do it personally because he went to the Ruskaina where the animals are so strong that they press Luffy. But yeah, Mihawk is that was the 4th L. Okay, so L, on Conquer's Hockey, L on Sanji, L on Zoro. It's like this, Zoro fan. It's not that crazy because like Luffy maxed the potential here by saying it's oozing off of you, right? And then you can go back and look at the panels where Kaido's like, God damn, that guy is scary, right? Like, so like at least if you're a Zoro fan, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what Zoro says because you have concrete evidence. You mean to tell me that Zoro was scaring off Kaido and he didn't even know what Conquer's Hockey was? What's kid's excuse, right? Like, my God, the amount of ammo I would have if I was ZKK right now, right? And unfortunately, you cannot. You have the opposite for Sanji because he's not really shown concrete Conquer's Hockey like that. Where you're just gonna constantly show Ifrit Jambe again and then pixel scale the Black Lightning. Man, Oda put us in a pickle, and then this is across the board. It hits Sanji fans, Zoro fans, sort of, and Mihawk fans. Oh, that's probably why the tap was lighter to the Zoro fans because it's more a jab at the ZKK because of Mihawk. I get the agenda, but then, we get swept away. I like the way the conversation went, because this is very interesting setup. I mean, this is the understood setup, but Loki is demonstrating his background of like, this is how racist he is. And again, I'm probably ask you guys after thing or someone remind me, is Scopper referring to Gabon like kindly, like with respect, like, or is it no different than Shanks who doesn't respect? Is there similarity in how he's saying Gabon to Rocks, or like, did he have a conversation with Rocks? I don't know if he saw his response. No, we did. Point is like, maybe there's a way he speaks to Mosa. Is it similar to that, or is it similar to like when you're speaking to Luffy, Shamrock, that kind of thing? Because if he is higher than your pathetic, you'd rather sit back, let the outsiders save our homeland. That's also very interesting. It's like the opposite of Odin almost, kind of, a little bit. I mean, Odin didn't ask for Whitebeard's help, but those a lot more complex than this kind of thing. He'd rather not accept outside help, which, is probably pretty strong. Probably doesn't know how strong Luffy is, but makes me wonder how strong he ranks up with Scopper. Like, can Loki beat Scopper? I think Scopper loses to Loki, right? Like, probably. I'm right here, use me. I'm scared to see what kind of techniques Loki has up his sleeve when he's freed. Like we're probably just gonna ignore Gerd's thing. Oh wait, what if Chopper gives him the mink medicine? Just like heals all of his bones or whatever. Anyways, we're back. Current time. Oh, we got plenty of times. Another 30 minutes. We're good, dude. Harden, hurry. We can't let the casualties pile up more. Damn. Oh, yo. Because I was thinking, like, how does he know that there's casualties, right? Like, it's not like there's like a death count, or like they didn't broadcast that part per se, right? And I was thinking, like, how sick it would be if there were just bodies falling from the sky, and they're like, "Is that snow?" And then they start seeing like giants from all over Elbaf being tossed, killed, and it's just raining dead bodies, and it's like literally piling up. That would be nuts. Oda, that's give the Holy Knights that aura, please. That's so light but so powerful. That's some powerful aura right there. I feel like that would go crazy. Hey Loki, join my crew. Oh. I feel like I made that same face Loki's making. I literally did. You guys know how much I hate the Nakama. Who's the next Nakama? Stop that. Stop it, Oda. Stop putting people on the ship. Bad Oda. Stop saying carrot. Stop saying Yano. Stop it. Stop putting people on the ship. No. I'm gonna keep reading. Ain't no way. I refuse. If he does, then you can't complain if I was confused who's saying this. If he does, then you can't complain if I free him, right, Hiredin? Luffy's a goddamn lawyer, bro! What the fuck? Luffy out here fighting better than Rudy Giuliani, dude. What the hell? This is some America lawyer. This is some Better Call Saul shit right here. Shoutouts to Luffy, man. Shoutouts to Luffy. Never ceases to impress me. My guy, that was genius. He's right. I didn't even... Wow. Okay, you know what? I apologize. I formally apologize. I cringed too early. I like the way this was used. I don't even know what the outcome is. It does... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna sit on the laurels here of that it doesn't make sense. So it's just he's just doing this for Hiredin or whatever. Like, he's not actually gonna be... This is crazy though, because the Grand Fleet, this is the wet dream. Every Grand Fleet member wakes up to or has a dream where Luffy's standing on their chest saying, "Join my crew." Damn, this is great use of this. If he does, he can't. I like it. You know what? I like it. Huh? Get real, Luffy. There's no way he'd fit on the ship. Zoro. Yeah, think of the food spice. He eats even more than you do. Zoro. Oh, I like this. Zoro and Sanji. This makes sense. Zoro's logical. Makes sense. Luffy, he don't fit though. You know, it's no accessibility here. We have to get it. Like, how big of a ship would you need for Loki? Anyways, yeah, think of the food supplies even more. And then so Sanji wouldn't want to cook. They would need to eat Chopper at that point. Elbaf doesn't seem to want him. Oh my god, wait, no, is he actual? Wait, no, hold on. This is throwing me through a loop. I thought this was a joke. But he seems okay to me. Besides, if he tries anything, I can always beat him up. Don't mess with me, you runt. There's no way I'm becoming your underling. Okay, thank you, Loki. Finally, someone refuses. I finally have support from the character in the story. Please, I need Yamato to say, "No, it's okay, Luffy. I'm going to go on my own journey." But maybe if it's needed at the very end of the story, I'll ceremoniously join your ship. Until then, I'm going to have a 36 volume, the most boring cover story ever. See ya in 3 years. Point is, Loki, thank you. You're going off your gun, huh, Straw Hat? No, hired it. No, don't. He has to, but like, this isn't a moment to like, if it's your gut feeling, Captain. Who am I to say no to you? Aye, like, this is not. Little bro, sit down. Please. I can't wait to see how... Hiredin, what are you doing? Okay, the lift's ready to go. I'm coming now. Okay, wait, do they leave Loki? Wait, hold on. Sorry, Straw Hat. Loki is a condemned criminal in Elbaf. I can't just hand him over to you. Okay, I don't agree, Hiredin, with, like, logic, but, like, right answer. Really? Hiredin. Release At least, okay, wait, actually, I'm not mad. I'm not, because it's not like Scopper saying, "Join Luffy's crew. Let him join." Like, he's not saying, "Hiredin, let him join." He's not saying that. He's just saying, "Release Loki." Okay, so we're just releasing Loki. I was like, no way, Scopper's my biggest op, bro. Like, no. Keep Loki on Elbaf. But okay, this makes sense. Damn, do you know how this is low-key this is a slap in the face. Because this is essentially saying, like, in the nicest way possible, Hiredin, you're not him. Sorry, Hiredin, no matter how much spite and animosity you have towards your brother, I don't care how many wedgies, I don't care how many, whatever, you're, no. You can't do this. Did you see that hockey? You don't even know what that is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he would have treated Hiredin worse than Sanji. At least Sanji ran up to Scopper and got ignored about it. Hiredin would have straight been like, sorry, Hiredin, I don't know how to tell you. You just don't have it in you. You're just not a conqueror. But you know what? Like me and Sai, we've been talking about it. Like I'm waiting for the Hiredin to climb up moment, like equal footing as his brother. But the problem is, I don't think it'll ever happen in the way that I'd want it to. It's probably gonna happen, but like some legendary power. They have the family devil fruit. They have I guess Ragnar. Ragnar would be another one. If that's not the no, did we get that confirmed or wasn't? I forget. Point is that there's plenty of ways. He wanted Sabo's fruit at one way or another. Sure, he'll be there, but it's rough. It's rough. Loki's impression and Hiredin's depression, the gap is constantly getting gapped, bro. What was that, Yasan? Dude, his response. Oh no, it's so bratty. 14 years ago, Loki murdered 113 members. Okay, we get exact numbers. 113 castle guards. That's a lot. That's crazy. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that didn't happen. But second of all, still bratty because you don't think that Scopper knows this. He knows this probably better than you do. He left Elder Yarl at the brink of death. So why? I don't get it. Why can't people say that he almost killed? Why is the wording always so soft? Last time they were like, oh, I think they said Yarul was trying to stop Loki, and then he got hurt. It never said that Loki did anything, you know. And it's Harold's sword for the first of all, and then now here he left Yarl at the brink of death. Like it can be implied, but you could also just say he almost killed Yarl as well. Like that's way more straightforward. Why is it always this way with Yarl and Loki's situation? Killed his own father in cold blood. I mean, he did say no to that. You just didn't listen. He's the worst criminal our country's ever known. Now, I wonder, does Scopper know the true history? He knows the Void Century, but does he know the true history here? Because that could be why he's saying release Loki. But it could also just be that he doesn't know the true history. But he's looking at Emu's hockey and being like, yeah, Hiredin, none of that matters right now. Elbaf is about to die. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, you're not enough. But yeah. I know, but on that day, I felt a strange Scopper. Okay. On that day, wait, what? I know, but on that day, I felt a strange emanation of hockey coming from West Castle. Shanks and I went there to investigate. Looking back, it's possible we didn't have the whole story. Oh, okay. He doesn't know the true history. Went there to investigate. Looking back, it's possible we didn't have the full story. You went to the castle. Oh, shoot. Strange emanation of hockey coming from the West Castle. Is he going to say that the Holy Knights were there? On the day when Loki... That seems to be what's being implied here, which has a interesting ramification, but not really important. So you went to the castle. Wait, did you just say Shanks? Luffy. Luffy says Luffy. Stanson, I'm sorry. Go ahead without me. Zoro, Sanji, No. What in the Scooby Doo? No, 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 no. Don't split up. Stay together. What the fuck? This is the weirdest way of shonen breaking up a fight, where you have like 1v1 and the group splits up until they get to the main villain. This is the weirdest version of that, because they like saw that emu level hockey. Like obviously they don't know whether emu whatever, but everybody knows insanity is going down. And you're saying that the guy who doesn't know he has conquers hockey and no one else with conquers hockey to fight immortal people? Scopper, yell at them. Somebody yell. Don't split up. Zoro, Sanji will catch up in a bit. This dumb Shanks thing again. Hey, don't call Shanks dumb. He means you're the dumb one. Oh no. It's sewn into this arc. Zoro's fed up with Shanks this, Shanks that. I'm the vice captain. Maybe we should decide things on our own choices, Luffy. It's time to grow up. We don't need role models anymore. Who's this Shanks guy? If he really cared about you, why hasn't he ever shown up? Shanks more like deadbeat dads. At least my dad died on the ocean. Where's your dad's? One's running an army and the other one's sleeping on a ship drunk. Actually, they probably both are doing that. Anyways, point is that this is an interesting... I feel like Oda's had Zoro like negatively react to Shanks' mention in chapter every time in recent history. So it's kind of interesting. And then this is the last note and he goes, this dumb Shanks thing again. So it's very interesting. Can't wait for that eventual meetup. That might be like definitely top 5 moments that I'm anticipating. Like I want to see that when the Straw Hats. It's like something you want to see before you know, unfortunately that people pass away in community, One Piece community, don't make it to the end. You know, I would think like, damn, like I'd like to see this. That would be the Straw Hats meeting up with the red-haired pirates. I know we kind of like Oda kind of showed it a little bit in Film Red, but not really, right? Oda's even blue balling that for the movie. Anyways, distracted. Gotta put the glasses on so I don't get distracted. Gyaban! Harden, who else can get him talking? You may have had different mothers, but you're still brothers. Oh, Minister of Love, bro. Hit us with it. Hit us with some therapy, bro. You mean to tell me Scopper's about to give us how did he land Ripley, bro? He's gonna show us his heart. You have 3 minutes to explain, Loki. Okay, never mind. Tell me what happened in the castle 14 years ago. Harden. If you truly consider yourself a warrior of Elbaf, swear on our gods that what you say is the truth. That's cruel, brother. Okay, so they're both religious. That's a good connection in a trifled relationship. You find common ground. And God, that's a lot of common ground for many people. It's also the not common ground in the terrible bridge that usually ends up burning historically. Very sad. Doesn't need to be that way. You really want me to relive that day? Surely the new giant pirates don't leave, right? Like there's no shot they just go, right? They stay. Oh, we go. I didn't even see that coming. I'm seeing too far into the future that I didn't even think about us going to the past. That makes sense. We're gonna see it. Oh my god, we're gonna see it. Oh my god, it's revealed. Woo! Okay. I don't want to remember. It was an off title of the chapter. It got me. It's so simple. It was an awful date. Talking about 14 years ago. And I didn't think it'd be Loki saying it. Yo, is he about to cry? Look up in the sky. That looks like Loki. You mean to tell me he was like this scrawny? What's happening? 14 years ago, dog ha ha ha. Ooh, it's Loki. Prince Loki has returned. Elbaf, Wist Castle. Elder Yarul just arrived too. He summoned you too, Loki? Something like that. This is my family's home, you know. Does that mean that he was an ex-king? Wait, what? West Castle's his castle? So then where's the king's castle? Where's the royal castle then? Is it like Game of Thrones? Nobody sits on the throne? Only the true king? Oh, I thought Yarrow was saying that. That's why I've been saying this chapter. I've been saying something like that. This is my family's home, you know? Says Loki. I've been saying that more. Because then it fixes what happened last chapter where I went off and I was like, oh, wait, he didn't even say that. I really got to see who's saying this. You seem well, old man. You haven't grown sick of life yet? Quiet you. The king is in the audience chamber. I wonder what he wants. Okay, no sword. Pre-event. Going up to it. They were both summoned. Okay, I wonder what he wants. It's hard to care about the whims of a government dog. It was just out in the open? He sold out to the people who killed Rocks? Oh, this is interesting. So before... that's not the plot twist. The plot twist isn't that he's working with... Oh, then it has to be worse. Oh, I thought he just like got enraged because of this and then found out like Holy Knights and just the association enough like could have like been crazy. But then if you think about it in the world that Loki's innocent, then it wouldn't matter if he knew before. And that's honestly more interesting because then how does he know? That would mean that Harold is being public with this information, which makes sense because that's like, again, I think I referenced like Fishman Island when I was saying it's like, it's not that different than when, Neptune and Otima were trying to do, just a different standpoint. If that's the direction Elbaf's heading, then I'll oppose. You're being loud. Are they like senators? I'm too old for this stuff. Politics is a young man's game. Okay. Damn, I apologize, Yarul. I am so sorry I ever compared you to Biden or any of these old geezers. I think I said Trump. I think I said Biden. All these guys, bro. Stay away, dude. Like, come on. He's saying it. I'm too old for this stuff. Politics is a young man's game. I feel like this is Oda. This is Oda's commentary on America right now. Or even Japan. I don't know Japan's political situation, but I imagine there's also an issue there. Oda did clash with the government early One Piece for making fun of a, what are they called? It was like a holdover, a guy who didn't know that the war ended. But Elbaf called him something, Oda called him something mean. And then people got super upset, try to cancel him. So yeah, it makes sense. Oda is super political. Anyways, we're in this mess because you keep spouting that kind of nonsense. Now we've got a whole generation of peace-addled brats who can't even hold a weapon. So he's already upset at school. We knew this. School being made, that confirms, the Herald 26 years ago, or whatever the timeline was. The relationship is from then. It's been a slow work in progress. Knew about the schools. Lot of different things lining up on this is great. That's just a sign of the times. It's nice to know that my grandchild won't see combat. They want peace. Coward! It's your duty to whip them into shape. Hmm? What's that sound? It's coming from the throne room. Thank you for coming, Elder Yarul. Loki. I mean, young master! It's a pleasure to have you back. Uh, of course. Well, let me just consult with the king. He summoned me, and this is my home. Open up, idiot. Wait, what? He just stomps this guy? Ah, young master, violence is. Old man, I'm back. The 113 guards. Why that number specifically? But also, this is how Harold goes down? Very interesting. To the guards. Wow. The timing. Wow. Huh. This is interesting for a lot of reasons. So then Loki didn't kill Harold, had no part in it, actually. He just showed up after the fact. Unless Harold didn't die here. Oh yeah, there's also a world Harold doesn't die right now, and there's more. Oh, what the hell? Why am I seeing? Okay, I shouldn't have looked past. But I see narrator thing. Realm of the Sun, Gibbon's house. Okay, hold on. There's more to it. But I just want to get this thought out. Then I'll just continue. Because it doesn't look like it's still flashback. Um, which is that Yarl doesn't remember this. Why? Is it really just forgotten? Is it because the sword is lobotomized him, or is he acting? Is he Mosa? And he couldn't reveal what had actually happened? So Mosa described no, that this event can't be because Loki is sharing the moment with Yarul. Because then it could have been like the only two people that could confide in each other is Loki and Yarul, but they couldn't be further apart. Okay, let me finish this flat or get more through the flashback because um I don't know how long this flashback is going to be, but I may need to stop again. Realm of the Sun. Oh, we're over time. God damn it. Realm of the Sun, Gabon's house. I didn't think. Wow. What a staggering view. This is the best. Right? Ha ha ha. It's been quite a while since we shared a bath. How long? How long it's been? 3, maybe 4 years? Get real. It's been 10 years since the captain died. That's long, huh? Or that long, huh? That must feel like you forever ago to you, huh? Says Scopper. Yeah, life's completely changed. I honestly just wanted to be a carefree pirate with Buggy. Still, Elbaf, there are some things I'd like to know, says Shanks. Understandable, you were a Understandable, you were a child of destiny, but let's not dwell on tricky topics today, Shanks. Oh my god. Arm? Timeline. Yeah. Arm. No. Timeline? 14 years ago? No arm. But tattoo? Have we never seen his upper arm? Naked? No naked arm Shanks? Always in coat. No nub. No nub Shanks. Oda's never showed us Shanks' nub. He showed us kids. No nub. Tattoo. Tattoo. Tattoo? Wait, timeline? Am I tripping 14 years ago? Right? Anyways, I mean, could be there, could be nub. Timeline's messing with my brain. Understandable you are a child of destiny, but not. Let's not dwell on tricky topics today, Shanks. Say, remember Little Garden, the island where we met Dory and Brogy? Of course. This is really funny because this is actually really funny because I said this in the Nami video, and I think there was some pushback to this. I said that it's likely that Shanks met them on Little Garden or something like that, and Louis Arnaud also went there, despite Dory and Brogy saying essentially like everybody who comes here dies. Which was like I took that as hyperbolic, like there had to have been people who left. And confirmed here. Little Garden, the island where we met Dory and Brogy, of course. Hot enough, Yasan? Shankun? Whoa, you scared me. Shankun? Bahaha, it's great. Thanks, Ripley. This spot really is the best. So this is what a human giant household is like. Human giant household is like, says Shanks. Hearts? Hearts over Shanks's head? Dude. That's crazy because Shanks is the type of guy, dude. Shanks is the type of guy. Have some lingonberry tarty and help yourself to drinks. Shankun, got any juicy old stories about Yasan? About Gyaban-san? Oh, I've got one. Anytime we made it to port, there were who knows how many. Ouch. You brat, if you want to make it out of this country alive, you'll zip it. Damn. I thought they were just, I thought she would get mad about that. That's interesting. Do you know Harold? He's the king of Elbaf. The people think of him like a god. Yeah, I met him at Marijois. We got along. Oh, shoot. Met him at Marijois? Wait, so it lined up? So the day Shanks went back, also a Herald went there, and it would have had to been after Roger, because Scopper wouldn't be asking, did you know Harold, if they had met Harold while on Roger's thing. So Shanks couldn't have met him before, met him afterwards. Yes. Crazy. Interesting. So I'm just gonna add on. This is probably the same day that Doflamingo's talking about, right? This is I think we're finally finding out the exact time that Doflamingo was like, I wish I had your power, Law. If only I had that power that day. Which, no, wait, no, this would be before that, right? That flashback that from Law. Oh, no. Doflamingo said that in current time. Yeah. We couldn't speak freely in the Holy Land. Now that we're both in this country, I really want to talk to him before it's too late. Before it's too... Whoa. This is crazy because, like... Like, Shanks didn't go to Laughtail. Scopper did. Is Scopper the type of person to tell Harold certain things about Laughtail? Maybe not. But Shanks has to warn him. Very interesting. That day, the massacre at the castle took place. Elbaf's most beloved king, Harold the Benevolent, lost his life. Oh, shoot. So Shanks didn't even... It was concurrently. What's this? Let us out. Who closed the gate? Elder Yarul. He had stabbed in the head. So it couldn't have been... It couldn't have been Loki, right? And then Shane, this is the forbidden devil fruit passed down within Elbaf. Someone else. That's not Loki. Harold's dead. Jarl's here. It's not a normal... This is either Mosa or Holy Knight, right? But this forbidden devil fruit, is it just Luffy's? But just how did this man come to be so highly regarded by his people? Oh my god. A long time ago? 109 years before the present day. I'm like seeping into this thing. I'm like, what's gonna happen next? What? Because I thought oh my, this got me sick. This got me sick, bro. I was slow scrolling because I was letting myself think. I'm like preparing myself. What's inside the treasure chest? And then I'm like thinking, what are the Luffy's? What? I'm just naming things, thinking things. Oda hits us with a flashback inside a flashback. Flashbackception. Only Oda, the Goda. The moment I saw a long time ago, I got so confused. I was like, what do you mean? This is only 14 years ago. What is a long time ago? And then it said 109 years before the present day. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy because this is pre-Elbaf Big Mom. This is 40 years before Big Mom, about 30 years. If you asked anyone what the scariest thing on the sea is, the answer would always be the same. The giant warrior pirates. That was how things were in that era. Look how simple they looked. Less hair. He looks like Christopher Columbus, to be honest, or Lewis and Clark. This is crazy. In that age. Oh, this is it. This is the done one. Even in that age, even ships from the land of giants evoked immense fear due to Elbaf's reputation. It's a giant's ship. I heard there's a beautiful princess in your castle. Let's have a peek. Ooh, wow. Who the He was one of the reasons for said reputation. Whoops, my foot. Ah! Yo, he's good looking. Yo, did I even bring it up? Why silhouette him? I was gonna say that. Why silhouette him? I completely forgot to add this on because I just wanted to keep going. Why silhouette him for this reveal 190 years ago? But the thing is, I feel like, nah, that makes sense. We know what he looks like when he's super old, I guess. We already saw it, but like, I just want to see, like, because we saw him. That's why I was like, why did we silhouette him, right? Is he gonna look super weak? Wait, also Fishman? That's not armor. Yeah. Oh no, that is a shirt. That is the deepest V. He kicked his own homie. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Oh my god, he's huge. He's running on his pirate crew. Oh, he's not even a pirate. Wait, what? Giant pirates, I just assumed. King Harold of Warland Elbaf. Your Majesty, please stop this. Gya? Barahaha? Buggy's laugh? Buggy's bara no mi? With the Herald? Bara? Harold began his reign at 45 years of age, just 15 in human terms. Oh, we got straight conversion, a third. Despite this, King Harold, remarkably enough, go on, tell me who your god is, was pure scum. So he was like Loki when he was younger. Not even that much younger. 105 is what? Divided by 3 or 110. Quick, mathematicians, go. That's like 37, right? Something like that. Dude, what? The untold story of Elbaf's renowned ruler. Bro, what? An hour, 7 minutes. I can't. It's because I wasted time at the beginning. Oh, I flexed too hard. If I didn't waste that 10 minutes, I would have been here on time. Oh, it's my fault. Me bad. You win. You win. Wait, holy fucking imagine. Buggy is just Boji from Ranking of Kings. Dude. 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 The laugh is sus. Loki's not Loki. I keep saying Loki because he looks Loki coded. The tattoos are sick. Harold. I said Odin. Harold. Crazy. Hold on. Let me message Sai real quick. Get him in on this soon. All right. Let me get into the thingy. Where's my headphones? I'm not gonna put my headphones in. Let me know if he talks, guys. But I'll join the thing. There we go. Oh, let me turn off the camo Elgato. Oh, not the Elgato. What is it? Discord. There you go. All right. Cool. Cool. Casual matters. Look at his arm. Same mark as Sommers, maybe. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that Shanks thing. Probably just the Abyss mark. I mean, it is then. Because that was a simpler thing. But, like, hold on. Let me just do something real quick. Because. What's it called? The idea was, like, oh, maybe there was, like, another reason why Oda had the arm. Not. Okay, like, it's not. Like, Oda didn't want his arm to be cut off. It was, like, an editor's choice. But Oda could have gave another reason in hindsight that the arm cut out. Like maybe he didn't like it was just he just gave it up, right? We talked about this, but I remember talking about it in the scope of I said something along the lines of like, oh, Bonnie's has the blue skin thing. Maybe his arm had it, and so he cut it off. And this was just an excuse to have his arm cut off. I talked about it like that. I didn't go as far as the Shanks thing. Did I? I don't remember. Maybe on the Parcast me and Sai talked about it, but dang. Dang. Now it's way. Oh, wait a second. Oh my god. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. I just want to double check something. which was the timeline here, because I'm too tired to beat myself not perfectly getting this timeline. Okay. Okay, so this would be 14, 28. Here we go. 12. So yeah, so he has his arm here, right? Yeah, I wasn't wrong. Yeah, it was the timeline. Dang, I just don't want to be overly confident with the timeline. Always good to be checking that. But no guys, Oda retcons. Yeah, no. That I mean, I wouldn't say this is a retcon, right? I guess you're retroact. No, this wouldn't be retconning that as bad. Like that wouldn't. I wouldn't. Is that retcon? Like I guess it wouldn't be like a bad not a bad version. But you could say, so like, okay, here okay, I'm collecting a bunch of my thoughts because that arm being the abyss mark, if it is, which like Summers did have that tattoo, right? Like he had the band, but like if it's tattoo, that's crazy because that would mean that a lot of things, but Emu can insta kill you, like Saturn probably. It's like the Uchiha mark. And the thing with not the Uchiha mark, sorry, Orochimaru mark. God damn. That was on Sasuke. Um the what's it called? Okay. I didn't consider this. But Shanks would have had to have that mark since birth, right? But Oda covered him up because he's in that onesie. Not that we've seen like shirtless kid. I guess like Luffy was probably in a tank top, but like Shanks probably got that mark when he was a baby. That would make more sense to me than him getting it the one time he comes back to Merijois years later as an adult or teenager. Post Roger's death, most likely. Right? Because when Harold went to Merijois, that had to have been more proximal to Shanks being an adult, right? Because it had to have happened after Roger's Pirates. So, what is he, 16 or something? 12, 16, 39 now? Yeah. Sometime after that, that makes sense. But giving him the mark then, no, he would probably have had the mark when he was a kid, right? Like that would have made sense. Now, the reason why, if that logic pans out, that Loki, I mean, Shanks had it from when he was a baby. Check chapter 967. No mark. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. Odin flashback. Let's see. Manga. Is my website thing back down or still down? 967. Let's see. Pull it up here. 967. Oh, oops, this one. 967. So here, and we have to compare where on his arm. It does look like it's closer to the elbow. This sleeve wouldn't hide it. Now, would I put past Oda to have say, oh, it was just behind the sleeve, and then shift down the thing? Then that would be retcon. But yeah, it's most likely then he got it when afterwards when he stayed at Merijois. That's interesting. Because because okay, I'll tell you what I was thinking. If he had it from birth, then the cool idea, which again, shot down by chapter 967, as far as right now perspective, but the cool idea was that because with the abyss, Imu could see like the ultimate moat. Having Shanks have that tattoo while on the Roger Pirates, like that's insane. But then also him staying back at before Laugh Tale for Buggy, if Shanks had the abyss mark before and Emu was able to pry in, that would have been the ultimate cock block. Like it's like we need Shanks to go in, right? But like then Shanks is like, no, I'm gonna stay with my friend. And Emu's like, oh no, we were so close. But yeah, I think it's it would be a retcon if this chapter didn't like a worse, I'm not gonna say a bad retcon, a worse feeling retcon if something like this, what like it turns out that he did have the mark there, it's just behind the sleeve, right? That would make the retcon feel worse, right? Because the rest of it is consistent, I feel like, for the most part, unless like during Blackbeard, when they were fighting with Whitebeard and Roger and everything and Odin, unless we got another good view there. But other thing that's connected to all this is they called him "You Were a Child of Destiny." I need to see the raws. I need to see the other translations. What the fuck? Shanks was the child of Destiny, so they knew, or Laughtail told them. Oh, and that was the other thing, also, right? Like, what did Roger say to Shanks after Laughtail? And it seems that I think this again the simplest take I can have is that similar to the Harley texts, Roger and Gabon consumed and the Roger Pirates consumed the true history, but they have their own interpretation, as Rayleigh said, similar to the capacity that not a single Elbathian can agree what Nika is like, what looks like or acts like or whatever, god of destruction, laughter, dancing, whatever. To a similar extent, the child of destiny is vague, or Narakami saying, oh, Fiso saying folate or destiny, chosen child. Got it. So like essentially that is something that's most likely going to be reiterated in some capacity in the mural Harley text type of stuff, or straight up Laughtail info child of destiny, and they came to the conclusion that Shanks was that child of destiny. And that makes it interesting because that would mean that through some interpretation Shanks could be the person, which if we now know that Shanks isn't it and it's Luffy, then that means that there's obviously something that corresponds with Shanks that makes them both theorizable as Destiny's Child, from the Roger Pirates point of view, right? Like that's kind of what this would be saying. Very interesting. Um, child of upbringing. What was Mosgard's reasons for being a traitor? Garling is playing the long game. That's why the Holy Knights have been completely absent until he left to become a Gorsey. He was stonewalling. You were not. You were supposed to bring balance to hockey, not farm aura. Is that to Scopper? What was Mosgard's reason for being a traitor? Like, um, because he got turned by Otahime. Wait, Mister, are you saying that Garling's family is like a defector family, and he's playing the long con to change everything? Is that what you're trying to say with bringing up Mosgard? Like Mosgard and Garling are on the same page, just different chapter type of thing? And I'm gonna get to the super chats in a bit. Think Shanks lost that destiny when he lost his tattoo arm. Garling gave Roger a son. Roger told Shanks to meet Garling. They were in cahoots. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe getting branded by the Abyss made Shanks have to be careful about the manner to which he got rid of his arm. If Imu saw Shanks was going to do it intentionally, they take over his body. Yes, okay. That was something else I was going to bring up. That Shanks said, yeah, life's completely changed. I honestly just want to be a carefree pirate with Buggy. If we are to assume that pre Roger era Shanks did not have the tattoo, what changed with Shanks in between that time? Because Shanks and Buggy had always been like, I'm going to be the greatest pirate, blah, 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 and we're going to have rival crews and blah, blah, blah. And then the execution. The execution was 1 year after Roger went to Laughtail, or like I think 8 months, 9 months, something like that. So in between that time, and again, I have a video talking about what Roger might have been doing. And honestly, I wanted to have more another video on that time piece too, in between Roger after Laughtail and before execution. It would seem that that's when Shanks probably went to the Holy Land. And I'm not saying that definitively. I'm saying that theoretically, because maybe the Abyss affects your ambition, like your willpower in a certain way. Because if before Shanks with Buggy wanted to become a pirate, rival him, better crew, all this stuff, and then Buggy, you know, was like shocked, what happened to you, Shanks? Like, what exactly did he say? It's like, what? Oh, maybe that's actually important. What did he say? And I think someone said 1086. What did Buggy say exactly? What was the exact shock he had? Was it 1086? No. It's before this. It's when would this be? Is it before? What chapter? 1082? Cool. He goes. Right here. Okay. I, g- I could see that Shanks had so much promise ahead of him that I gave up on my dreams. Don't you remember what you said, Shanks? That you take your own ship to Laughtail one day. I've changed my mind. For now, I don't feel like trying to get there. What? But I'll still be a pirate. This, yeah, I'm thinking like this shock, right? Like this is his best friend, his blood brother. And then like that's like okay, to paint how I would make this video, if I were to make a video, would be, imagine Luffy meeting Ace 1 year after they depart, and Ace doesn't want to, or even flip it. They met Luffy, and Luffy doesn't want to be a great pirate anymore. Doesn't want to be the pirate king. It's like 1 year after leaving this person. Just 1 year. That would be like the time skip and then coming back to Tomorrow Black. Luffy, what? What are we doing? We're scamming now, right? Chopper believed it, El Chopper, but like this is a shock. This is a huge shock. So it might be that he went to the Holy Land and got his Abyss Mark then. That could be um that could be what is happened. And it might be that he isn't able to cut it himself, which would make sense because if he has the Abyss Mark, naturally he would regrow. Regrow the limb. He would be on constant monitoring. So he wanted to be carefree to show Emu how pirates are good, like simpletons? Or is that how Shamrocks like watched him? He was hiding? Maybe. And then, but then, okay, so as far as the retcon moment goes, I feel like the gravity be way too, like, was Shanks like consciously thinking, I'm going to lose my arm. Let me do this so I can lose my arm to get rid of the Bismarck so I can now retaliate and finally rebel. It's like not something he communicate, like kind of like mind control, like soft mind control. He can't like tell someone to cut off his arm, but also if it regrew, that would negate that. But then that would imply that there's something special about the Sea King, and in that moment that made it that it couldn't regrow, which we've seen Scopper now do that to Sommers. But then when Emu showed up, the arm just regrew for Scopper, not Scopper, Sommers. So there's like three things happening there, which is that it's possible Shanks regrows his arm in the presence of Emu. Secondly, there might be a connection between the sea and the Sea King and Scopper, and how you stop the regeneration from happening. Is it just salt on your wound? Like, what do they say about the sea? The devil fruit sink? Par, you're missing one piece. Is another character in that scene. Narukami. Luffy with a fresh Nika fruit. Oh, I thought Narukami. I apologize. I thought you're trolling and you're leading me to say Higuma, and I was like, no, Narukami's not messing with me that much, right? He would never do something that silly, right? Surely he wouldn't. But you meant Luffy had just eaten the rubber fruit. Oh, so it's likely that not all devil fruits would do this. It would be crazy if it was, but it's likely, we've already talked about this. Nika probably can't get the Abyss Mark on them. meaning that they can't be like Dami reversied. And the reason why that's important is because then maybe the point that Shanks and his crew maybe knew was that by eating the fruit, he'd be freed of the mark. Because then he would use the Gomu Gomu fruit to. Oh my god! Luffy did that! In Egghead, he took off the scars! He took off the scar! Off of the people! And was like, how come? So he can take off the Abyss Mark! Oda's genius, bro. That's literally here. Oh my goodness. I didn't even think about that. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. He could take the Oh my god, you know why this is important? Okay, this is if I were to make a video, this would be at the very end when I say like disconnected connections, because it's not really a connection. But the reason why Oda's doing this display of tattoo and like organized crime is because he's doing a reflection of the Yakuza in Japan. You know, you got a tattoo. Yikes, you're a criminal. Look at Wano. They had the tattoos and they were put in prison. He's doing that with the Bismarck. And then, you know, you gotta be tattoo-less, brother. You gotta be pure. Pure body to enter the temple. That's the shit. That's that shit. And you know, and this is where, you know, this is how you know, like, I am writing videos again. I would end the video saying something along the lines, and you know what's crazy is that in the real world, how do you remove tattoos? With laser light. Oh my god, Luffy's the sun god. Oda's Goda. Oh my god, he predicted tattoo removal. Crazy. Crazy. Laser light sun god. We have to what page was that, bro? Someone tell me what page. Was it 11:11, 11:11, or is it 11:12? It's right here. I clocked it. 11:11 right there. That's a Bismarck right there, the scar. That would be it right here. Boom. Bye-bye, Shanks. Bye-bye, Shanks Bismarck. Will Par try to take off Psy marks? Wait, what? Sai's mark? Sai's tattoos look dope, bro. Luffy's a tattoo removal specialist. That's what I'm saying. Is this not the Shadows theory? Luffy is commanding light? Oh my god, tattoo removals with what? Light therapy? Oh! Dude, part 2 to the Shadows, or part 6 at this point. I hope that's not the case, because he should have eaten ASAP. I hope that the Abyss Mark basically makes it like you have a Death Fruit and can't take another one. The reason why I think that it might be Nika's fruit is impervious is, well, one, it's that, like, Luffy, plot armor, anime, but also for the point of the game. The reason why they don't want anyone to eat the fruit is because they don't want someone playing the game. Because otherwise it's just them taking over all the pieces. It's just like, it's like having infinite turns. But now that Nika's there, now Nika can flip people back, and it may look different, but the point is that foreshadowed as he freed Nami of her tattoo. Fiso! Dude. This is crazy. Foreskin, the tattoo removal. This is the best foreskin ever, bro. This wouldn't be the knock-up stream without you guys knocking me up. But point is, I wouldn't say, like, we don't know how Luffy made it so the Shanks arm didn't grow back. But because, and here's why. The Gorosei regenerated in the presence of Gear 5 Luffy. So it couldn't have been a passive thing. It could not be a passive thing. Because Luffy was not even awakened then. He wasn't even rubbering really then. So, and Luffy was in seawater also. So it can't be a passive thing. It actually has to be an active thing. Now that's where it got funky when I was thinking about it. Like, did Shanks do this? Did he like premeditate this? And the reason why I was thinking is because once the arm is off, right? Then we know he applied Conqueror's Haki. We know that he used Conqueror's Haki after getting bit. That's canon. That's 100%. And Scopper this chapter said the immortality thing, you know, you Conqueror's Haki, Shanks demonstrated Conqueror's Haki, and his arm didn't regrow. Is it possible that Shanks did whatever Scopper did to Sommers to himself? Is that possible? Does it have to be through Luffy? Not necessarily. I just want to throw that out there because I know that when I say a crazy, pipelined theory and I go off the deep end from A to Z, it's like, oh, Parr believes it. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It could be that Shanks did it there. Now, that would lend itself to the levels at which Shanks is oppressed. Now, the thing is, I don't think that it oppresses you actively because we know that Shanks was clashing with Mihawk. So it might be that, like, oh, that throws a wrench in things. Blackbeard fought Immortal Shanks. Or does this tell us the timeline? Because we didn't know if it was Blackbeard before Luffy or after Luffy with the Shanks. No, it had to be before because those. Hmm. Damn, there's so much with this regeneration thing because they could also choose not to, I guess, right? Did it look like Sommers? Sorry, I just backed up all the way from the Blackbeard thing because, like, there's no point in thinking about that part if we don't know necessarily the parameters of it. Because, like, Sommers, is there a world where Sommers just doesn't choose to regenerate? Have we seen that? No, right? Yeah, we also don't know that the mark confers regen. That's true. They control it 100% because when Sommers couldn't, when he was trying to regen. That was my perspective. But I could also see that as he's used to it auto regrowing, that he, like, was like, wait, why isn't it growing back? Like, he could have been like that, but I do think it that way. Shanks says Blackbeard scar. That's true, Joe. Yeah, it's right here. He does have the scar. That is also why I kind of stopped. I was like, wait, he has a scar here. He has the mark. So before he loses his arm. Very interesting. Scopper knows that. I guess the tattoo isn't like so overtly Mare Joie Holy Land that doesn't like trigger his Scopper. It's like, wait a second, when did you get that tattoo? Wait a second, that looks familiar to the thing. Oh wait, no, he experienced this here, right? Oh no, he did fight Holy Knights in God Valley. We don't know to what extent. Um, we actually don't know technically if the Holy Knights. I feel like the Holy Knights were there 14 years ago. But wait, somebody checked Ridden's arm. Well, maybe the scar was. Maybe he might have gotten the scar before he got the mark. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. This so like that mark made, there's so many interesting things, to be honest, that spiral into so many different ideas. Um let me see. I don't think Sai's here yet. Wow. Oof. That abyss mark, that regen. What was happening? Who did it? Got so many slight details, but just not enough yet. What a Oda's great at blue balling. Like, and we've been staring side by side with this panel too. Crazy panel. Also, Sun Pirate Mark covers up Celestial Dragon symbol. Yeah, Sneaker cleansing. This is true. Hmm. Do you think Ragnar the Hammer had a devil fruit? I think I did believe that. I don't know about now. I forget like that chapter where like it was like revealed. But going back to this thing, did want to say there's likely that the mark affects your mind, right? Because like I was getting it to before, if it were that Shanks went to the Holy Land in between Roger's death or Laughtail and execution, then that could have made it so that he didn't want to become a pirate anymore. And then when Luffy unironically got his arm cut off, again, we don't know through what means or who has the credit for it, but in that moment, that might have been the restart to when Shanks started desiring, and that does make sense, right? He becomes a Yonko very soon. So then um um, we haven't even talked about the new Straw Hat member Loki. No. Scopper fixed it. Scopper fixed it. He said let release him. So he changed, he brought the negotiation table back. So it doesn't matter if Loki comes or not. Does not matter. If he gets freed, it's because Scopper asked to. Scopper. Um but yeah, let me get to some of these super chats before Sai gets here, because also it's supposed to be shorter stream because I do want to get some work done afterwards. And by work I mean YouTube videos. Oh, another huge detail, guys. Oh my god. So Kagurabachi video, right? I upload it. It's 2 hour long video. It's not 4K like Sai does. Uploading like a long video generally for at this Wi-Fi, my old place is a little bit faster, but this Wi-Fi it's like 150%. So 2 hour video takes 3 hours to upload. My god, imagine I'm trying to upload like an hour 45-minute video. It takes an hour to go through, not the right math, like 50 whatever, and then they hit me with like a 1 second copyright thing, and then they check this thing again, and then they're like, oh, another one. My god. But I'm getting fiber this Monday. So excited. um Uploads can be 1 minute, like just 5 gigs, 2 seconds, boom, gone, it's uploaded. um that was something. Oh, and if you guys, so my provider's gonna be GoNet speed. If you guys are in an area where you guys can get GoNet speed, make sure to let me know in my Discord. I'll make a GoNet speed thing so that I can refer you to whatever, so I can get free internet. Please get GoNet speed. Free internet would be really nice. Fiber is the way. Yeah, same. I'm being forced to upgrade to fiber. Hey, Blazer. All I'm saying, I'd love to be in your position. That's crazy. Being forced into fiber. I've had to literally my neighbor is getting fiber because of me. Because 100% of me. I literally called every single day. First month we were here. Excuse me. New place, new address here. Do you guys provide fiber? No. When are you guys gonna get fiber? Like I was like, I think I saw fiber trucks down the road. You bring them back this way, and then it was like by the time they wrote my fourth engineering ticket, the guy was just like, you know what? It was like 11 p.m. We were on the phone. I don't know why the hours were till midnight that day, but the guy was like, you know what? Like, you seem like you are 100% going to switch to fiber. It's not like whatever. And so, since we're in the area, I'll see if I can reroute some things. And then literally 2 days later, I see a utility truck driving by the front of my house doing something on the lines. And like, I like literally like my heart stops, breath leaves my body. And my wife's like, what happened? I was like, I think that's the fiber. She's like, what do you know? What do you mean? How do you know? I was just like, it's the wire type, where they're putting it, that's not an electric line. I know the power lines a little bit. Why is it not going to transformer? That's something different. If it's an existing channel, why isn't it going to the other thing, going to the other place? And so I open the door and I go, I yell at the guy. I was like, is that fiber? And then he goes, yeah. And then I was like, yes. And then I was just like, yes, like for a good until like he was out of distance, because man, I was looking for it. Everyone has fiber, bro. I have friends who they didn't even know they had fiber. They moved into a house. They're like, man, my Wi-Fi is really fast. This like, I wonder why they have it's like amazing. And I don't know why they have me using like coaxial cable. I thought I had fiber. I was like, what do you mean you're using coaxial cable? And then I look at it, and then their installer guy channeled their fiber box through a coax, and I'm like, what's the point of the fiber? So I redid all the installation for them. But yeah, fiber's so strong. Yeah, it's very strong. Still waiting for fiber in my area. Everywhere has fiber. Every third world country has fiber. If they don't have fiber, they have Starlink. Just know that everywhere outside of America is better than us. Like, it's crazy. It's honestly so. The amount of times I've heard ex war torn area place connected with fiber, and then the more I thought for the last like 5 years, I'm like, in all the place, actually no, the first place moved out, they definitely, if they don't have fiber at this point, that's on them. I could have got it at the first place if I just talked to the guy, but yeah, fiber's life. Downloading porn is so much more faster now. That's crazy. Stay safe, guys. I don't know what the proper therapy thing, BetterHelp, I hear is controversial, so whatever, go talk to somebody. Oh yeah, me and Sai did talk about this on the 50/50. Go to a female comedy club and push our 50/50 podcast. That's way better than Bonnie Blue on OnlyFans. Internet companies are so scummy. Yeah. USA is huge. Rural areas like mine are 25 miles from the nearest city and utility company. You know what's crazy? Those are the places that got fiber earlier. Like literally, the rural areas here got it before a lot of the middle, like commuter towns, type of places, and then like the city got it not like last, but also not first. Like, it's weird. Like, if you're in the city, it's kind of hard. Like, I don't know about now, but like back a few years back, there was no fiber really. So only the richest rural areas got it. And you know what's crazy about that? In my in-laws' place, the there's a monopoly. Okay, so it makes sense. There's a monopoly on the internet. Oh, there's a monopoly here too, but the monopoly here uses fiber. The monopoly up there doesn't have fiber, I don't think. And so what ended up happening was all the poorer neighborhoods got fiber. And like my in-laws live like in a like you know, like in between areas. They're a really nice spot cuz it's right off the highway. But um it's all like senior citizens where they live too, so that also good for them. A lot of people walk in the neighborhood, so it's good. Getting good walks out. But so because it was all like old people, I don't think that the company would ever come. They would be like, no one here is gonna use 2 gigs up down. What? I'm not coming to your neighborhood. Move. Like that's probably what the internet companies, because they were that mean up there, right? And then I'd see where it's available. I'm like down the road. That I'm like, bro, that shit. They don't even got the hydrants are exploded, bro. We need to fix the water here before they give them fiber. The hood does indeed have good telecom. That's not, bro. Like I shit you not. Uh, and like I'm not gonna dox per se where it was, but I think I mentioned it here and there. But like the place we were at, it's like really? Though out of all the places in New York, this place doesn't have it, you know? Like that's crazy. Um America, the epitome of a third world country with a Gucci belt. Yeah, it gets worse and worse too. It gets worse and worse. Like you hear that Starlink is helping kids get access to internet because like they like during the pandemic they just like couldn't connect period. It's like damn. And then I think about my own state and I think about like there are places on highways and local roads where you'll lose cell phone reception. I had a friend, a few people come from Bangladesh, like come from like, or this other group, they had never been to Bangladesh and they were worried about cell reception. I was like, you don't have to worry about it there. They're like, what? And I'm like, maybe like 40 years ago. Not anymore, bro. Like, and the reason Bangladesh is like the size of like Connecticut, Rhode Island, or whatever, and they got mad telecom. We have our own satellite now, and I was like, you'll never lose service. Like, there's no shot you lose service. Like, it's just impossible. And like, you know, that's the one thing they would never drop. And then I was like, when I said that, I was like, bro, I lost connection on the drive here through my like hometown, and my wife hates that part where she's like be on the phone with somebody and it cuts out because random road just cut out. I'm like, bro, how do we not have good cell reception? It's crazy. It's crazy. Again, like I live in the Northeast around New York, so like like you can't even say the area isn't like wealthy or whatever. It's the Northeast. It's New England, New York, you know, New Jersey, New York, the tri-state area, bro. It's like it's an abomination that a major highway would lose reception. Um, Joe Rogan knows the answers. Anyways, that was a long um aside. You can't put satellites on buildings. Yes, but we have our own. Like, why do we even need our own satellite? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let me get to some of these super chats before we get too distracted. And Sai is napping, I believe. So, he should be. Oh, I don't want to leak our DMs, but I see him messaging, so he should be here soon. Let me see. I live closer to the city than. And when I was saying what I was saying, I was more referencing the kind of area per development per wealth that New York City has, you know, like just, you know, yeah, I just don't get it. How do you lose reception? We have a zoo in the middle of Bronx, bro. Went to the Bronx Zoo the other day, and me and my wife just sat there. It's like, you know, we kind of take for granted. There's a goddamn jungle in the city. Kind of crazy. Kind of wild. But Unlucky Emperor 13 with the 10 months resub. Appreciate you on the good old Twitch. What's up, Par and chat? Hope y'all doing good. Also, Par, I always got faith in you, but this reading might be 1 hour plus. This is a good one. Hey, look at him. He clocked it. 1 hour, 7 minutes, and nearly 40 seconds. Um, um, yeah, we're doing good. This chapter's crazy. A lot of things to keep up with, for sure. Thank you again, Unlucky Emperor. Jason Tarantino with 35 months sub. One more for 36 for the 3 year? What? Wait, wouldn't that be like max? Are you a day one sub? Did I not clock that? That's crazy. I feel like the only person more than you is what, 3 day? That's crazy. Appreciate you, Jason. Like D stream. That was the only message attached there. 35 months resub. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. D Mahone, $2 super chat says, so we haven't seen Frankie in a minute. Punk up. No. Here's why. There's no upgrade that would matter, right? Like, that's the reality. And didn't he make it to, because Ripley's there, I'm pretty sure Frankie's there. They're with the kids now. We just like haven't seen, it's like been technically no time has passed. It's just, you know, there. You know, welcome Gobble D's nuts. Yeah, baby Pluto. I live in DC. We have the government here. Why are there? Yo, yeah. Can you imagine not even being a state, being the capital, like city state, whatever? Like our Vatican, right? It's feeling more and more like that every day. But like it's not even like all of us pay taxes. Everyone to DC. You know what I mean? Like, and they have their own stuff too, and they're the government. How are you gonna have no? You know what it is, Baby Puto? That the reason why there are dead spots there is so that like that's where those are the safe spots where the government can hide the president away from radio interference, right? That would be the pro planning. That would be if I were to explain why a futuristic nation, the most advanced on the planet, has dead spots in its capital city. That would be my theory. I'd assume. I live nowhere near that area. I know those areas. Oh, yeah, you would think that there'd be areas that not many people would like frequent. Why are you frequenting areas with no cell reception, huh? Why do you know that? Is that your job, huh? Testing dead spots? Are you a detective of some sort? No, I'm joking. Dead spots are there because even the infrastructure. My screen went black. Load screen. Even the infrastructure is geriatric and he's yes. You know what's funny? I actually didn't read ahead there. I was just like actually waiting for Cope to rebuttal, but yeah, the infrastructure is insane. I'm pretty sure like could like an undergrad level electrical engineer probably design like a more coherent thing with today's knowledge, right? Like it's probably that's how old school our shit is, right? Yeah, I just live there, bro, not looking for it. Damn. That sucks. I would sue. Internet's a right, bro. Yeah. Wait, can you sue? Can you pay less taxes if you have an internet dead spot for most of the year? Because isn't like cell and internet subsidized? So if you're not getting the thing, do you get like a tax? You could probably get like a tax relief thing on your like if you have a house, I guess. Huh. I wonder if that's probably something that's related. Like if your property doesn't have internet that's subsidized by the government, then you probably I don't know how that works. That could be an interesting law. Anyways, sorry, a lot of side notes. St. Pat's with a 22-month sub says Oda joining in on the Toei Sanji hate train. No, but this one was crazy because the train wasn't Sanji hate only. It was, I would say, it's Conquer. The onus falls on Conquer's Hockey, right? Like, Conquer's Hockey being the reason how you overcome the immortality is already a rough premise. Is it the worst? Is it unexplainable? No, we're not there yet. We're still at the early stages. But what vital detail does Scopper secret? What kind of secret does he have? I must know, says Chopper. Chases after him, jumps down like a bajillion story tree. Like, all to find out that no, there's no secret, and you didn't really need to tell him anyways, because Luffy would just fight with Conqueror's Hockey anyways. And Scopper didn't really tell him how to do it. He just said, be careful with how, be mindful, like, of what you do, right? Like, and then like, Zoro has it, and the L came from him not knowing. Sanji isn't oozing it like Zoro, but as I said in my reaction, and I tripled down, quadrupled down, this does not mean that Sanji doesn't have Conqueror's Haki or won't get Conqueror's Haki. And I'm on the boat that, yes, Sanji has Conqueror's Haki while this happened, to the point Scopper didn't even say anything to him. But the thing is, Scopper fought Zoro Luffy, and Zoro went all out, so that's how Scopper knows. He wanted to test out the crew. He hasn't tested out Sanji. If he pulled out Ifrit, whatever, on Scopper, I'm sure he would have been like, smells like a conquer. Smells like a conquer. That's what I think that would happen. Now, the thing is that we're in a weird predicament. And I do want to talk about this with Sai. So I'm going to put a pin on this. Because this is the thing. This is an important thing. Put a pin in it. Remind me when Sai's back. Sorry, I was being a little racist there. No, it's just because I haven't slept in like 3 days. Not like real sleep. Partially why I was wearing my sunglasses. Didn't know if I'd have the droops. Bet hopping in a bit said 30 minutes ago. Did I get booted out of the call? Is that what happened? Nope, I'm here. I am here, friend. Simon. What if the whole crew are conquerors? That's what I've been saying, bro. Go to my first collab with Brago. Look back. About 3.5 years ago. Or, yeah, 3.5 years ago. First collab with Brago. I say that. Now, we didn't even get King of Hell by then. We didn't even get Sanji versus Queen yet, I don't think. I think we were just before that. Sometimes when you guys like, damn, how did Par miss it? This thing in this chapter? How did he, like, how did he not get that? It's because sometimes my brain is further. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Not further than, it just went too far. Like, it's a literal disability. Like, my brain just, like, it doesn't have a brake button, bro. It just kept going. It's like, hey, the left turn was 5 exits ago, you know? Think anyone who has a strong enough dream or desire can have conquerors? Yes and no. I don't think it's related to what dream you have. That would be the main stipulation there. It doesn't matter what dream you have. Your dream could be to be the greatest baker in the world. And you could probably have conquerors. But, like, is how you pursue it, what you went through, what you sacrificed. Did you put your life on the line and overcome it? All those things. And if you made a name for yourself as a baker, likely chances are, according to Rayleigh, you probably are a conqueror baker. But, and this is unironically where we segue into a good part that I want to bring up with Sai, but I'll tease it right now, is that like our natural guidance or our natural path in this conversation, in this reading, was seeing, or at least mine. I don't know what natural means for other people, right? Um, but for me, reading the Sanji thing, then Zoro, and then Scopper makes that jab at like how hockey is something that needs to be meticulously cared for and trained. Essentially it must be understood and tamed, right? Like Rayleigh had a similar thing, and Rayleigh, I would say, like maybe Scopper and Rayleigh teach differently, but I would probably go and say that they would teach the same curriculum. Why? Because they both sailed the same ship, they both know what it takes, they both have seen the true history. All of those things make them the similar teacher. They walk the same life paths, even if the path that they walked wasn't the same, right? Um, and point being is that when you go to Zoro's state, you makes you wonder about Mihawk. Like I just, you are already like, the question mark that people had was like, wait, why is it surprising that Zoro has conquers hockey, right? Like when that got leaked in the anime and then the manga. I think me and Sai had a conversation, and he asked me
I think
what
we
my
did.
opinion was. Oh, speaking of Sai,
What is up, ParVision?
yo yo yo, just speaking about you. How was your nap?
Oh, it was great. It's beautiful. I'm still super tired, but I'm here and I'm ready
Nice.
to play some ball.
Yeah, we were just getting into a great segue. Did I tell, I never told you this, and because you napped during the thing, I know you didn't watch the stream, so you don't see me exposing you.
Oh no, what is it?
I told the chat around like the 21-minute mark that I
Okay.
was in fact spoiled this week on One Piece, and it was, the culprit was none other than Sai, and this might give you a clue, Duck.
Oh, that's your fault, brother. Oh yeah,
Wait,
he came into one of my live streams and he was like, "Oh, I don't like spoilers." And of course, like it's late night, I'm hanging out and it's like, "Yeah, we're talking about spoilers." That's Par's fault. Oh
yeah,
yeah,
wait.
100%.
What do you think I got spoiled on?
You came in when I said it was a Shanks chapter, I think.
No. No?
What was it?
I might have been typing then.
Because I didn't say anything
Yeah.
explicit. All I said is, "Oh yeah, it's a Shanks week," Where Shanks is the topic.
So what I heard was something along the lines, because I don't remember what it was, and uh
Wait, so you were spoiled and you still did a reaction? So did you fake it like all your other ones?
wait, do you want to know
Oh
what I got
yeah.
spoiled on?
Did you hit the chat with one of these? Whoa! I didn't see that coming.
I got spoiled on when I entered the stream, and because remember, like the day before, or when we were recording, I was like, oh, let's
Yeah.
record at like 3 a.m. And you're like, oh, I got into a stream. And I was like, what? I was up. I didn't see you stream. How did I miss it? And he's like, yeah, I've been streaming, whatever. And I was like, how did I miss your streams? And I literally told you, it's like, bro, I'm gonna make your next stream. And I saw it. I was so excited. So I click on it, and I didn't, but like, was it early? Was it early or whatever? Because or
Okay, it was at like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., but
but
yeah,
like it was Monday night, or is it Sunday night? Because
it
I
was
probably
Monday.
just forgot, because usually I wouldn't come in on that thing on during that time, but I was just so excited. I was like, oh, side stream, and click in. Shout out to side
It's your
streams,
fault.
late night awesomeness. And I came in, and what I the first thing you said, or you were playing game, and then you was like, and you read something, and then because I also don't read the chat like that either, unless people say like hi par, because people spoil. Was You were saying like, I don't really know. I have to see the chapter to figure this, like you were kind of like wishy-washy, and that's what you were like,
Yeah.
I don't really know. And then I was like, chapter, and I muted it,
So
and then I started typing. And and then I was explaining to my chat, it's like, that's not a spoiler. What do you mean? But then I was explaining to them how, like, sometimes you hit me with like a GIF if it's like so wacky that no one could figure out anything, or you'll
yeah.
like send me an emoji, or you'll do something. But this week you didn't tell me the spoilers dropped, and you didn't like message me or whatever. And sometimes that you don't do that. But then also I was like, yo, if he's saying he has to wait till a chapter, that means that something against his agenda happened. That's where my brain went to immediately. And then I muted it and I started typing. I was like, I can't be here. I'm so sorry. Because like I think you told someone like blah blah, no spoilers, and I wrote like, it's fine, I'm leaving. Because then I was like, oh no, the chapter has something against our agenda. What were we thinking about? But it was so late night that I just kind of like, all right, the only solution is to leave and then knock out. But I don't think I slept that night.
That's crazy, bro. Like I didn't even say anything. That was your version of getting a spoiler. Me saying the chapter was the I need to see the panels, bro. Come on.
Yeah, so like I
That's so simple.
yeah, I know. So like that's what I was saying to the chat. I was like, see, normal person, this isn't something I can explain to my wife, like, oh, Sai spoiled me the chapter. She'd be like, what do you mean? And I was saying, like, yeah, but the difference is me and Sai now have been speaking to each other for like 3 years, like on the dot. 3 years. This is what happens. Now I know like his reactions and mannerisms. Like if he's like, like I'm gonna wait, blah blah blah, like that type of shit. Like that means that something along the lines of like something we talked about was like opposite. And very soon into the chapter, I was like, oh, it's this. But then as I went on, I was like, wait, which one is this? Like, because I didn't know the context of what you're talking about. So I said it as soon as the well, what happened? It was as soon as Scopper goes, be mindful of the way you use Conqueror's Hockey, I fucking lost my shit. I was like, I get it now. Sai was like, I need to see the panels. I need to know everything. Is that what this is about or no?
No.
Fuck,
No.
really?
No. You saw the first thing, you're like, oh, that's gotta be it. No, I was talking about
Dude.
Jenks's tattoo, the abyss mark potentially. Because it's like I needed to see it from my own eyes to see like what it looked like. Because the leakers initially said it was the abyss mark, and I still think it is, but I don't think it's like the full abyss mark. It's not completed yet.
Yes, and we also haven't seen the full abyss mark.
Yeah, we haven't, but we have seen that symbol that Shanks has on the Holy Knights. But it's like more advanced on the Holy Knights, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. Which
But yeah, that's what I was referring to when you came in. That's what I wanted to wait for the panels for.
got it. Well, see, that's
That's so
my
funny. You're over
expectations.
here like creating your own headcanon. You're like, this
I don't
this
even.
has to be what Sai's looking for.
Yeah, no, I don't even know what to think because, like, I was like, there's so many things we agree on, disagree on, we're adamant about. I feel like we're throwing our opinions out there, or whatever, and then I just was like, there's no point. There's no point. I'm gonna spiral, and so, but it wasn't like that. It was I'm obviously exaggerating, but then when I got to that part, I was like, So as a main person, like one of the flag bearers for the please don't be Conqueror's Hockey train as to the methodology of hurting the immortals, how
That's
did
new to me.
this hit you?
It's like cock on a virgin.
This is the
It
knockup stream.
hurts. Oh, it's kind of good.
What if she's gone horse riding?
We don't know about that. Oh yeah, I've heard stories about that actually. No, like I think that sounds like a stupid comparison, but I think it's actually 1-to-1 because, like you said, I've always been pretty hesitant on like the Conqueror's Hockey route, and I wasn't a big fan of it. I saw it at first like I don't know, but after sitting with it for a little bit, I do like it because of what it could mean for the Straw Hats. as well as like other characters we could bring back, right? Like, we could learn hockey and fusion. Luffy gives it to the Straw Hats. That'd be cool. Or maybe like, Captain Kidd, your favorite guy, will come back and actually do something. I mean, you have said
Oh,
notoriously that Kid is off the coast of the island. You said Kid is on the island actually,
I
and
can't
that Kid
wait.
might awaken his Conqueror's hockey here. And if he does, I mean, brother, there we go,
I
right?
can't wait to get to the part of the chapters relevant to that guy. But yeah, it's funny because before we got this moment here where Scopper says this interesting thing, to say the least. I say interesting because it's such a weird way to say that, because like it's like, be mindful of the way you use Kankasaki. Those guys are by no means immortal, right? He like in, and then he goes, oh, someone else has Kankasaki here, so like he's very heavily implying that's Kankasaki. And in the amount of breath that he had, he could have easily said, "Listen, Luffy, there's a third level of Kankasaki, and the way you need to do." Like he just says, be mindful of the ways you conquer hockey, and then doesn't say how to use it on the immortals or like any special anything. He just says conquers hockey and immortals in the same sentence, and he's having Luffy, which, shout out to Luffy, this chapter demonstrates that Luffy is like an insane lawyer. But we'll get there when we get there. Because before we get there, we had Chopper like going, Yasan's wounds are too severe,
No,
we can't move him yet.
Scopper is leaving it for the new generation, right? Like he could say more about like how to hurt them. He could even tell him about Somers' weakness, right? He knows the guy. What if Scopper's like, hey, Luffy, if you want to beat Somers, tickle his left foot. The thing is, I think Scopper wants to leave a lot up into interpretation. Well, he doesn't want to give us all the answers, right? He's just pointing us in the right direction and he's calling it a day. It's like you're going to the bathroom and you're like, hey, where's the bathroom? Oh, it's over there. It's like, okay, cool. Well, you don't have to walk you to the bathroom. You just point in that direction. That's what Scopper did. He just, hey, like conquer Saki, it's cool, dude. Just use it
Leave
well.
it to the next generation. Says the guy who, this chapter demonstrates it's not just any old time that we're having, it's the end of times. He literally goes, oh, I don't give a yeah, I know the history. Free his ass, bro. Free Loki, bro. He's wearing free Loki t-shirt, and like it said, I don't care about your trauma, your PTSD. Those are, do you see your island right now? Do you hear, did you see the lightning in the sky? Like you could have replaced the words of release Loki to you're not him to Hiredin. Like that's essentially what he's
No,
saying
no,
there.
no,
Yes,
no, no.
he is.
He
Yes,
isn't.
because no, because Hiredin thinks he's him. He thinks that he can do this without Loki. The reality is, and we talked about this
I think
kind of
he
thing.
could.
Oh my god, bro! I don't
I mean,
know
we
what
we talked
fan
about the
fiction.
theory that Harden is like Yuhuaha from Bleach, right? Like how he might be able to suck in everybody's powers. He is the giant of Elbaf. We've talked about that before. That's a theory we have together, where we spouted the nonsense that Harden could be the leader, the original giant. Oh my god, you called him the OG Titan last stream.
Nobody said that. No, literally no one said. I don't even think a comment said that. You can't even misquote me because it's not a quote. Like that,
I don't know, man.
like
I vividly remember this.
at
It
minimum,
came to me
just
in a dream.
read someone's unhinged comment from your section and just say it was me at that point. At that point, at least do that, Sai. Like that's some next level. That's some next level bullshit, bro.
I mean, we talked about Haru
Said
Doom.
no
I
one.
mean,
Said no one. He was the first Titan.
we called him Haru Doom, Par. That's close
He's
enough.
the Pokemon now. Yo. Oh my god. Well, when we get to Hiredin, we'll get there because there's some. Look, I call this the L train. I thought it was 3 L's in a row, but it was 4 L's in a row because we start off with the Kangasaki thing. I think we got prefaced with the Chopper L because I didn't realize this was the scenario. I was playing with the idea to chat. I was like, honestly, listen, like Chopper's great and all, but if Oda had written the story that Scopper just fell from the tree and he didn't have Chopper, do I think Oda would have killed him? I don't think so. it could be plot armor because he's Scopper and he's a Roger Pirate, but he's also just a Roger Pirate, and maybe it's not even plot armor. Maybe he's just that strong and terminal velocity and some other bullshit. Like he just used hockey to bounce himself. Like I don't fucking know, right? I was literally saying like, did Chopper need to be here? Like I don't like Gerd is here to fix him. Like if he needs to be fixed, right? And then he says the next line, and I'm like, Chopper really didn't need to be here because Chopper ran here to figure out the important thing, and then Chopper tells him the important thing and not really tells him the important thing, and then also tells Chopper the most useless thing, in your words, literally quoting you, the most useless thing that Chopper could chase for as far as vital information to relay to the rest of the crew. Hey guys, I got a good tip to fight the immortals. Use Conqueror's Hockey. Everyone fucking they would eat Chopper. They'd be like, where's the Conqueror's Hockey? Do we get it from eating you, Chopper? Like at that point, right? So like this is the start of the L train, and then the next L is obviously the the Sanji one, which what do you think this means
Not
for Sanji?
exactly an L for Sanji.
Oh, are we? Okay, you go. What do you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Sanji's gonna get Conqueror's Hockey.
Yeah. Sorry.
I mean, it'd be crazy if he didn't, right? Like,
yeah,
it'd be insane if he did not get Conqueror's Hockey. I think we're getting all the laughs out of the way with this one, and then I don't know if he'll get it in Elbaf. To be fair, I don't know if it'll be like right away, but I think he'll get it pretty soon.
Yeah. What we gotta realize is whatever Oda gives Zoro, he gives Sanji, and even more. Does Zoro have his own arc?
I mean,
dude,
I don't think Zoro needs an arc to get Conqueror's Hockey.
Dude,
but...
I'm shadow boxing Twitter. Dude, the Twitter on this chapter is insane.
I don't know. I feel like people have been pretty open to the idea of Sanji getting Conqueror's Hockey. Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm coping. I do feel like a lot of people have been pretty okay with it. Like, normally when I talk about Sanji getting cock hockey, like, people are pretty upset. They're kind of split.
Yeah.
But this time around, I feel like everybody's kind of like, oh, yeah, sure, yeah. I see it.
Oh, wow. So people are just looking at this as a gag. Because I look at it as even more support that Sanji's going to have it. Because Scopper doesn't say anything to him. Like, literally doesn't exclude him. And what, like, that literal punchline of this is that Zoro doesn't know he has Conqueror's Hockey. And the reason why Luffy knows that he has Conqueror's Hockey is because he's so bad at controlling it that it oozes out, which is actually where you entered in the stream, and a good segue because I was saving this topic for us, but I want to just walk us to that point because when I was reading the Zoro thing, I have Conqueror's Hockey, like it's like, yeah, Zoro, whatever, soft L, but not really because like we saw him fight Kaido and Kaido being like, yikes, this guy has Conqueror's Hockey. Literally when we got... Yeah, literally, like the chapter was about advanced Conqueror's Hockey, and it was Zoro who was the one who's like, I'm putting everything into this, Law. And then Law was like, you said that last time, and you continue to say this. So at what point do you stop saying this, Zoro? And Zoro's like, until I'm a conqueror, bitch. And then he pulls out the conqueror stuff, and so he has that chapter. It doesn't matter if he knows it or not, and that's something that Kid needs to take a note out of it, because Kid...
God.
He doesn't know it. Nobody knows he has it. The only person that knows is the Beaver cards, and I'm trying to figure
all roads lead back to Kid.
Bro,
we can't avoid talking about Kid when talking about Conquerors. I think this makes Kid look good. I feel like this sets them up too, right?
Dude,
I feel like this chapter brings in so many people into question. I think Kid is up there. I mean, I've been a solid Kid supporter since day one, just like Sanji, man. I always root for these guys, but Kid's gonna be great. Just watch. Like I said, or like you said, actually, Kid is on Elbaf. He's here. We have Sanji and Zoro going up to the Sun World, and you talked about it beforehand. You said that the boys need help. Kid comes in, fights Emu. Boom, done.
Do you think?
End of the story.
Do you think that?
Done.
So Scopper is kind of like the lighthouse, the radar of hockey, as we find out later on. He's just constantly sniffing out hockey. Do you think that when Kid came to the coast, if we can call it a coast, I think you used the word the outer coast. I think you specified. The coast of the coast.
I'm a specific
Coast
guy. What can I
square.
say?
The circumference of this the coast. It was. Do you think that Scopper was like in his house? Oh, we saw his house. Good real estate. He got in the Sun Realm. Do we think that Scopper was like, Conquer's approaching, and he walked to the edge? He was like, is that Luffy? A Conquer on Elbaf? Maybe it's Luffy. And he sees it, he looks down, and then he's like, no, that's not Luffy's ship. And then sees it gets obliterated by Shanks. It's like, yeah, that's definitely not Luffy. Yeah, that would have been, that's not. I wonder what made Shanks so mad, you know? Like, he just hears divine departure. Like, imagine just spectating that and just hearing divine departure and just like Moses split the sea, explosion. Woo, that'd be crazy.
You gotta keep in mind, Scopper can see into the future, right? He has future sight, just like Shanks. We don't know how far into the future Scopper can see. What if Scopper can see so far into the future, he's like, oh, thank God Shanks stopped him.
Yeah,
because Kid would be the strongest man on Elbaf.
He might have cut down the tree at that rate. Oh yeah,
he might have scarred some animals if he landed.
Fire and lightning's the enemy of Elbaf, so I've heard. Like,
but also there's a hidden third weakness. Then we get like a narrator box.
Plasma.
Like 10,000 years ago, Gold Roger used machine parts to destroy Elbaf's tree or something.
I'm also thinking,
Kid.
Like, is Shanks divine departuring Kid the equivalent of hearing gunshots in your neighborhood? Like, you're just minding like, if you're Scopper, is that the equivalent of just like an AK going off or some shit? You're like, what the fuck? Why is there an assault rifle in my neighborhood? Right? That's probably what that is. If you live in like,
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah. So if you live in the hood, you know what it's like to be on around Shanks, I guess, right? So, I mean, because now it's 2 for 2, 2 pirates off the coast. Yasop clocked the other one. You know what I mean? Barto, then Kid.
So what you're saying is that the Roger pirates only sneak attack people. They only hit people from a distance.
Oh, see,
they like attacking harmless. Or people who can't defend themselves properly. Yeah,
dude, Sai is shadowboxing the internet.
Shiki, dude, Shiki, brother. Like, you know, Roger summoned a Storm to fight that guy.
So I'm saying, ooh, Storm hockey.
Roger fighting cleanly, man. I don't know. And then Big Mom, you know, the Roger pirates came in, stole it, and left. Dude, why'd they fight Big Mom?
Yeah.
And Roger pirates are a bunch of thieves, man.
And speaking of fraudulent-like characters, we have to talk about the fact that Zoro, not knowing he has Conqueror's Haki, yet oozing it to the point that Luffy knew it, like in Fishman Island and Punk Hazard. Like, Zoro had it, but like, it was like the next line that sold it to me. Like, I was gaslighting myself in my brain. But then even Scopper kind of, I think, takes a jab at this particular person. He goes, how absurd. Haki is a power that must be understood and tamed. You're captain of one of the 4 emperors. You should be meticulous if you intend to have his back, right? And that's kind of like the whole point of the time skip, right? Everyone was trying their best to be the best whatever, and it was like the quality of the mentor mattered. And that's where we land on what the hell did Mihawk do with Zoro during the time skip, bro? If like, and we talked about this, and you and we both have talked this the horse to death and back to life and back to death to the point of St. Venus now, is that like Mihawk, okay, pre this chapter, Mihawk not having Haki was way more understandable because, or Conqueror's Haki, because there was always like, oh, but wouldn't it be sick if he didn't have Conqueror's Haki and he clashed with Conquerors and blah blah blah. I get it, the cope, he doesn't need it. And then it's like, oh, maybe that's, and you know, you play with the painted blade idea a little bit and you're like, oh, but maybe he doesn't need it because the Yoru is so infused with whatever Conqueror's Haki that it turned black and he uses it as a substitute, right? All this stuff. But now we're at a crossroads where if he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, that means he can't fight the Holy Knights and above, which that's not a line I'm drawing for Mihawk anytime, because there's also theories that he's like a holy knight. Like there's theories that like he's trained by, like there's so many theories on the sun. He might be the strongest holy knight. Like we don't even know. Surprise! Like we've seen his chest hairs,
Surprise.
but we haven't seen his like armpit. Like who knows? He's a freaky dude. Anyways, point is that Mihawk, whether he has Conqueror's Haki or not, like at this point in Scopper's vision, is a reckless, terrible teacher. Because as the world's strongest swordsman who's preparing your disciple for the new world, he doesn't know he has Kakurasaki, and it's something that Scopper like could sense, and like Luffy could sense, and people could just like know. Like we know that Zoro had Kakurasaki before the time skip. Like there was probably more evidence before the time skip than there was after the time skip, when it came to like, oh my god, I can't believe the anime leaked Zoro's Kakurasaki. It's like leaked. You mean like just said the obvious thing? Like what do you mean? What do you mean leak? Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, now I'm confused on Mihawk. Where are you at? You probably didn't go that far.
I'm a Mihawk Coper. I also ended up where you are, where it's like, what the hell is Mihawk doing to this guy? But
Is
maybe
he the
Mihawk is
diddler?
like a hands-off teacher. That's my cope. Because outside of that, I just don't know. Because Rayleigh, for example, right?
Yeah.
Rayleigh was like, oh yeah, I taught Luffy for like a year and a half, and then I left for the past 6 months.
And that was the
Maybe
basics.
Mihawk, yeah, maybe Mihawk was even worse. Maybe Mihawk was like, oh, like, I mean, Zoro's out there with some baboons. I'm gonna just leave him to that.
But Zoro
Maybe
beat him in
that's
a day.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm sure he kept on training the baboons. But yeah, like I think Mihawk might just be hands off, right? Maybe he just taught him the basic armament observation Haki, and then he left.
I'm okay with that
Like-
being the cope.
Like for example, like we haven't seen Zoro whip out any Mihawk abilities, right? Like if
The
he was
Black
doing
Blade.
that, then I'd be like, oh yeah, like why didn't he do that, right?
Black blade, technically. Any blade could be black.
I mean, Zoro. Okay, that's like a one-liner. Like that's like 1 second of teaching.
I mean, surely there was context to that moment. That was the Zoro literally cut off
I mean,
alcohol.
even with the black blades, Mihawk didn't tell him how to make one. He just said, "Oh yeah,
No.
black blades are a thing."
Yeah, but he trained him on that. Zoro was pissed because he was like, he had to stop drinking alcohol to train that. You know how that, like, because that's where I was at. I was like, bro, like Zoro said he did.
Zoro's training is like non-existent though. Like
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Mihawk ever pressed
yeah,
him.
but that's why I'm not like slandering Mihawk over like, oh, like why didn't he talk about Conqueror's Haki? It's like, well, it looks like Mihawk didn't talk about it much at all.
But like, I don't think that Mihawk even fought Zoro. At this point, I don't think it doesn't feel like it. And there's a reason
I don't
why.
think he did either.
There's a reason why.
I don't think they fought either.
And the reason why I think so is actually the contrast to Zoro in this moment, Sanji. Because unlike Zoro, Sanji had a competent teacher. A teacher that's literally training an army of revolutionaries. Some of which, so you take a normal girl, give her fishman karate. How? We don't know. You take an abandoned boy who got burned and floating in and now he knows like dragon fist, whatever. These are the things that the revs taught them. And even if we want to go and say like, yeah, but Ivankov doesn't have conquerors himself, we know that. Yeah, but he doesn't need to have it himself to demonstrate like this person does. This is how it works. I may not have it, and boom, and that's it. He's a competent teacher. But also, we have to recognize Ivankov not only made a name for himself, revolutionary, but also he's a character Oda's like been saving for like later in the story, like a part of a group that's now he's in the top 3 with Dragon, Kuma, and Ivankov. And it's like Kuma's mustering up Haki as a robot. And that's where like I think most of us drew the line. Like, come on. If he has Haki, how is he a robot? Like that doesn't make sense. But there we are. You know what I mean? And so Ivankov also like used it on Sanji. Like Sanji couldn't even hurt him. And it's like Ivankov was using it, but like we couldn't see it at that time. And Ivankov had Sanji fight like 100 people to his point. And it was like the last person was like the hardest, like the vice queen or whatever. It was like the hardest person. That person probably also knew Haki too. And so that's where it's probably like, yeah, I think it might be that the reason why Sanji doesn't know Conqueror's Haki. Yeah, Ivankov doesn't have Conqueror's Haki. He knows about it, but he has so much control over his Haki, which was literally like what the development in Onigashima was, right? He had to fine tune the level of his Haki to burn, like, so that he could burn his leg hotter or whatever. We don't know the full mechanisms there, but that was all through, you know, Ivankov's teaching. And it's probably the difference between Ivankov and Mihawk. And that's kind of a crazy metric to put them at. And that is probably why Sanji doesn't have it here, is because he has control over it, but he doesn't know that, like, how that he has it, probably because Ivankov never, like, realized it either.
Ooh, what if we learned that Ivankov gave Sanji Conqueror's Haki?
Bro,
that was recipe number 57.
Let me ask you.
Kingdom.
Let me ask you a question. Okay.
What's up?
Is roid raging a form of Conqueror's Haki? Because I've seen some crazy
in real life.
Yeah, like Eva just shoots you up with test, bro. I think you could get Conqueror's Haki that way.
I don't think so. Like, you know, I want my bodybuilders to be natural, like Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Well, Luffy ain't natty, bro. He took hella hormones, bro. We don't even know which direction those were for.
A day, like, you know, like Luffy had no choice but to take hormones, man.
I mean, it was an experience. It wasn't approved by the FDA, brother. Even Ivankov was like, hey, you might die from this. Luffy had to do the back rooms for that one.
Well, it was either that or let his brother die. I mean, you know, and that was just a one-time thing. It's not like Luffy's always gassing up.
Yeah, or he dies too. Which then the FDA would probably approve an emergency authorization clearance, which, you know, is only reserved for special situations normally, but then, you know, some people abuse that power. Anyways, point is, Zoro is natty out of the monster. No, he's not. What in the fuck? Onigashima? Drug dealer Chopper, his only occupation at this point, he literally stole drugs from another country. Give me your he literally had them at like gunpoint. Where are your drugs? And then Mr. Miyagi was just like, oh, I'm sorry, Chopper, I didn't know you were on test. Like Chopper started roid raging, bro. Zoro's on Fent. He might as well have been. Again, afterwards he saw God or Grim Reaper. Like, yo, straight up. The Rock is not FDA approved. The Rock is
in. Okay, well, he's come out multiple times saying that he's all natural. Is that truthful? I think that's up for debate. But, you know, I'm a believer in The Rock. You know, it's like believing Santa Claus is real at our age, right? Like we just let it slide. You know, yeah, sure, Santa Claus is there. I'm not gonna go to the North Pole and find out that he's not. Maybe The Rock is natural.
Yeah, it's natural as a diamond. Blood diamond. Yeah.
Who doesn't love a good old blood diamond?
Saying The Rock is a blood diamond rock is kind of crazy. I don't mean that really. Please collab The Rock, not the diamond. Imagine if you had a kid and named it The Diamond. That'd be kind of
cool.
Yeah.
Diamond Jozu.
Yeah, his dad was the boulder, right? Something like that? Or the stone? Or was that his sister?
I don't know. I think that's just a joke.
No. His dad was a rock name too. No. You're the one who. The Rock's dad's was a wrestler, and his grandfather was a wrestler.
Oh, his dad is Rocky.
Okay, and his grandfather was the Stoner. The Mountain.
Here it is. His granddad's name is Peter.
Oh my God. Wait, that's so big brain, bro. You want to know why? Because Peter means father of the land. Peter, actually, the root of it is actually pewter, as in earth. That is actually the truth. This guy was going biblical, brother.
The Johnson family thought about all of this, huh?
Yo,
they're just too correct,
dude. They went back to the.
This is Oda level storytelling with the Dwayne family.
Yeah. They went from Tudor to Rocky. I'm not even like I'm not even memeing. This is actual real. Like this
No,
Peter.
no, I know,
Yeah,
but I also no. What I'm saying is that I doubt they thought about that
yeah,
though.
yeah,
I
yeah.
know what you're talking about, but
Like
I don't think they thought about all of this.
like we find out like the great grandfather is like Socrates, like the person who invented the word. Like he's we find out that's how deep the lore is. Oh god. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't. Okay, this is not Glaze. I'm not saying this is the case, but I low key wouldn't be surprised if Rock was like the descendant of like one of those like charismatic scholar people that just like said random shit and speaking to the sky, and then we're like, oh my god, he can read. We must listen to him. He can read, guys. He's the one guy in our village. And then he goes off and says, "Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. Earth flat." Actually, no, they weren't that stupid. They thought the Earth was round too, because they looked up in the sky and saw round objects and were like, "We should be round too." No, yeah. I always forget flat Earthers a recent thing. Oh God,
I mean, it kind of died out recently though. You haven't heard about one in a while.
That's true. That's true. I did see a short recently of there's this like I think he's a billionaire. He's flying out people who the most flat earth, like they are so convinced that they're flat earthers that they're like changing their lives. He flies them out to Antarctica for them to see the earth the sun spin in a circle in the sky to prove to them that it doesn't like it's not like on a slideshow. Because he's just has fuck you money and he's just like, yeah, fuck you, I'll fly you to Antarctica.
At that point, just take him out there and perform the most dangerous game.
I mean, going to Antarctica in and of itself is like, you could die.
Yeah, here they're signing their death warrant with that one.
Yeah, like if you
Antarctica, why not?
If you go there and you're not convinced, he just kills you. Who would know? Honestly, you know what I mean? Like, shit, a polar bear got him. Wait, there's no polar.
Now that you guys have seen the truth, those of you who believe in flat Earth still, go to this room on the left. Those who do not, go on the right. And then that's when he puts on the suit. He gets a gun and he's like, "Okay, time to put them down."
That's where we get Dark Beast.
Boom, yeah.
The left
dark
room
billionaire
is Mr. Beast, but what he does is like an anime Squid Games host where he's like killing people. That's where he gets his rocks off, right? He makes them eat Feastables until they pass out. That'd be crazy.
His name is Dark Billy.
Yeah, because I don't know who, but I always see okay, Mr. Beast, if you want to collab, I have tried Feastables before the recipe change, and I kind of liked it. I don't remember how much it cost, which means that it was probably priced pretty good. But you know, I'm gonna be honest. When I go to the store, I've never seen Feastables like gotten. You know what I mean? Like taken. Have you?
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, sorry. I could help though, Mr. Beast. Give me sponsor, please. Thank you. Imagine Mr. Beast started sponsoring YouTubers.
Damn. Imagine you paid really well, right?
Yeah, he would pay really good.
Yeah.
But I'd have to like he'd want me to post like every day. Yeah.
I don't think he would.
You don't think he would?
I think he knows most YouTubers don't have that grind set.
True. Dang, would you?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind shelling out some Feastables, brother. I've shelled out so many random ass products that I enjoy, that I like. I wouldn't mind doing Feastables. Why not?
Would you stay?
As long as it doesn't give people cancer.
In a circle, if you stay in a circle, or would you do if like you have unlimited time to lose like 40 pounds, and if you do, then you win $1 million? Would you do it? You have like everything, like a gym and a house and running water and all that stuff.
I'd try, yeah.
Yeah, apparently there's a person, Mr. Beast has someone doing that, and it's been like 9 months, and people are like, "Damn, that guy's just like farming." Like, does he? I wonder if he has a computer. Because if I could do the One Piece channel from that scenario, I would choose it probably. Actually, no, I have a son. Never mind. I wouldn't. Never mind. Missed too much.
I mean, there's people who have kids who go on Mr. Beast's thing in the past.
Yeah.
And they're like newborns, and they're like, "Oh yeah, like you know, I'm doing this for the family because it's setting them up for success." So
I could not. Yeah. I mean, the winner. I mean, I want to spoil, but the winner guy, I can get that guy's scenario, but that was a little bit different because kids were older. At his kid's age, then I'd see it. But the newborn one, I could never. I could never. There was like one lady had like, or someone who was like a few months out. I feel like, or just 1 year. And I looked over. Me and my wife were watching, and I looked over and it was like, looked at our son. Well, he wasn't there, but we looked at the baby monitor. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't do it. But have
Be
you guys
too
talked?
much.
Yeah, too much. Have you guys talked about Naruto yet? Ironically
No, no,
enough,
the Naruto sponsored segment hasn't popped up yet.
yeah, the Naruto
Which
sponsor
reminds me, it's
segment,
about time.
yeah, is coming back. Is coming into the thing because um uh when it came to, I don't know how to connect this to Naruto, but
No, no, easy. Abyss mark, curse mark. Like it's
oh,
all
we're
right
before
there.
that.
Oh, oh, damn.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you about the main question of the
What is it?
chapter. You know, this is, I'm gonna give you a hint. I hate this line of discussion. I hate talking about it. Anytime someone, I literally, yeah, I almost like threw up on stream, and I made the same face as the person receiving this like info. I made the same face and I didn't even realize it. What topic am I talking about?
So I have the chapter pulled up. Let me see. You're probably talking about bath time with Scopper.
No, before that.
Oh, before that, damn. The Luffy joining the crew line.
Yeah, because I read that.
Why?
I
No,
no
no,
no no
no.
hold on,
It's
hold on, hold on.
good.
Yeah, yeah, hold on, hold on.
Good.
I read the join my crew and I yacked. I was like, no. What? And then Lawyer Luffy. I ain't never seen this cosplay put on. He big brained me. I didn't even think about this. He said if he does, then you can't complain if I free him, right, Hiredin? Luffy's like Better Call Saul in this moment. This was like the probably the biggest brain move Luffy's ever done in like a time crunch. You know what I mean? Like this is heat of the moment, spur of the thing. Like Whole Cake Island when he made the plan for the wedding cake crashing, that was like a let him cook moment, right? He went from meeting, don't worry, I got this. Don't worry, I got this. People are like, what is he gonna do? Don't worry, I got this. And he showed up and it's like, damn. But like, you know, that was with, you know, Brooke in line, other people in line, people help him. This was Luffy's brain moving the fastest I've ever seen, bro. This is Lightspeed. This is Flash. This is IQ points on the table, baby. This is
It's
awesome.
good, man. He just wants to help Elbaf, man. You know, the reason he's saying this is just so that they can go up to the Sun Realm, which, funny enough, they don't end up doing later.
Yeah,
Luke ends up staying.
which no, I would actually argue that that's not why Luffy literally goes. Elbaf doesn't seem to want him, but he seems okay to me. Besides, if he tries anything, and so that's when I was like, wait a second, is this different? Is this not a gag? Like, was he actually asking him to join the crew? Because I thought he said that as like a way to get a loophole through. But then he goes like, wait, no, like Elbaf doesn't want him, so I'll take him. Like that's literally what it sounded like, and I'm like, oh, but then my knight in shining armor, I felt like Ripley. Honestly, the way Scopper comes out, fast forwarding this a little bit, you know, he goes, Hiredin, release Loki. And Hiredin decides to be a brat. I think Hiredin was a brat. What do you think? Hiredin's reaction to that? Do you think it's like...
He's very brat-like throughout this whole chapter, I would say. But
Yeah.
I think it works well against Loki. You know, because I feel like Loki beforehand always kind of joked his way out of these talks, but this time around, like, you know, Loki doesn't really have anywhere to go. So Hardin is really like digging his knee into him.
Yeah.
You know, he's taken over that brat persona, and I respect it.
Yeah.
I can't hate it.
And then to that, like the reason why I says Brad is like, what was that Yasa? I need to hear the tone. You know what I mean? Like, listen, you might be the prince of Elbaf, but you're not the first heir to the throne, little kid, little boy. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus.
Yeah. And if he's raising his tone at Gyaban, what was that, Yasan? Like, I need a tone check here. I need to know how this is portrayed, right? Because they're showing him shouting. They're showing him a little disrespectful. A little. If I, if I was Harold and I saw my kid speaking to Yaban like that, I would.
No, I think his dad would really like it.
Whoa! And then see, then it's paired up with some patronizing things. You don't think that Scopper knows 14 years ago Loki murdered? You don't think Scopper knows all these things, and that's why he's saying that? Like, why you don't have to reiterate these things? And the other part is that, like, I'm still so confused about why it's always said like this. He left Elder Yarul at the brink of death, right? And this happened before when they said, yeah, he got the sword in his head because he tried to stop Loki. But like in both scenarios, they could have said it the simpler way, which was in the first one, hey, Loki stabbed him in the head. Like, Loki did this to him. But they didn't say that. They said that he got this trying to stop Loki, which left the door open. Wait, like, so wait, what? What was happening then? And then in this one, he left Elder Yarl at the brink of that. Why couldn't he just say he almost killed Elder Yarl? That means way more. Like, if I was in a court and I was trying to convince a jury, I would say my guy almost killed him. I wouldn't say he left him on the brink as a bystander. A bystander could have done that. That's a passerby that juries have a.
Could just be bad translation.
Could be. And then it's like killed his own father in cold blood. It's like you didn't hear Loki out for that one. He's the worst criminal in our country even now. It's like, damn, bro. Everybody knows that. We just talked about this, Harden. I know Giants third 3 times slower. I don't know how many chapters back you are. Like Oda it's 45 divided by 3 or something like that. Or not 40. It's the age divided by 3. Third. But then Scopper responds, I know, but on that day I felt a strange emanation of hockey coming from West Castle. Shanks and I went there to investigate. Looking back, it's possible we didn't have the whole story. So, what does that mean for you? What does that mean, Scopper? Like, because then we get the context, which threw me through a loop because I was like, I'll tell you why later, but what do you think this means? Plus, what the context that we got.
I bet it means that when Scopper and Shanks showed up, they saw something they couldn't really explain. Like, maybe they know Loki. I mean, I bet they do know Loki, right? They're like, oh yeah, like Loki did this? Like, they looked around. They're like, wait, like, did he really? But because Loki was the only person there, I think they just easily implicated him. Kind of like what all the villagers like what Hardin does, right? I think they simply see Loki in the room. They see a bunch of dead people. He's the last one standing, possibly, and they just assumed it was him. I think it's as simple as that. And then I think there's also a portion of it where Loki didn't try to defend himself, because I feel like if Loki said something, that people would believe him.
Mm-hmm.
I get that he's like the trickster, he's the liar, but I mean, if he just said, hey, I didn't kill my dad, I feel like more so than not, people would generally believe him. So I think one way or another, I think he took the blame onto himself.
So let's like skipping a little bit, not really.
Yeah.
Before we get into the flashback, Loki starts crying, which bodes well for, the positive look. Like, this is genuine, and from my standpoint, and the chapter title, It Was an Awful Day, that was said by Loki. I honestly never expected that. I didn't know what an awful day would mean, but the fact that he's looking back and crying, obviously it's like, who is he trying to sell here? We already know his position's anti-world government.
I love that. Who's he trying to sell? Who's he trying to fool?
Yeah. It's like it's not.
That's crazy.
There's not like an audience here that this really matters for, and the timing of it's very interesting too. Is Hiredin gonna be sold by his tears? No. If Hiredin's like, don't cry, brother, like, it's okay.
I think he would. I mean, it's one of those things where it's yes. If Loki has never cried before, yeah, he's gonna fall for it. It's like one of those things, like, if you see somebody cry once, like, yeah, you give them a lot of sympathy. If you see them cry twice or 3 times or 4 times just to get their way, then they're BSing. Like, if this is Loki's very first time,
we don't know that.
Then yeah, it's big.
And we don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know that.
But we do
But
know that
that's why I'm
Hiredin
not
said
saying "Ah!" right
Hiredin
away.
did say that
I
Loki
get it.
employed every trick in the book to pull one
Yeah, but
over
is
them.
that trick something that would make himself seem lesser?
Did he ever pull
Because I
out
think it's
the
very different.
crocodile tears, the weapon of a white woman? Is that what he has or in his tool belt? Well, we'll find out next time on Dragon Ball
I
Z
don't think he did.
because here we go
Loki
into
doesn't seem
the
like the type of guy that do that.
yeah. I mean, we don't. But here's the thing: he was a kid, right? Kids say the darndest things. Kids do the darndest things. He went from a kid that says your mom has dirty blood, right? Um, to allowing Scopper to just say you have because imagine he interjected. Scopper says, who else can get him talking? You may have different mothers but are still brothers. Imagine he interjected here and like, hey, don't forget his mom is dirty blood. Imagine then he's like, all right, he's kind of messed up, right? And I did question whether he has respect for Gabon because like, is he responding to him respectfully because like earlier on he listened to what he was saying about fighting them and it clicked, he like learned from them that at one point, but then also he has like a racism towards the humans where he's just like literally like, I can't believe you would rely on them. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure Loki would rely on Scopper to a certain extent. Like he knows that he's reliable. You know what I mean? Like Scopper has to be the worst thing for his racism because Scopper's that guy for all of Elbaf. And he's probably that guy who showed up and like even Harold was like, all right, yeah, guys, don't try to fight Scopper. And then Loki's like, what do you mean? And like, he's the heir of rocks. And he's like, what? He's like, rocks? And then Loki's like fanboying over, and then Scopper's this entire time's racist, but then Rox is a normal sized dude too. So it's like, it's all interesting. But anyways, we go to flashback. Now, something that I curious about. Off the rip, we see Loki and Yarul coming in. They're kind of dripped out. They look like senators almost. They look like right hand, left hand, like Game of Thrones level thing going on. Now, Yarul goes, he summoned you too, Loki, right? So he summoned Loki. Why didn't he summon Hiredin?
Yes, we do not know. I have no clue.
That's interesting, right? Because earlier you were saying like like we don't know Loki's like like his serious mode, right? Like we know he's a trickster, but when like business happens, like what's his serious like? And we saw a glimpse of it in this chapter when like Scott was talking, explaining the Conqueror's hockey thing. He like genuinely sat down and was like, wait, like looking back, blah blah. That's more normal of a person. And then in this situation, he's being summoned by Harold alongside Yarul to discuss something. Now, when I guess this is what would frame most of what would come next because we can't really say, but where does the scheme start and where does the scheme end? In the sense that did Harold invite them or did Harold not invite them? Was because like if this room was set up, right, and he got stabbed, the point of Loki and Yarul are as witnesses and also scapegoat. But then the issue is, did the Holy Knights do that? Or did someone else do that? It's kind of curious because like killing Harold at that point, like they seem like they literally ported to the throne room looking for Harold. Right? So like that's a little interesting because that's like, wait, but then they also know like, were you visiting his grave? So it's like that's also interesting. And then they were mad about the schools and stuff like that. But they didn't do anything prior and Loki was more upset, which that's another whole angle to talk about. But do you think that Harold invited Loki and Yarul?
I think he did.
You think he did? So where did Harold lose control of this situation where he found himself here? He set up this meeting.
Yeah.
He brought the guards together, but somehow, somewhere, someone made it controlled all the guards to stab him to death, and he couldn't retaliate. Also, whether it was he couldn't or he wouldn't, we don't know.
Couldn't, wouldn't. We also don't know if it was just like a straight up mutiny as well.
Yeah,
Like, what if the other people also did not like where LDF is going? Like, honestly, you're asking me these questions, and it's like, dude, I have no clue either.
yeah. It's
Like, I mean, I have a lot of like different takes on it, but that's the thing, right? Like, we don't really know anything about this situation. Like, why did he summon Loki? Why did he summon Yarul? Why not Harden? Why now? Like, what was he doing that was currying favor with the WG because he wasn't in reality, right?
yeah, yeah. And then that's the other
Like, there's
thing.
a lot of weird things about Harold still, and I think that is why we're getting like a full-on Harold flashback just to explain all of it.
And to
Right? Like
add
Oda showed us
on,
the ending, and he's like, okay, now let's go to the beginning.
to that, I think another premise that was really interesting was that the reveal that he's working with the world government wasn't the plot twist that turned Loki over. I actually think the story that we got is crazier because Loki was fully aware of the world government stuff, um,
Yeah.
and he was upset, and that's where it stopped. He was just like, okay, I'm upset. It's my dad. Whatever. Respect. Whatever. He clearly loves his dad based on the way he's crying. Um, and he's upset at the schools, and then they got into conversation about the the ramifications on their society with these schools. And again, you see Loki speaking as like a not a politician per se, but you know, Yarul's like, oh, these politics are beyond me. This is for the young people, and that's where I have to throw back our insult. You know, like I fully retract my constant barrage of Biden Trump insults towards you, Yarul. You are leagues beyond. The 400 years makes you wiser. He's like, I shouldn't be here. I need to step down. Young people need to take over. And that's awesome. Shout outs to Yarul for that awesome take. Now, going back to it, because Yarul has some weird stuff too. But now the story is that Loki did kill everybody except his dad, and he did it out of anger because he walked in seeing them stab his
Well,
dad. Right? That's the most likely scenario.
I don't even agree with that necessarily. I don't even
Damn.
think it's like the most likely thing. I mean, it's not even a damn thing, right? Like it's
Well,
like
I
we don't
think
know what happened in that room. We know somebody else is there.
well that no, bro, I'm saying like because if you it's also weird because he does take like he when he hired and asked him, "Did you kill our dad?" Blah blah, or you killed our dad, right? He's like, "Yeah, but it wasn't out of cold
Yeah.
blood," right? So he's admitting to killing, right? So that's where I'm like, that's where I've been like, no, he's admitting to the crime, but the crime is justified. Why is it justified? That's where we're at now. If he sees his dad being murdered, him killing the murderers is the justification there, but that part doesn't fully respond to why he said he killed his dad. Yes, but or he didn't retort to the kill his dad part because if he didn't kill his dad, he could have said it wasn't me. But he's they're not gonna believe that, so that's maybe why he's starting further back.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't out of cold blood. It was I literally watched him die, being murdered, and that's where it's also odd and also weird because I think the easiest explanation for this is that the sword in Yarl's brain caused amnesia. But like I feel like they don't even use that excuse. I feel like Yarul is in on some cover up, right? Like I don't get it because Yarul is there and unless he has memory loss, right? Like there's no way you think that Loki did it, right? Like unless Loki
That's why
got
it's got
taken.
to be like a thing where they maybe worked on the story together. Like they both understood like what they had to do to cover this up.
Yeah.
I think that could be another route, but yeah, there's a lot of like weird pieces we don't understand yet. Like it's funny because like the King Harold situation, it seems straightforward, right? But in reality, it's not. Like
It's
there's just
so
so many moving parts. Like the mysterious character, the strange hockey that Scopper sensed, the scene that Shanks and Scopper walked into where they didn't get the full story, but they still knew it was a Loki. Jarl being stabbed, but the sword in his head is King Harold's sword. Why the soldiers stabbed King Harold in the first place? What's up with his demonic obviously like King Harold, he also looks somewhat demonic, right? You see the horn coming out of his mouth. You see like this weird tip on his back that could be like wings even. Like there's a lot of strange things about this. And then even Loki killing his dad. Yeah, like did he kill his dad and then did he try to save the guards? Did he kill his dad and then he killed all the guards anyways? Like it's nothing really makes sense.
yeah.
It's like one of those it's like a Chinese finger trap. I think this is a great analogy, but you look at a Chinese finger trap and you're like, "Oh, like that's stupid. I can get out of that." And then you slip your fat sausage fingers in there. You're a killed boss of sausages that are just tied to your hand and they're stuck and you can't get out. That is exactly what the scenario is. Like it seems easy to tackle and easy to theorize about, but in reality it's kind of not. Like because you have to explain so many things. It's kind of like Mosa, right? Like Mosa seems like an easy thing to predict, but also there's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, there's even I because I remembered before the chapter I was like, wait, Mosa was one of the biggest things we talked about
That
beforehand,
sausage.
and and I was like, is it just Yarrow's Mosa? But that wouldn't even make sense because then it's like he couldn't possibly be describing the event that Loki was there for and remembers there, like, because then Loki would, because then if Mosa was giving information about that day and he's not Yarul, because Yarul doesn't remember it perfectly or he's cooking it up. But if it was intentional, it couldn't be Yarul masquerading as someone, like, because it's literally them two as the lone survivors and then that random person, right? So then is Mosa the person that's on the other end because they would know the information about that event and or something like that, or no? Like I'm genuinely
I
confused
don't
on
think
that mystery
Mosa.
person.
I don't think Mosa is even tied to this event. Like, the
Yeah.
Loki saying, "If I was there, I would have killed everybody." So it's obviously a different event altogether. So it's like, if it was Yarul, one of my main qualms with Yarul is that means that Yarul is cooking up an entirely fake, Tinder swindler backstory just to become friends with Loki under some obviously an alias, right? Like I think that makes zero sense, especially when you see Loki and Jarl in this chapter because they're good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a part of Loki that kind of respected Jarl in this chapter. You could tell in his demeanor. It's like, whoa, like, well, respected but also criticized, right? But yeah, that's just Loki.
So
So I
my
don't get why Jarl be Mosa at all. That never really made any sense to me.
yeah. But the mystery person at the end of this like sequence, do you have any ideas?
Hell no. I mean,
Yeah. It's like
if I
so
had to put
random.
my money down, this is one thing I can try to guess on, but even then, it's like still shoddy. I think it's going to be a Holy Night, and I think the fruit is probably just the Gumu Gumu no Mi. Given the
Yeah.
timeline and given that Shanks is here, I think it would make sense, but it also wouldn't make sense.
Because they
It would
came
make
right
sense
after.
because what's up?
Why, oh no, sorry. Why wouldn't it make sense?
Oh, I was about to say it makes sense because of the timeline, right? One
Yeah.
year later, Shanks fights Who's Who. He gets the Devil Fruit. It's the legendary Sun God Nika fruit. I think that all falls in line. But what doesn't make sense is that if this was a holy night, why not just bring the fruit back via the Abyss Circle? Why not deliver the fruit back to the homeland on your own ship? Or like, why don't you charter a ship and then bring it back home? Why would you entrust this to Who's Who out of all people? And
Right.
also, like, why would it be like a year-long trip to bring it to the Holy Land as well, right? I think that year gap is really strange. So that's where I'm like hung up at. It's like, okay, like let's say it's the Gumu Gumu no Mi. Why did we find this a year later? Like, I feel like if I had the Sun God Nika fruit, and if I worked for Emu, that would be priority number one. The Holy Land could be on fire, and I'd be bringing that fruit back regardless. Like, I'm shit. Emu's here telling me to come back. No, no, no. I'm bringing the fruit back. Like, this is our number one priority. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you'd send your heaviest hitters to do that. So why Who's Who and why a year later? So that's like I said, that's where I'm hung up at. Like even the theory that I believe in is just, it's so weird. It doesn't fit yet.
Yeah. I think so many things have altered, changed, even with the appearance of the tattoo on Shanks's arm. If that's the Abyss mark in full capacity, a lot of things are interesting. But just going back to the whole thing with Shanks, Loki that day,
It's Shiki.
Shanks, Shiki. Well, oh, stealing the thing. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, Shiki's
Um,
stealing the thing. Shiki's also the guy that killed King Harold, and also Shiki is Mosa. And also Shiki's waiting for us at Laugh Tale. Just wait.
so Shanks says something that's really interesting.
What
Um,
does he say?
he says he met Harold, and he confirmed that it would have to be after the Roger Pirates, which makes sense because Scopper would have known if he met Harold. And it was at
Yeah.
Mare Joie. And we know that Shanks had been there one time in the past. We don't know exact timeline, but it apparently coincides when Harold was there. And Shanks said, "We couldn't speak freely in the Holy Land. Now that we're both in this country, I really want to talk to him before it's too late." Before it's too late is crazy words. And the reason why I say crazy words is because I didn't say it in reaction because it would have been way too much to explain. But like Shanks saying before it's too late, there's a weird world where it's like, if I'm taking over Elbaf, or I'm like doing some kind of espionage type shit, um, I would want to lock down Gabon. Right? Sommer's face when he just realized it was Scott. But what the hell are you doing here? Clearly, the Holy Knights have not registered in the last 20 whatever years that Scopper has been here, 25 years, right? So that's one thing. Scopper's presence is masked, but also Scopper, like, we don't know what happened after they sent the thing. How long did Shanks stall? So in my brain, I was like, did Shanks run interference with Scopper here? Was that why he was like, "Hey, long time no see, Scopper. Fancy seeing you. You know, I'm actually here to see the king that's about to die right now as I say these words." Like, it's like, damn, the timing is really crazy. Now, there is that world, but like, I didn't say it out loud on the thing because there's so many things to battle with any perspective you want to choose here. Because the other way I was looking at it was him saying before it's too late means that he knows stuff. He knows the plan. And to what capacity though? And that's where it's like, this felt like the Shanks coded thing. Whitebeard, bring back Blackbeard, otherwise the world is gonna spiral into chaos, right? Like I am
Yeah.
protecting the new world, right? Like he has this kind of knowledge at that point, where you could call it future sight, despite it really not being future sight. He's kind of like, hey, like, I'm not trying to step on any toes here, Pops, but you don't really know your son all too well. And so he's like, he's putting two and two together. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, but the ambitions, only Shanks knew of Blackbeard's depth of ambitions because of that fight that they had that scarred him. And so that conversation sounds like this conversation. Now, before it's too late sounds like what happened to Harold, right? The ultimate demise. He goes to Whitebeard, "Hey, stop this. Like, you're a Yonko, blah, blah, but like, this is too much. Everyone will, like, you didn't say you'll die, but like, I think Shanks's intentions was to keep the status quo so that Whitebeard wouldn't die. Because Whitebeard probably thought he was so brave that like, or so strong that he didn't need to die there, but then he sacrificed his life because circumstances had him do that. Point is that Shanks here, before it's too late, it might be that he knew that they were going to steal the Gomu Gomu, and like he already knew that was gonna happen, and Harold was gonna die. And the thing is that event, that Shanks saw Harold at, that is a very interesting timeline because that's after Roger got or not after Laugh Tale, and seemingly from the stream we figured out that Shanks didn't have this tattoo from birth. This tattoo on his arm, he didn't have it in the Odin flashback. which would mean if he went to the Holy Land one time, then that would be the time he got this tattoo. And that's where it gets interesting, because maybe, like, you know, there's a world where he did this after, before Roger's execution, which is why he gave up on being a pirate, stuff like that. But you know, a bunch of different conversations happened there. But I'm curious about that day that he saw Harold, because Aunt Marijois, because now I think that might be the day that Doflamingo was talking about too. Like, if I had Law's power on that day, it might have been this day where Shanks and Harold were also there. And I think that it might be because Loki wasn't there. Harold was. And that's important because I think Mosa was a witness to something bad that happened to Harold at Marijois. He was a witness to some, like, thing that pissed Loki off, which is why he said, if I was there, I would have flattened the whole thing. I don't get it. That's why it's so confusing to him why Harold would do such a thing, right? And so he already knows that he calls him like a world government dog, right? Like in this chapter. So he goes beyond like that. He calls him scum, whatever, right? So now I'm thinking that Mosa is possibly a celestial, but someone, a king or something, someone who was there at that same day where Shanks met Harold in Marijois. And that might also sweeten the information, because that might also explain why Oda, I wouldn't say forced, but he made Shamrock's monologue, because then that's where Loki can like verify Mosa's information. Wait, Shanks went back to the Holy Land one time? That must have been the time that Mosa was talking about. He said he saw the red hair there. And it's like, this guy is telling me that. This guy, Mosa, the dots are all connecting. It could be all connected. So, no, I don't think Mosa's Emu, guys. I don't think that's
I don't think most is Emu either.
Yeah. Mosa equals Gunko's real body. Think Buckingham Stussy 2.0, but she's locked up in Marijois. The world government black market is called the underworld, exactly where Loki is. Gunko, I wouldn't call it the world government black market. I wouldn't say that, because it's like everybody uses them, but like
we also have to explain like how Gunko's even able to talk to Loki like this. Like, that doesn't fit.
Yeah, Gunko's hair grew once Emu merged, hence Shaggy. Scuba 7, I like the energy and I like the idea, but
we would have to fit it into the timeline. So what are we saying? Like, there's a different Gunko body that's talking to Loki at the same time?
Yeah, like we'd have to add to the power system too, of like she's astral planing, and then this isn't her real body, and then Emu also can astral plane hijack, the famous September technique, and this is, you know, the Emu
and
special.
while Gunko regained her memories for that brief moment, she also ended up calling Loki saying goodbye.
No, but they're saying the real Gunko back home is the one calling. That's what they're saying.
So this is like just a fake Gunko altogether. Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. This is just a separate soul Gunko. Yeah. When would she have the time to phone Loki? Yeah, I think that's
a hard one.
Gunko may fit the demographic, because I think that it's someone that had to be a Marijois, but I don't think it's a celestial dragon per se. But it could be. It could be. How crazy would it be if it was a celestial dragon? How crazy would it be if Mosa was a Gorosei member? Like, it would be wild if we found out that one of the Gorosei members was defecting via Loki. Because that's another thing. How you said a very, very keen question. If the Holy Knights are here, as Scopper's implying, then, and they're the ones who secured the Gomu Gomu, and they're here, so even if they, like, who could possibly, if Shanks and Scopper are there, who's out here, like what, cherry picking the Holy Knights? That's wild. And the reality would be, the best way for the Holy Knights to fail in this moment, how did the Holy Knights capture the devil fruit? How did it end? How did it end up being like the who's who need to retrieve and Shanks got it after that? When we know that the Holy Ants do, or the Gorosei slash Celestial Dragons have leaks, we know that Ginny was able to do
Should have
leaks.
sent Spandine, dude.
But what I am gonna say is that didn't the Gorosei, there was some interesting answers like, oh, it feels like it's escaping us. It feels like it has legs on its own. It could be
So you're saying there's a rat among the Gorosei. I mean,
it,
that's been a common theory for a while now, right? People are saying, I think the most common candidate is Jupiter.
yeah, it could be Jupiter, but I mean, now Mosa would have to be an alive one. But the beard, Jupiter, Saturn could have worked prior, but you know, a different beard, a little bit more dreaded. Um, the dreaded beard. I hope Oda kills
Redbeard is such
Ange.
a cool name.
Yeah, it is kind of a cool name. Yeah, so so
Like a movie villain.
my brain is kind of going towards somewhere there because I think that's interesting if there's like a Holy Knight Gorosei defector because you know I think um I forget how we got onto this before, but like the idea that Garling is like playing the someone was say oh yeah someone chatted saying that Charlos is playing the short game and Garling is playing the long game, and I was like, wait, what do you mean? I think it's Mr. Nine. I don't know if you clarified that yet, but essentially saying that Garling also wants to like liberate the world, but he's playing a longer game and he made it into the Gorosei, so now he succeeded. And so like essentially Charlos couldn't see, or not, Mosgard couldn't see the vision of liberation or whatever.
Cool. I like that.
Yeah. So I mean, like, you know,
couldn't see the vision gets executed.
Garling is my moderator.
He says you were too soon.
Yeah. But yeah, so going to this flashback again, like there's so many, we got a lot. We also got a lot of question marks. I think a big question mark I want to ask is the Jarl thing, because his perspective changes a lot because like how he forgets it, like matters so much. Is he a part of it? Is he not a part of it? You know, and there was something else I was gonna say. You know, another thing too is that like Oda weirdly silhouetted Harold in the execution part, but then showed us Harold later on. So Harold looks dope. We'll say that. See where the genetics. I feel so bad for Hired, and every time I see more and more of this family tree, I'm like, God damn it, bro. God damn it, bro. Loki
His
got
mom's
everything.
got to be scuffed then, right? She's like absolutely chopped if that's the case.
She's probably not scuffed. It's probably just like she's probably a normal person.
I mean, you see, no offense, you see Loki's taste in women. You know, he's simping over Lola. So I think saying that Harold is going after a chopped ass woman isn't that crazy. And no, hey, no big deal. You know, I'm just saying, you know.
Which is more
Maybe that'll
fuel
explain
for your
why Harden is the way he is. And maybe she's a D clan member, you know. Haru DN is I think that's very popular nowadays.
So, but no, this is fuel for your theory that Loki and Ange end up together, because you think that Ange is probably more similar to Hiredin's mom than Loki's mom.
Dude, if Loki falls for Ange, that'd be so funny.
Oh, are you saying that's outside of the vision of Sai? You never.
I mean, hey, that's a theory I've talked about before, but you know, it's one of those theories that's absurd, right? I acknowledge it. Loki and Ange, dumb theory, but you know, it's got like it's not 0%. It's like 2% chance.
Yeah, 2%. The king
2%,
wasn't like milk. The king wasn't a criminal with
He
bounties.
he can't get with Lola. Lola's married now, you know. Lola has a kid. Or sorry, no,
Hey.
Lola doesn't have a kid. Chiffon. Wait, does Lola have a kid? Chiffon does, but does Lola?
No, Lola just got married, bro. Like last week.
Dude, One Piece moves fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of Shank stuff, conversation stuff, some more stuff. I'm sure we'll get to them on the podcast too. I want to get to some of the super chats, but I did want to throw. I think this chapter had a lot of good, fun, like discussion theories. I wouldn't say like,
Oh yeah,
because like it again, repainting it like there are so many ways to go down. I did two logic lines completely opposite, but one of them being that the arm situation, right? Because Shanks loses his arm. He has the abyss mark. The abyss mark, but he has a scar. So he has the abyss mark and a scar, which means that he doesn't always have to regenerate. But you know, the ramifications of what the abyss mark means does it mean that Emu has the vision of the thing, which I think it's important to say that Shanks not because I would like it if Shanks did have the mark since birth, because then him not going to Laughdale would be the biggest cockblock to Emu, because Emu could have just spied. But then Shanks is like, I'm gonna go protect my brother, and Emu's like, I was so close, but like, you know, it couldn't hijack Shanks, so it's most likely didn't have the mark then, and we saw that reflected in the chapters. So that's there. You know, in conversation with Roger, what did he say? All those things. But specifically, like we were talking about it, like, do you think that Shanks could have regened his arm? Not his arm. Sorry, before, because his mark is probably removed now, which was like a
Yeah.
soft theory prior, like I remember talking about that here and there, but like that he got his arm removed on purpose because some celestial dragon thing. I remember the first times talking about it was like the blue skin disease, like maybe he had it and he got it removed, like Bonnie had the skin thing and he just needed to chop off his arm, and can't really chop off Bonnie's face or head to do that, so like, you know, that's where he's a little bit different. He just cut off his arm, but would he want to give up his arm as a swordsman? You know, that was a tough deal, but he gave it up for Luffy, and so we started that conversation then. But now there's a different ramification because that's the arm with the mark on it. And so before, do you think that he could regenerate? I forgot if you answered, sorry.
Can he regenerate?
Yeah, with that mark.
See, I'm pretty 50-50 on it. I mean, I'm a fence sitter when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I could see a scenario where Shanks could have regenerated, but he didn't. Like, he chose not to. I could also see a scenario where Sea Kings are special, right? I feel like that could bring back the importance of like the Sea Kings and Shirahoshi and Poseidon. If Sea Kings are like a natural threat against Holy Knights, you could also say that sometimes, maybe Holy Knight powers don't work in water. You could also say that maybe Shanks doesn't fully have the Abyss mark yet, so he doesn't have regeneration at all. You know, I think it's another one of those situations that like we don't really know yet.
There's also a world where Shanks, because like Scopper did say it's just Conquer's hockey to stop it. Like, is it possible that Shanks just, because we know he used Conquer's hockey after getting his arm ripped off? Is it
Yeah.
possible that he did that thing that allowed it to make it so that the arm didn't come back?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I like to imagine if it's your own regeneration, you could just say no.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's where it's like, that's where
Like, just turn off your ability.
we're playing with the idea that Luffy. So backing up real quick, do you think that
Yeah.
Luffy could get a mark on him, like Gear 5? Let's just say Gear 5 for right now.
Gear 5 Luffy.
Yeah, do you think that Emu could like mark him, control him, like whatever, do anything like that?
If I'd say if Luffy wanted to join, yeah.
I've been
I think he
thinking
could mark anybody.
that Luffy might be, and again, this is hypothetical, like, he might be immune, which is why, as Nika, like that, and that might
Oh,
be,
like and also Declan member too.
yeah, there's that, but I think the Nika fruit specifically has immunity to it, and the reason why the world government wanted that one off the board is because then if we're playing a game of Reversey and you're just flipping all the other things and there's no other players, then it's a easy game, right? And that's essentially what they were doing for the last 800
Yeah.
years, is that. And so the reason why the fruit is so targeted is because it probably can manipulate the board, whether it can flip pieces or it can't be flipped. Its existence is counterproductive because it can unintentionally flip the thing. Like pre-time skip Luffy was probably flipping people, you know what I mean? Like Bellamy, you know, probably flipped. Point is that Nika, the fruit, it might be And this was like we had a whole theory, like not theory, but like this was a foreskinned moment. That the Nika fruit, Shanks might have known that he could take off the mark with the Nika fruit, and that's why he wanted it, because like he wanted to keep his arm, and he's just like, all right, I gotta eat this fruit, and that might be the reason why he needed it. It was because um like him and his crew knew that. And what was the next thing that I realized was that the last one of the last things Oda showed us out of Gear 5 was Luffy was able to take off his scar and play with it. And so a lot of people then were like, wait, he could do that with scars and tattoos, and wait, when huh? And so then it's like, wait a second, Luffy could literally just remove the abyssal mark off of the Celestial Dragon or off of Shanks if he had the current day power. He could just take it off and throw it. So many people are like, wait a second, why didn't he just take the scar and not put it back on? But obviously that's a mark of whatever. So there was that, and then Fiso came in and was like, ain't this the beginning of One Piece? And what did Luffy do with Nami? Oda started us off having Luffy liberate her from her tattoo, her mark. And then got, the Sun Pirates. They cover up, they liberate using the sun, the Celestial Dragon's mark. And so then it's like, oh shit, it might be that Luffy, like Nika, they liberate people, the Holy Knights and whatever, from the mark that they have. And that's where, like, tie it back into the whole Shanks thing. This whole, like, I went back to the chapter too, when like Buggy was reflecting on how crazy it was that within a year, Shanks went from, I want to have a pirate crew that rivals yours, and we're going to become the greatest, whatever, and we're going to compete and whatever. And then the next year, Shanks is like, no. And Buggy was like offended, so offended, because he was like, he was basically like, who are you? What is this? He was so shocked by that thing. And that's why I was like, maybe the mark did that to Shanks. And the moment he lost the mark, look what happened to Shanks. Shanks started on his path towards Yonko again. And it might be that the mark does something to you, which might explain what's like Gunko's situation too, because we see breaches of, like, she's listening to Luffy's music, or Soul King Brook, right? Just a bunch of different things. And so it's like, it's kind of crazy, but Oda does emphasize these mark things, giving Shanks that situation with I wouldn't say that that's Shanks lose. We know that the Shanks losing his arm thing was an editor addition, but I would say that it would be really awesome way for Oda to make it more meaningful if he did tie it in this way. If the and I'm curious to see, because it could be as simple as it's the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings did it, or it could be that Shanks did it on his own because he knows the technique. It could be that it was Luffy unintentionally doing that as Nika with the fruit, because we know that was thing. It could be the seawater. It could be a lot of things. I don't know if it's the seawater though, because then it's like the way Summers reacted to his arm growing back. I was like, surely if it was as like if they didn't like regrow, like he, because of seawater, that's something that he'd seen before. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. But now that we know it's Conqueror's Haki, it's like, what, Summers never fought anyone with Conqueror's Haki? Like, it's kind of weird.
Or he just didn't expect anybody with Conqueror's Haki on the island.
Yeah, that's true. Even though he knew that Luffy and them were there. Which goes to the next part. Or actually, no. We talked a lot about this. Let's get to super chats, and that will bring us the rest of the way. Also, we're not trying to hit a 7-hour mark again. I need to eat.
Oh God, is that what we did last time?
We shortened it by like an hour. We're at 6 hours, I think. Yay. Which I enjoy. The reason why it ends, because I don't even realize the time passed. But Growth Stonks $5 super chat says Hiredin is a bum. So the only way I think he could fight Loki at an equal level is if he gets Dami reversely by Emu and controls it like Vegeta versus Goku. Yeah, I made that same reference. Growth Stonks, like literally that. I could see Hiredin literally choosing the transformation because he's just so done. He's so done with Luffy choosing Loki. Like, imagine that. Your captain shows up to the island and immediately chooses your little brother demon criminal over you. You know, you said your thing. Either I kill him or we keep him in prison. Luffy's like, join my crew. And you know how much of a slap in the face that is? Luffy did not offer that same to Hiruden, and they fought together an entire arc against a warlord. Hiruden took Mock
Well, I mean, Harden
Vice.
already had a crew though.
Yeah, but they wanted Luffy to be their captain, and he's like, no, I don't want that. And then he hears the moment he meets Loki, please, Loki, the favoritism isn't gonna stop with me either. Join my crew, Loki. Dude, Hiruden's probably so sad. He probably went home crying. He's like, even my captain likes him more than me. That's the reality, bro. He's getting lil broed as the big bro by his own captain. By his own captain. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. That might be why Loki likes Hiruden, because Hiruden reminds Harold. Oh, sorry, I said that wrong. That might be why Harold likes Hiruden, because Hiruden reminds Harold of his mom. And like you said, he might have an insane crush for Chopped Up. So like he's looking at all the quote
Chopped up
unquote
Haru Mom.
yeah, the unchoosable DNA. What's that movie called? Gattaca? When Loki is the Gattaca kid and Harold is the pre-Gattaca kid. Oh my.
Crazy reference.
Yeah, that's a good one though. That was a classic, I
That
think.
was pretty good.
Yeah,
I like that.
they're pretty on the mark too. Let's see. Alejandro Solis with the 19 months. Zoro cock has been oozing since getting Odin's sword. No, it's been oozing before that, bro. It's been oozing before that. The problem is that Zoro doesn't know that the hockey he's been using is Conquer's hockey. Because he just said, Enma, I'm going to put my all into you, which means that he had it beforehand. It's not like Enma, like, character unlocked, like, Conquer's hockey equipped. Like, that wasn't what happened there. The hockey that passed Enma's test existed before that moment, and Zoro passed with so much Conquer's hockey that Enma's like, it's fine. It's close enough to, like, baby Odin. Sure, right? And that's honestly why all of Odin's family hated him, because he was oozing out of it. He pimp slapped his nurse, bro, out the womb. That's some Conquer's hockey level baby, bro. So yeah, with Zoro, I think the biggest question mark is like he was actually utilizing this Conquer's hockey to an advanced level. He just didn't know. He just didn't know that it was Conquer's, which is honestly kind of scary, because how much, like, that's just a metric of how much better Zoro is over Kid. You got to ask yourself how many Yonkos Kid had faced to not unlock hockey, and Zoro hadn't faced any. Isn't that crazy? He hadn't faced any. He unlocked it against like Mr. One probably.
Yeah, we don't know when it started oozing. Like, if you told me it happened in Amy's lobby, I believe you. I feel like that makes sense.
If you told me it's when Kuina died, yeah, I believed you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he always, because the thing is, that's what Conquer's hockey is, the Gen Z, or no, this is now Gen Alpha aura, right? Aura farming, right? That's like, is Zoro not been aura farming since birth, like, or since post Kuina? Like, the guy showed up with 9 wooden blades in his mouth and said, "Let me fight you in your dojo." What? That's a Conqueror baby. What the hell is this baby doing? Get this. And then on top of that, he beat everybody except the girl, because the girl beats everyone too. What the fuck is that? With 9 swords, little clown ass behavior, beating grown men who are bona fide, like, Shimotsuki members, by the way. Like, they have the bloodline too. Like, and they're just like, Zoro's been aura farming. He's been conquered up.
Yeah, if I had to put money on it, I'd say maybe like Punk Hazard is when it started, but yeah. I agree with Mr. Nine. It's still Wano until proven otherwise, but I could see why people like go farther back, right? Punk Hazard, Amy's Lobby. I mean,
I disagree with the Wano until proven otherwise, because Wano proved that he had it before Wano. Like, even Rayleigh said you have to train hockey, so then you can't just unlock Conqueror's Haki and then you pass the Enma test. Like, he pouring all the Haki. The problem isn't that whether he had it or not. The problem is that he doesn't know he has it, which means that he's been using it like this entire time, and he just doesn't know. Like, that's more absurd. That's more absurd. Because, like, Luffy, like, had to train each Haki individually, and it got demonstrated individually. It got to a point where he had to, like, every time he saw it, he's like, what did Rayleigh do with Kami's necklace thing? Oh, it's that. Oh, Yogoro, that's what you're doing? He had to get beaten down by Kaido to even, like, feel it. It's like, that's not him unlocking, like, that he has Conqueror's Haki. You know what I mean? He's just using it differently. In that moment, Zoro's just pouring it into Enma, right? Like, that means he had it beforehand. If you're going to say he developed all of his Conqueror's Haki in Wano, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I'd more lean towards what Sai is saying, which is like, yeah, time skip. But the problem there is that, like, that would mean that, like, what? Like, he started getting it during the time skip, and then Mihawk just is like, whatever. I'm not going to tell you what that is. I'm jealous. I don't got that. My dad, he didn't give it to me. You know what I mean? It could have been something like that, you know? It could be... No, wait, no. Mihawk never fought Ryuma, so... Yes, you absolutely unlock it, but Wano is not the place where he had Conqueror's Haki beforehand. Like, even the, you know, the whole anime leak stuff, you know? Is there not a way to put Sai's window to the other side? It's pissing you off?
Yeah, just pick it up and move it.
Yeah, I could just do this. But like, I like us back to back. We're like Charlie's Angels, you know? I like it when our hair touches sometimes, you know? When we laugh really hard, we both lean back and then our hair touches. And then some of you guys have been saying, like, we go to the same barber. Yep, they cut our hair at the same cut of the scissors too. Same strokes.
They don't even wash it.
Yep, same. Yeah. Sharing sake cups? No, blood brothers, brother. We share the same razor. If Sai gets AIDS, I get AIDS. That's how you know cancer's not contagious. That's how you know. It's proven here.
I'm still hesitant though.
Alejandro Solis with the 19 months. Zoro. Oh wait, no, I read this. Will of Davy. Been a month for 23 months. What? Wait, was this a Will of Dreams before? Will of Davy always the name. Hi, Park. Catching back up at chapter 1152 is great. Oh, so you haven't been here, but you kept. Hey, appreciate you. Welcome back. 2 hours late to reading this, but nonetheless, you know how it goes. We're 3 years deep into how these streams go. It's just chaos. Anime Dimension though, with the 30 months. Appreciate you. Said Shamrock and said Shanks came to Marjois once, and in this chapter Shanks said he bonded with Harold, so it's a few days or weeks from 14 years ago. I don't know if it has to be like in proximate to the 14 years ago, because like Shanks said it was just before. We don't know necessarily, like it could have been within the 10 years between post Roger and 14 years ago. So there's a 10-year gap. Ironically, that's the same 10-year gap that we wonder about Blackbeard, right? Like, what was Blackbeard up to? But yeah. That I do agree.
Background.
I do agree that Shamrock's was pretty much all the time where we were like, these characters came to Meridron, we have no record of it. Like, when did they go then? When Doflamingo, like, you know, Harold now, Shanks now, I feel like Mosa probably. I'm putting them all in that bucket. They were all on that day. It could have been a Reverie. Who knows? 14 years ago, does that line up with the Reverie? No, it doesn't. Every 4 years. So, something else. Could have been anything, though. Off brand. $2 super chat says, whose cock is leaking next? My money is on Buggy. That's a fun one. People think Hyruden's...
I like Buggy.
Okay, in this arc, people are saying Hyruden. Thoughts? Prayers? You're the biggest Hyruden fanboy.
I mean, if Harden has traces of Conqueror's hockey, I'm cool with that.
Mhm.
Make it important, like give him a way to hurt the Holy Knights. He does want to be a king of the Giants. If Loki has it, if his dad has it, I mean, I think it'd be weird if he didn't, you know?
What
Oh
if we
God, no. Yeah, I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not like hard, but I don't think it'd be absurd.
what if the regeneration stops with salt? Like it's just like the Moria thing. Like it's just back to that. Would you be
If
upset?
it's salt,
Yeah, like
no.
salt is an alternative. It's not as good as sea stone, but like Brooke was like, yeah, but if you feed it to them, it works, right? But we saw Summers eat it. But like maybe salt on the wound, maybe that stops it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be mad at that. I mean, we've
Mm.
talked about that before, right? Like alternate things, like salt, water, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that would
Like
explain the shanks.
yeah, we've shot around so many different ideas for like how to hurt the Holy Knights. I'm pretty much okay with everything.
Ferris
Yeah.
Fire, you're this is the knock stream into the Milky Way. That's some crazy foreplay right there because you're referencing one of my favorite videos, the shadow theory. You have
Touch
to
their
touch,
shadow. Don't
bro.
fight them in the dark where there is no shadow.
That's true. I haven't recontextualized that video now with the this regeneration thing, because if you think about it, there when I describe the shadow manipulation thing and how it could hurt a Logia and the depiction that I put there, it wouldn't be that crazy to just if I just took that thing and started talking about the Holy Knights, it would fit in pretty nicely. Um, but yeah, um, yeah. Next, Conquerors hockey. In this arc, honestly, Sanji is a contender because it was mentioned, but I feel like the way it was done and where we're at, the question mark becomes: is it necessary? Right? How many people do we have to counter Emu, Sommers, Killingham, Emu in Gunko's body, and we have Luffy, Loki, Zoro at the moment, and that's not counting other possibilities like Dory Brogi conquers hockey maybe helps. Like we don't know if Yarul has some hidden conquers hockey stored up somewhere. uh there's a lot of variables already that like is it needed that every person that needs to counter the Holy Knight needs conquers hockey? No. In that regard, I'm like, I don't need Sanji to get conquers hockey this arc. Do I think he will eventually? Yes. Do I need it this arc? No. And that's where it also comes back to like the board is so wonky because Emu's here, because we don't want Emu to lose per se, but we also don't know like to what capacity Emu's even here, right? Like, is it 90% Emu? Is it 10% Emu? Is it 100% Emu, but limited by Gunko? How much, like, how limited
How
is
much
Gunko?
emu do we have?
Yeah, and how much Gunko do we have? And there's so much in between that variable alone that makes measuring this board kind of crazy, because we could go back to the Gorsei on Egghead and when we were with Saturn, and even then it was like a bunch of Holy Knights or like maybe a Gorsei, and then Oda transported all the circles, and we're like, all of them? That's how much we had to balance the board? All of them? And it was still silly. Like they had to divide and conquer. They still couldn't beat Luffy. Luffy was memeing on them. And that's where it again feels weird, because what Emu's doing here already feels way different than the Gorsei. Gorsei succeeded in their own right here and there. But Emu's not just showing up, not just demonstrating, but also like defying like the kid expectation, like, oh, Emu's a childlike behavior, whatever. That Emu that showed up clocked every single problem on Elbaf and solved it within seconds. That's awesome, right? The Emu is like, oh, I just chose this place because it's close. Like that's a very different Emu, right? This is a crazy kooky Emu. um
What if we learn that there's multiple emus? Like the emu we have right now isn't the same emu that bombed Lucia. Like right now we're dealing with Doom.
I was gonna hit you with, I'm willing to take that previous super chat where it's Gunko's separate body and Mosa's actually Emu's like alternate personality. That's like it's like Jimmy Neutron. Everything goes back to Jimmy Neutron. It's like that one sad clone that's like on the
Always Jimmy
side.
Neutron.
Yeah, yeah, and the sad clone snitched on because he knew everything. It's like, yeah, he's been bullying all your friends, and Jimmy's like, what? Yeah, he went through the city and he really doesn't like music, and it's like, what? I love. It's like some really weird, sad thing. Like that person might be Mosa in this situation. It's like a clone of Emu, and that's why Emu's hands or Mosa's hands are full because Emu just left the cuckoo nest, right? And so Mosa's like, time for me to activate. And
Instead of emu, it's Yumu.
yeah, because that's another thing with the Mosa thing angle, just to bring it up. Well, we don't have to discuss it. We could talk about it on podcast if we want to. Is that we do have to figure out what Mosa's referring to as why they're like currently tied up or they're busier or like what like
And also
circumstance.
bored.
Bored, also like scaring Loki with the thing. It's like, don't worry about me. Like it's kind of like a weird guilt tripping parent type of deal too, where it's like, don't worry, like I just have, heart disease. I'll be fine. You don't have to visit me. I just passed out and went to the hospital, that type of shit. And it's like, what? Well, how is it supposed to know you? This not the doctor didn't call me. It's like, you didn't feel it, son. I thought we were closer. That type of shit. That type of shit.
Oh my
Like,
god, yeah.
yeah, so like I don't know, Mosa gives a lot of interesting vibes, but even with Mosa, sky's the limit, honestly. I'm not opposed to like an Emu thing because back in the day there was the conversation is Emu is the Void Century version of Vegapunk where there's many satellites which would fit the whole like planetary thematic thing going on. So you know, um that's where we're at. We have Alejandro Solis, $5 super chat says, in B, what's I and B I? In B? Oh, that's the number. That's the number, right? Was his name Inby?
Ooh, okay. I was looking at it, I was like, Inby, what?
Number one ancient
I
giant
thought you meant to
from
say in before.
yeah. From what's his name Inby? I thought it was like had a K in it.
Oh, his name is Inby, yeah.
Number one ancient giant from Kaido's crew looks like young Harold. Did he give them his blood when joining the world government and then Vegapunk uses his blood? Yeah, me and Ty talked about that in the scope of the horn. We're like, how did they get ancient giants? How did they get the numbers? What if it was Harold traded his horns for like compliance with the world government? So they made him break his horns in front of them and then he gave it to them. And that was the thing that Loki was like, I would have flattened the planet.
Killed everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be that.
I like that. I forgot all about Inby.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I like that idea, but then what about the others? If you told me that one of them looked like Hyrdin, yo.
It's funny because like back in the day, I don't remember those theories, but they said that the numbers were actually mutated versions of people we know, like kind of like what they're referencing here. But for Yamato, they're saying the reason why Fuga likes Yamato is because that's one of the samurai from the cave.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember those theories?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know because I wasn't like current with it then.
Yeah. I remember that's like when you started. So I was like, I don't know if he remembers this, but
yeah,
that was popular for a while.
I could see that though. I did hear about the Yamato one, but I didn't hear about the Kai. Obviously, the Kaido ones makes more like it's like the question mark why, and now this would make a lot more sense why because Harold. I like that the numbers coming from Harold, period, because of the whole. Well, what did he trade? Right? What did he trade for world government compliance? Right? Like what? And the other thing is, I think that him trading his horns might have been could easily be the reason why the world government was so lax with their overwatch of Elbaf, right? He created that room like you had been saying of like what if they just trusted him and that's what gave him the room to build the schools and libraries built, but like, you know, push the schools and everything, and change the dynamic of Elbaf. He might have earned that by giving off his um horns. Pretty sure Par was streaming when Yamato got introduced. No, my first stream was a 1023, I believe. That was my first video, I think. Actually, I think my first stream was 1027. So that is not Yamato getting introduced. Oh, that is actually the exact chapter where we get Yamato's backstory.
Oh,
I think.
close enough.
Yeah. But that's not when Yamato got introduced. That's when, like, her backstory, I guess. You know, I thought you meant when Yamato got introduced, like, not you, chat, with
Yeah.
like 973? No, 978? 983, I think, is when Yamato shows up, something like that. But yeah. Definitely like
a failed number. That's funny.
Who?
Somebody said Harden's just a failed number.
That's what I was kind of getting at. Which one looks like Harden? And if you're telling me that none of them did, then that means that Harden is one of the numbers.
He is the number.
He's the Stussy of the numbers.
He's the Sanji of the numbers.
Except for the problem that Harden's way older than Harden's like 100.
And all of them?
Yeah, Harden's a big boy, you guys. Don't forget that.
Oh, how about this? Harden is the Void Century number.
And Toki brought him here.
Harden's been Harden's been locked in crystal this entire time.
Not ice.
Crystals.
Yeah, he could only be mined like the man. Damn it. The
like often?
No, what? Ooh. No, I was gonna say the what's the Diamond Brothers? Something Brothers.
The Diamond Brothers.
Yeah, the one has the monopoly on all the diamonds and have artificially inflated the prices because they isn't actually real demand on that. So they
yeah. You're talking about I know these guys. You're talking about the Wright brothers. Those sons of bitches. Yeah.
Diamond Monopoly, invent airplane. Diamond Monopoly, invent airplane.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice.
Oh yeah, I'm hoping Par would forget who the Wright brothers are. Yeah.
Hey, people forget about those guys all the time, man. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Sorry, you don't get enough planes down there in Oklahoma, Si.
Hey. Oklahoma, we have planes.
Have you been on a plane?
Guess what? We just got color TV the other day.
Wait, have you been on a plane?
Yeah, I've been on a plane.
Oh yeah, you went to Japan.
Yeah, how do you think I travel?
Maybe you did it by boat. Some people do that. Imagine.
It would be cool if every state had like their own transportation device. Like, forget planes, forget boats. Like, what if I just had like a T-Rex?
You know, it's funny. I might be I'm pretty sure this is true. Of most places in America, where I am would most likely have a T-Rex, like, naturally, because of how the land formed. Yeah, we got a lot of fossils up in this bitch.
That's kind of cool. I don't know, man. T-Rexes are kind of lame.
You just said you want to ride one as opposed to a plane or boat.
No, I just said it'd be cool if we had like different transportation. I didn't say T-Rexes were cool.
No, but you literally said, what if I was riding a T? You said you on T-Rex.
Yeah, I didn't say I'd be happy about it though.
Oh, you'd be crying like Loki is for this backstory, like that kind of crying?
I wouldn't be crying.
Dada, don't make me.
That's something else.
Don't make me ride the T-Rex again.
Well, if you had to ride one creature, like I don't know what I'd want to ride, to be honest. Like, I guess like no, I wouldn't want to like a griffin.
Can we ride anything? Like,
give me anything. Fantasy, real life.
What fantasy?
Yeah. Give me like an Ahriman. That's my mountain Final Fantasy. Give me one of those bad boys. We need one of those in One Piece. I think one will come in One Piece. Just wait. A camel, Ripley, a giraffe,
Arceus. Arceus is kind of cool.
Arceus. Yeah, I mean we're bringing Pokemon in. Give me like a what's that? What's that one Pokemon that's like just a shell?
Cloyster?
No, not Cloyster. No. Like the insect Pokemon.
I was like, damn, bro, you went
They evolve
there
into like Butterfree and
to the
stuff.
Volva Pokemon Metapod?
Yeah, give me Metapod, dude.
You'd ride Metapod.
Yeah, if it could fly, they'd be like meta. It's like, oh wow, that's cool.
Hey,
I take
yo,
Metapod over like a dinosaur.
Jordan, chill. There will be no Eevee talk in this
Vaporeon.
Whoa!
Oh yeah, who's that other
No,
Pokemon that people want to fuck?
no, we're reeling it back. We're reeling it back. No.
Is it like Gardevoir or something?
Super chats
I
here.
I don't
Will
see
of
people seeing
Davy,
that Pokemon.
save us here with a $10 super chat. It does make me wonder if the world government knows where Laugh Tale is. It seems strange that it hasn't been destroyed if they know, but it's convenient that Shanks didn't go with the Roger crew if so. Yeah. And tying in that, Sai, what does it mean about Shanks being the chosen child? What does that mean to you?
I think that they thought that Shanks was Joy Boy, or like carried on Joy Boy's will.
Why?
That is, I mean, that's just my guess. Like maybe the person that Roger or that Joy Boy's waiting for is Shanks. But then again, I mean, we also had Roger, kind of putting that on Ace in a weird way, which I obviously didn't get fulfilled.
Right.
But yeah, I think that's what it might be.
Yeah, and that's important because that Shanks
Uh,
didn't go to Laugh Tale, so he wouldn't know their interpretation. But like Rayleigh said, that we each had our own interpretation. I looked at it the same
yeah,
way that Elbaf looks at Nika, where they like read a text and they all have different versions. Like someone thinks that it's a destruction god, a war god, a dancing god, a laughing god. It's likely that they all went to Laugh Tale and they all have a different interpretation of Nika, and that's where it's like Shanks is like the best choice, but like, it's not. Maybe there's something else, and that's where it got interesting because then it's like there's some requirements that kid Shanks had or young Shanks had that lines up with Luffy, right? Because Luffy is the chosen one. Hate to say it, but like that's Luffy's fate. So like it's curious, was Shanks not the person or he is the person, and is it that the prophesized child or the chosen child or whatever Scopper's literally meaning here, maybe he's like it'd be like saying like Usopp was destined to take out Sugar, right? Like there's many ways for that to happen, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
it's not
And then
still straightforward.
we could also say that Shanks was the chosen child, but then obviously when Luffy ate the Gumu Gumu no Mi, Shanks quote passed down that child to Luffy at that point. He's like, yeah, never mind, it's not me anymore.
Right. Right. Right.
Like there was a chance he just gave that up after that happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I am very curious because that's the other thing. It seems like Shanks knows things that Scopper, like people don't know, which is crazy because he hadn't been to Laughtail from what we know, and yet time and time again he's showing
Emu.
weapon.
I said he probably just got that information from the WG at that point since he's with them.
Right, yeah. It's curious which way he's peddling the info for what purpose, why, with what intention. Um, but with it's interesting because like seeing the Laugh Tale thing, I feel like when you're there, it shouldn't be up to interpretation where you like I don't know. I feel like it's weird. Like even when you think about Nika's description, pure white body dances and laughs. Like even then, it's like you're already not. that's not Luffy. Or that's not Shanks, right? Like he has red hair, first of all. Second of all, like he's like I don't know, it's just kind of like when we're seeing like the mural and more information about Nika, it's like the same overlapping description that it'd be weird to me if Laugh Tale made it more vague around Nika and somehow conflated like Shanks to being uh the chosen one when Nika has no shared characteristics, right? So wonder what that would necessarily mean here. Um
I mean, maybe you don't have to share like every characteristic. Maybe he's like the, old school versus modern. The
true,
new Nika doesn't laugh and smile and dance.
true. We put kids in factories like Odin did for 5 years dancing. Some people could look at Odin and see that he was Nika, but who was he liberating? The breeze between his knees, because everyone was still locked up for the next 20 years. Um, um,
Kind of crazy.
what?
True, crazy.
True, but crazy, yeah. Yeah. Um, do you think it's possible that it's not Harold in that scene?
At the very end of the chapter.
No, being
Wait, what do you mean?
assassinated.
Oh, being assassinated. No, I think it's Harold
Because
because Loki calls out like, "Huh?" I think Loki's reaction makes me believe that it's Harold.
But what if it's like a good double? Like, what if they put someone there? Like, because I've been thinking about this before, but like Higarashi's crazy because she was technically the reason why Kaido even like entertained Wano. That was a real good deal for the world government. Makes you wonder what deal or where Higurashi even got 3 mythical Zoans, right? Like, that's crazy in and of itself, or three, yeah, like mythical grade, you know and so maybe like Higurashi had a plug. And when you think about Higurashi cosplaying as thing, like it or not, there's a lot of options. Like I'm not saying that these are the ones, but Brule is a good one. Bon Clay and Counter Devon obviously have the clone fruit, but Brule also, um, you know, interesting ability to mimic other people using light actually, um, using mirrors. So, um,
Yeah, I don't think it's a Harold clone or
yeah,
like a lookalike. I would say.
yeah.
I
I'm
mean, I
curious.
can see it being in the realm of possibility, but I don't think it's like
Yeah, I'm not putting
super
money
top.
on that. We need more
Yeah.
Higurashi stock. Um, it'd be crazy if she was like a mastermind of some sort. Babe Pluto with the $5 super chat says, "My thinking is that Domi Reversi is playable by all that Emu targets. So this situation, Yarul, who wants Emu dead, he beats one and they convert." Yeah, but that's the issue with me is that Dorian Broggie didn't need to be anybody. They just walked past them and then they converted. Right? So like is it really that unfair that the white team has to fight to even make a move? Like, you know what I mean? Because then you're just playing the chess as intended, which is just move at a time and just as fast as possible. But I am curious. I am curious to know
Yeah,
um
like does it like could the Straw Hats and Yarul encircle one of the demons and then they turn two?
yeah.
Like we don't know.
Yeah, we
I mean,
don't.
even with what Harold in this chapter, when he's quote transformed, he's encircled by a bunch of other people, but he's not turning back into human. At least to our, first knowledge.
Yeah. Um with Scuba 7, $10 super chat says Loki is the man with burn scar. Got burned by Shanks during their duel after he killed Harold. Find red Shanks can light film red Shanks can light sword on fire. Ragnar can make whirlpools, cause lightning if it has Thor's devil fruit. Ooh, okay. Sorry, what do you think about that?
Loki is the man marked by flames. Timeline could work because we don't know when the Poneglyph got stolen. Just somewhere in between now and 20 years ago.
Hmm.
So that could work. Ragnar having that power, sure. I guess we just kind of question where would he put the poneglyph, and why would he keep one?
Put it on the heaven realm. Nobody goes there. Not even us.
Yeah, put on the heaven realm. But also, damn, like he got his ship coded, dude. It took a while for a Luffy ship to be coded. Imagine coding a ship that could fit Loki, dude. Imagine the upcharge on that. Like a year-long process.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, Big Mom's ship can probably fit Loki, right? If I
Big
remember
Mom
correctly,
ship?
that thing was massive. It made the
Yeah,
Thousand
Big Mom
Sunny
ship
look
could probably fit Loki.
like an ant.
But I don't know if Loki would even be comfortable on that ship.
I thought he said he liked chopped women.
Huh? No, I mean like size-wise, brother.
Oh, with the ship being so big?
No, like the ship is big, but will it be big enough for Loki? Like, can he stretch his feet? Can he go for a little jog? You
Yeah.
know, like will he fit on every dinner table, for example? Like the ship is big, but it still accommodates for like a lot of the other like smaller people too, not just
Mhm.
Big Mom.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Those chest soldiers. Big Mom had chest soldiers. Dami Reversi, bro.
Dami Reverse be them.
Not them, but I'm saying like Oda had set up for it with like Big Mom, Soul, creating these things, and that makes me wonder. Like, I want to know what happens when you Dami Reversi the soul. Like, does it become evil? Does it like? I need to see more examples of this Dami
Does he get
Reversi.
trapped behind like a mirror and just watching yourself act? And you're like, oh no, please stop it! I don't want to do that.
Do you think that
Please, anything but fighting Yarul.
any of the Straw Hats are immune to it outside of like Luffy? I mean, even Luffy's probably not immune to it, but
I'd say Nami might be immune. Usopp could be immune. I could see Robin being immune.
mm-hmm.
Maybe Brook because he's like in a weird state of like dead and alive.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it. And then of course like Luffy, yeah.
Yeah.
Luffy, Zoro, Sanji.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Oda gives them in their respective arsenal by the end of this arc. Thank you, Scuba. We have JP Res P with the $5 super chat says Luffy's L for not taking care of Zoro's leaky cock.
I love that cock is like the accepted abbreviation for Conqueror's hockey. I heard somebody saying that like, oh, why? Like, because of this chapter, people were like, oh, why is it cock again? Like, well, when did this happen? Did people just start making this up? It's like, dude, we've been calling it cock for a long time.
Very long time.
Yeah, very. I think it was like one of the first translations for it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Color Up Conquerors.
Yeah, that's I think really. But yeah, another part about that too is like if you were captain and you saw your like second in command struggling a little bit and he has Conquerors Hockey, wouldn't you be like, hey, why don't you just use Conquerors, right? Would you say that?
Depends. I feel like I would.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Luffy would. And the thing is that Zoro is such a train freak, right? Like 24/7, that guy's just lifting weights up in the poop deck. So what if Luffy sees this and he's like, yeah, Zoro's probably just training. He's probably just doing his thing.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
And it's not like Luffy's exactly a mentor in most situations. So he probably just sees Zoro and he's like, yeah, like I mean Zoro's stuff, just
Right.
leave him to it.
We got off-brand $2 super set says between you and Sai, who's leaking more cock? Depends what you mean. I think it's equal.
I think so. I think par.
Leaking more cock leaks.
Yeah, you got that cock leak with that fur, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say only because the fur coat. Only because the fur coat. Oh, but
it's like your version of Enma. Please, fur coat, give me more hockey.
I was gonna say it's like, if you were not racially charged, but Zoro with the sword, that'd be like you in that thing. Not because you look like
Oh, because I'm
Zoro.
Asian?
No, that's not why. Do you think you could play Zoro in live action?
No.
Why? Because you don't want to color your hair green?
No, I don't think I look like Zoro. I believe that the live action characters or live action actors should look like the characters. I don't look like Zoro.
Gotcha.
Let's not kid ourselves. I could play like a background Marine. I think I'd fit there, but I do not look like Zoro.
Background Marine, do they take Asians? We know they don't
I
take
like to think
fishmen.
so. I like to think the Marines would accept an Asian in there. I got a good sense of justice. Put my ass in the ring, coach.
Yeah, yeah. Um, we got. Oops, sorry. We got Saf with the €5 said, a few streams ago, you guys recommended 1 outs. I just wanted to say thanks for introducing me to such a badass psychological
You're welcome.
anime, bro. Dude, 1
I just
out.
finished rewatching One Outs again too. I finished it like the other day.
Yeah. I
It's
think
my fifth time watching it.
a few people have also thanked us for, a few people said, I started Kagurabachi and I'm caught up, and they were not lying. So hey, we're like I said, like there's a reason I don't pedal One Piece. There's a reason I pedal the shit that I do pedal. 1 ounce Psychopaths I wouldn't pedal to anyone, but 1 ounce is an interesting one. I don't think it's for everybody, but you know the type. You know the type. And it's a good thing you figured out that you were type, Saf.
Hopefully you read the manga, because the manga is concluded. You get like the full ending, and the ending's kind of fun too.
Binge Kagurabachi, yeah. Theories that Harold looks scarier than Kaido makes sense since he was his dad. Yeah, you know, listen, Harold looks like he has many children, and I wouldn't blame him. Do you see his backstory? His backstory is literally just stomping on princesses' castles. He didn't even
You know
stomp
what's
on it.
crazy? He
What?
could technically just like jizz in that kingdom, and it would cause like an entire flood,
Um, I mean, it would definitely
like
clog
biblical
the
proportions, man.
pipes. That's why you're not supposed to come into the drain. It definitely clogged pipes. He's definitely a dorm serial clogger. But hey, you do you. You do you.
Like, imagine a drive-by jizz shot by King Harold here. Like, another
No,
human
thank you.
kingdom.
No,
Quick, everybody to the poop deck, and then he just like, check this out, boys. And then the entire island floods. Like that,
I'm
like
good.
this is the power of an ancient giant.
No, it's perfectly fine. We can all just stay in our lanes on this one. Harold, please
Yeah,
no.
it's a good theory though. I mean, you wonder like the ancient giants are a dying race. It's like why? Like just drive by.
Yeah. Who needs
Like
a sperm
you gotta
bank?
admit, there's like a bunch of people who can't avoid that. Like that it's like a conquer's hockey blast in a way.
I would never trust Rain ever again.
Harold is not that big, bro. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm exaggerating, but you know that he could definitely like fill up an entire room. Like think about the room you're in right now, dude. Harold could release that much and more. You'd be drowning, dude.
Yeah. Also, if he breathed in, he'd probably take up all the oxygen too.
The natural disaster.
Yeah. Red's me name with the 22-month sub said, appreciate you, said, part 1. Now with Shanks, I think the events go Laugh Tale. Roger tells Shanks about the Nika fruit, journey to the world, history of the world. Tells him he'll change the world and find his son and get to him. You managed to squeeze in the sneaky. Roger told his crew about Ace, and so naturally they would go to protect him. The only problem is that like the other ones seemingly passed away, and the other than that, like it's not always that seamless with these kinds of things. So he dies and then he doesn't automatically get a 3-star whatever, but yeah. To learn how to change the world.
Crazy that the Holy Knights and Emu just lets Shanks among their ranks, right?
Crazy that who?
That the WG-Emu would let Shanks come back into their ranks. Like, I would not trust him
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I'm a
Like,
little
a
confused
guy
by
that
that.
sailed with Roger? No, thank you, dude. What the hell?
Yeah.
Definitely would not let Shanks in there.
Yeah, that
Like,
did confuse me too, because at first I didn't know that we got I thought it was from birth, and then people brought like the Odin flashback, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because honestly it makes a little bit more sense if they did it marked him since birth and they just never removed it. um Mr. Nine peddling it again says it's not crazy if Garling is a traitor. What percent do you think, Sai, Garling traitor?
I will give that 1%.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think most theories are at 0, right? There's nothing to disprove it. But
Yeah.
my gut's telling me that it's, like, not high. So I just put it 1%.
Garling is opposing the other Gorsei. We still need to see how that works out, right? Like how well they work, if they work at
I
all.
don't. I think Jupiter hates Garling though. That's so funny, dude.
Yeah, probably.
Jupiter, out of everybody, seems the most stressed about Garling's arrival, and I'm excited for that. What I'm hoping is that Garling is a monster. I'm hoping Garling goes around changing rules, throwing his feet up. I hope Garling gets special privileges by Emu. I hope Garling goes around killing other celestial drag. I mean, he already did that with Mosgard. Like, I want Garling to be like a true and blue dick. And if he is, hey, yo, I'm gonna have to make some room in my top 5.
Oh,
I'm
and his
all
name is
for it.
Peter. So technically you could call him the God Rock.
The God Rock.
Yeah.
It's not a bad title.
Yeah, the God Rock. The original Rock. He could be the Rock Johnson's dad, to be honest. But we got the second and third part. I'm gonna read this all in one go. Red's me name with the 30 extra doleros for these super chats. Says some point tricks the celestial dragons by joining the God Knights, either from direct info as a God's Knight or just knowing about CP0 movements as a God's Knight. Learns about the mansion to transport the fruit. Oh, the mission. Hunts down the Gomu Gomu, defeats Who's Who's, CP9, jumping, bringing to Ace, Luffy eats it, Shank uses C, seeking to permanently. Yeah, I mean, basically, I think that timeline doesn't not make sense. A few things you could shuffle around, but I think, like you said in the second message, the end part is pretty straightforward because we just sailed it. The pre-time skip, you know.
It still makes you wonder, like, what was Shanks going to do with the fruit, right? I like the idea that he was going to give it to Ace.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Roger's son, you take this. I don't want it. But I think there's also a world where Shanks just returns it to Elbaf. You know, he's like, yeah, like this is Elbaf's treasure. Like, maybe I should just bring it back.
But he couldn't
But
because Luffy
I
ate
just
it
like the Ace idea.
or took a bite out of it.
But you could blame Shanks's thirst for women, all right? Going over there to Fuchsia Village after he got the fruit just to see Makino possibly. It's like, dude, what are you doing, man? Taking a little break?
Damn, that fanfic, bro. That's
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, right? People are constantly saying the reason why Shanks goes there before, you know, obviously Luffy eats the fruit. It's because of Makino.
yeah.
I like that theory.
We got Zamdi Al with the 18-month sub says crazy idea. Mosa is Yarl's wife who is older than him. Ah, Oda said oldest man, but he never said oldest woman.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yarl's wife is contacting Loki, the man who possibly stabbed her husband in the head.
Thank you.
We've seen crazier things in the real world.
Yeah, we saw women elect to get lobotomized to get away from their husbands. This would be the wife was like, wait a second, why don't I lobotomize the husband? Wouldn't that work too?
And then I got a pen pal as killer.
real talk though, she's probably just dead, right? Mom's not here.
What, Jarl's wife?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I meant. Jarl's wife is
Oh
not.
yeah, yeah, dude. I mean, living to 400 plus. I mean, that's
No, what
it's
if
kind of absurd. I
she's?
mean, I don't know. We don't even know how Jarl is still alive, right? The guy's a fucking modern mystery.
Wait, what if she's 280?
Oh, like Jarl's dating young.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What if Jarl's wife is actually just 100 years old? He's
Oh,
like Hugh Hefner, dude.
yeah. I mean, hey, it's Jarl's preference, not mine. Don't come at me, guys. It's Jarl's choice. Jarl's
Yeah,
wife could
Jarl's
be.
waiting outside of the. He's waiting outside of the school, like, when they graduate, I'll pick one of those ladies.
His wife is the owl. That's the plot twist.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah, Jarl just likes animals. Actually, he doesn't even have a wife.
Yeah, he's just a furry.
Huge into bestiality.
Red's. Is that the same thing? Is that considered the same thing, or which one's more? Oh no, bestiality is definitely that one's the crazier one, right?
Wait, what? What
Furry
bestiality or dating
bestiality.
young?
Furry.
Furry versus bestiality. Bestiality is definitely the crazier one. Furry, you could just chalk it up to like crazy, hardcore cosplay.
Yeah.
Bestiality is you actually fucking an animal. So I'd say bestiality is a big no-no. I have no problem with the furry community, believe it or not. You know, they're fine in my book.
I like that
But
they
bestiality, nah, dude,
invented
that's a
air
little bit crazy.
conditioning in the suits. Believe it or not, I wore my high school's mascot costume, not because I was the mascot, but because I had free reign over it. I forget why, but like I just yeah. And then so one time I just put it on and walked through school, and we were like, wait a second, wait what? And then I just ran. No, it was big head. It had an air conditioner or a fan in the hat. But yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's cool. Let's see. Red's me name with the $2 super chat says Devil Fruit may not be able to pass through the abyss. Because as a will? Possible. I like that.
Okay. I was sorry. It took me a second. I was like, wait, what is this? Devil
Yeah.
Fruit may not be able to pass through the abyss because it has a will. Sure. I like that.
Yeah.
But it does still go back to like what we mentioned earlier though. Like at that point, why not send a holy knight to pick it up, and why who's who?
If it was who's who, or why give it to who's who at all, at any point in this process?
Yeah, like like if we secured a legendary devil fruit that's been eluding us for 900 years, dude, I would not send who's who. Fuck it, dude. If I was Emu, I'd go myself.
My
Like,
hand,
hey, maybe we make like a special exception and I leave this room for a minute. Like, I gotta go.
yeah, I'd be like a banker. Like my hand would be handcuffed to the chest. You'd have to take my arm
Yeah.
with the chest, right? Like, absolutely no way. Especially I'm like, nearing retirement age too. That'd be pretty good. You want to just dip. That's like the master heist, right? Surely after seeing the Gomu Gomu, if you succeeded, you're set for life, right? That would be the rule.
Yeah, if you get the Gomu Gomu, dude, Emu would just. I mean, what could you ask for as a celestial dragon? I mean, you already have like the slaves, you have all the money.
I forgot
get,
that
like infinite vacation or something.
I just forgot that Emu doesn't. We don't know if Emu looks like Gunko yet. Let's say some crazy things. What could you ask for? I was like sloppy top. No, I was like,
maybe.
Yeah,
shit, dude.
Yeah, we know that she likes
for.
tops, not bottoms, as per Lily. She only got the top half photographed. Scuba.
What do you ask for, Ginny?
Oh my god. Scuba 7 and $10 super chat says Musa plus equal. Oh no, I read this before. Me and Sai don't exactly agree with the Musa is Gunko's real body idea, but hey, we could be proven wrong. We could be proven wrong.
Yeah, we could be proven wrong. There's no reason for me to believe the Musa dash Gunko theory right now. Like I feel like all the reasonings aren't there. Like I can't see it. If I had to give that a percent value, I'd also put that at like 1%.
Yeah. We have Santanu with 100 rupees. I don't know if I'm being racist. I forget that symbol. Yeah, that's rupees. Zoro has been fumbling hard since the Egghead arc. Do you think Oda is setting up some big character development arc for Zoro? Yes. And if you're curious about what the character arc development might be, how does Zoro become a stronger swordsman, make sure to check out my Zoro video from now over a year ago, describing Zoro's power-ups, because this was made before the Holy Knights revealed or were even mentioned in the story. And you'll notice there's a very good place for the Holy Knights to be, that I mentioned them in that video without saying their name. Yeah, I think Zoro is being primed and buttered up. My man, we opened a whole new door for him. Conquerors hockey, baby. What is this, 2010? When did the time skip happen? I don't know when.
I don't know.
I don't remember when it happened, but it feels like 20
over a decade ago for sure.
2015 probably.
Yeah, I think 2015 is a safe bet.
Yeah, so it got me feeling like it's that time again. We have Saint Shade with the $2, says I better see that frying pan being used next podcast. Yeah, it's right here. I was too tired to use it. As I said, I haven't gotten a lot of sleep. I was aiming for a shorter stream, but you know, these chapters, man, like it's like a black hole of conversations. Oda is, I was gonna say something crazy, but he is incredible. These conversations, the slight changes, the context clues, they feel good. He's blue balling us, but this time maybe it's just
it's a good blue ball. It's like a
nice cyan.
Dom. Yeah.
Dylan with a 22-month sub says, how long do you think the flashback will be? We got flashbackception. Listen, do we have to leave this flashback 109 years ago to back to the 14 years ago one and then back to current time? Is that the syntax of flashback? Like, I don't know how flashbackception works. I'm not an expert here. Sai, what do you think? How long do you think we're gonna be here?
Flashback 4 chapters.
4?
At least. Yeah.
Motherfucker said 4! All in the same time?
Wait, what do you mean?
Like 109 years ago? Like it's gonna be that? Or do you mean
109? I think we're gonna go like periodically, like, oh, here's 109, here's 105, 90 years ago. I think we're gonna get like incremental increases all the way to current day.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think we're gonna stay with King Harold for a good minute.
Dude, we're gonna find out Harold like gave birth to.
I'm gonna say 6 chapters.
What if we find out that Harold gave birth to all of our main characters? Like he's the great grandfather.
Oh, like he was literally doing what I said, just like drive-by sperm donations.
Yeah, but like maybe like more like Scopper though. Like it wasn't raining down Harold. It was Harold making it rain on specific chopped onions.
We could get like some crazy lore where it's like, oh, by the way, Gray Terminal was known as the White Terminal a while back, and that was because of King Harold.
What if Lola and Chiffon, they're not like just twins, they're like Nurse Joy. Like he just went to all the islands and he with the same looking chick. He found the same one. You know how like there's Nami doubles? Surely there's Lola doubles, right? That makes sense. You could say it.
I don't know.
Just
I don't exactly agree with the whole like everybody looks like Nami thing.
Oh, you don't?
No, not really.
Every time I see Gerd though, I'm like, oh, but she big Nami. It's a little bit different. Moves a little bit different. Oh, yeah, I was saying to chat earlier, the best way to, one of the ways to revive Scopper, like 100%, I think that everybody would revive this if Ripley came running towards him. The jiggle physics alone would just wake him up, right? Surely
So the
the
jiggle
jizzle.
physics of Ripley's like honkers would wake Scopper up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like he would recover immediately.
Um,
That's the power of
I don't
women.
know. It's kind of just sexist, isn't it?
No, well, if you, that it's not that's not the only power, you know. But jiggle
You're saying
physics,
Ripley's only good for
I've
her jiggle
never
physics?
seen
It's kind of crazy.
I've never seen a dude in anime have jiggle physics. That's a power they don't have.
I think guys typically aren't supposed to have jiggle physics, right?
So you're telling me that they got something we don't? Jiggle physics. We like that's all. Like Einstein never even talked about the theory of relativity in the scope of jiggle physics. And look at that. Now we're all the way to string theory. And you know what their theory is about strings? It just jiggles. It just jiggles this way, and then it jiggles in an odd way, and then there's a strange way, and then there's upside down. There's
Would
all
you
kinds
rather
of
be
jiggle.
jiggly or like rock solid? If you had to pick one for the rest of your life, like you cannot
Jiggly.
change.
Like, oh, do you mean like
Really,
Ditto or like Muck?
like ditto.
Because Muck is like falling on himself, so Ditto's a little bit more put together. So I can like
So yeah,
form
yeah.
things.
Would you rather be jiggly or no, Lola, you can't form things. You're still you. You're shaped like you. You're just jiggly.
Oh, yeah, me jiggly. What do you mean?
You don't so you just constantly be jiggling. You wouldn't want to be like rock solid. Pull it.
Yeah, bro. How are you supposed to
Pull
like
it.
procreate? You just have the girl like riding a bench, bro. Like I'd rather be a waterbed, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, motion in the ocean. You're saying, Park, would you want to be an ocean or the rock? Ain't no
Pull it.
way I'm trying to be a rock in bed.
Pull it.
I'm not gonna pull this one. Which,
You're not gonna
oh
what?
yeah. I mean
Are
this
you
one.
are you afraid of the outcome?
No, I'm not afraid of outcome. All right. Would you rather be rock?
Here we go.
Would you rather be a rock or jiggly?
You gotta say rock solid.
Oh, okay. Rock
You can't just say rock.
or okay. What's the other word for jiggly? Jiggly wiggly.
Jiggly.
I just have jiggly, rock solid, and jiggly. Would you rather be rock solid, jiggly? Is that it?
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm going.
I think
Jiggly.
rock solid. I feel like most people would want to be rock solid, right?
Wait, but like rock solid, are you like a Gundam or like are you stiff? Like you can't move, like you're paralyzed.
Not like a Gundam, I'd say.
Okay, and if you're jiggly, like, am I like, I'm just like SpongeBob now. Like I can still walk and do everything. It's just, boop. You know, just like,
Yeah. In both versions, you can do your regular things. You're just like imagine if you're jiggly. Every time you walk, it's like like so much reverb everywhere.
so
But
Mr.
if you're rock solid, you
Krabs.
don't have that.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs has that, but not SpongeBob. So the options are basically: would you rather be Mr. Krabs or SpongeBob? Like Larry the Lobster, another great example.
Would you rather be Larry the Lobster or SpongeBob? There we go.
Yeah,
Like in terms
SpongeBob.
of like body feel.
SpongeBob, but no diffs. Larry Lobster easily. Larry Lobster
No,
couldn't
man,
land a hit.
I liked Larry the Lobster way more.
Yeah, but he can't do shit to me. It's proven, fact, canon. It bounces
I
right
mean, the
off.
votes
Of
are
me.
saying rock solid. It looks like a lot of people want to be Larry the Lobster, you know, in terms of like body.
Yeah,
Which I mean, you were never going for like the majority opinion. To be fair.
yeah. I was going for my opinion.
Yeah, you're going for yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's good. You know, it's like diversity, right? Like there's always got to be like that one token jiggly person there.
Someone
Not too
said
far.
SpongeBob has a learning disability, so I'll pass. Bro, I have a learning disability, and I'm
That's
not even
crazy.
SpongeBob.
I
He
like
just
that.
says ADHD. What do you mean? And we never said
No,
you get his
he
learning
doesn't
disability.
just he doesn't just have like ADHD. SpongeBob has like every disability in the book, dude.
Not okay, not every disability. He's just
Dude, I don't know, man.
he's just a little on the
SpongeBob,
spectrum.
he is the spectrum.
Imagination.
I love SpongeBob, but
You
let me
gotta
tell
use
you,
your
man,
imagination.
I cannot like even as a kid, I couldn't imagine like talking to SpongeBob for a damn day. Like that just sounds like cancer. You know, and I was suicidal back when I was a kid. So let me
Oh
tell you,
my!
brother, like I just off myself right there.
Were you the kind of kid that got cheered up by the mall Santa Claus?
No, I fucking hated mall Santa Clauses.
What about like the giant like did you go to like Disney World or like amusement park and they have the giant mascots?
I went once.
I always ran from the people.
Yeah, I never liked them because I knew they're just people in suits. It kind of smelled.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I didn't smell them, but you do you. Um um yeah, Dylan, the flashback, I have an inkling that it's going to be longer cuz we're in a flashback and the original context is to what?
Nothing. I just saw Memoji's comment. Par the
Oh,
100,000 sub man fading in and out of his green screen, and I
yeah.
turned to look at the YouTube because I'm looking at you through Discord, and on the green screen you're just fading in and out. Like sometimes you have a body, sometimes you don't. Like
Jiggly.
it's like what
Um
is this setup?
the
So funny.
but yeah, the original context of the flashback that's set off by Loki is to justify slash get him like exonerated of his crimes to finally be heard. So that's a long thing because we kind of already got to that part where he opens the room and there's that. So then we're getting to a flashback of Harold himself, and now that's gonna give us the background to how Harold got to where he died. So that's surely like we I feel like this double spread already looks more girthy than Kaido's backstory. So that tells me that we're gonna get some detail on King Harold. And if we get detail on King Harold, then that means this flashback is gonna be Long. I've been spelling things because my son, I don't know why I did that here. Oh my god. I need sleep. But yeah, point is long flashback. This is kind of exactly what like we were wondering at one point, like, when are we leaving Elbaf in the scope of like, surely Oda doesn't just brute force Emu and just like bring Luffy to her and we just have like a fight right now where like Luffy just laughs off and Emu like wins, but like that can't happen in like 2 chapters. So we were, how does Oda break it up? And this flashback was one of the options, but we did not. I don't think I expected this the way it happened. I think through and through is pretty cool to see the way Oda wrote it. Um, but yeah, we have Scuba7 with the $2 super chat says, "See Kid Punk Rotten symbol chapter 10 1001 last panel."
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks just like the Abyss mark. Or
What?
not just like it's the same shape as Shanks's tattoo.
1001.
I believe that's what they're referencing.
Okay, let's see. 1001.
I love that people are saying all roads lead back to Captain Kid. Shit's so funny, dude. I agree, man. Captain Kid, his stocks are up.
Yeah, it has
You
the wishbone.
you can't talk about Shanks without talking about our guy Captain Kid.
Interesting. Yeah, but the problem, the thing is, I Scuba, great reference. Love the panel. Now what do you do with it? What cracked up, cocaine ridden, fentanyl dripping theory do you make around Kid, who's at the bottom of the ocean, has Conquer's Haki, never used it? You're telling me that he also has magic circle abyss like knowledge and he uses it to make giant robot fly and hit thing? What? I This made it worse for Kid. If you're now telling me somehow remotely he knows magic, I think I get more upset, right? I think I start. Because then it's not just his devil fruit. He doesn't have the most cracked devil fruit. You're telling me that he has the access to the abyss and he doesn't know it? Where are we at? Are we at with his devil fruit or with hockey? That's kind of crazy. The kid just gets worse and worse. What happened, Si?
His knowledge, Par. This means that that kid has knowledge.
Okay, see, like, yeah, you could be the most knowledgeable person in the world, but I know some people don't apply that knowledge and they make the stupidest decisions I've ever seen. You gotta use it. This guy, bro, kid, man, Oda's making the most like disappoint. I think that's the run with Kid. Can I make the most disappointing character? Like the roller coaster.
You're saying
of
that
Kid.
now. Just wait. We're gonna get Kid here in Elbaf, and he's gonna go nuts.
Do you think he tamed his hockey? Do you think he was meticulous in training and his learning about hockey as coached by Scott? Or do you think this guy who has magnetism and punches things down?
But what if we learn that whenever he... Okay, how would you feel if we got a new reveal from Kid and we learn that whenever Kid punches an opponent, they take extra damage because when Kid connects a punch, he actually metallicizes that punch so much so that all the metal in your body gets shot outward. So it's like you're being attacked from the inside. Like all the metal in your bloodstream just gets pushed backwards. And it explodes.
You could do
the iron in your blood just
you could do that in internal damage. Oh, you mean the thing that you could also just do with hockey? Oh, with Congress hockey especially? The one that he has? You're telling me...
No, but what if you're telling me... Okay, imagine Kid comes to this island and Scopper's like, oh, this man's Conquerors hockey, it's flooding the island. Zoro was leaking, Kid is flooding it.
Okay, and... Floods are fucking useless. That's it. You can't drink the water. You can't do shit with it.
No, it's just he hasn't tamed it yet. And then Scopper, he reveals that, oh yes, see Zoro, he has no excuse, but Kid, I understand. It's hard to tame this level of Conquerors hockey.
No.
And then Scopper drops another line saying not even Roger would be able to tame this.
No, Scopper
looking at Kid.
Pulls out a book and it's Kid's history again. It's like, Naruhodo. It makes sense. Like he just like, he had a tough childhood. Like that shit that Shanks
we could even get like a thing where Shanks dies to Kid, right? Like Kid and Shanks, they fight again. Shanks loses and he says, Kid, it's like the Hawkins thing, right? Kid, you were actually the child of destiny. I was just the red man. You are the red-haired kid that the prophecy spoke of. What if that's it? That could be it, huh? Like,
no.
Like you asked it earlier. You said, how did they know that Shanks was the child of destiny? It could be because of the red hair. And then boom, Kid is that red-haired guy they were looking for. Well, it's not Shanks.
So Kid. I actually want to pivot. I'm glad you brought this up. Because we do know that Luffy has a weird red-haired form. Remember, like, any time where he's like, I'm so the most free, and he's like flexing, like he had that red hair. Do you think that that's like Gear 5 is like a form? Do you think the red hair that he had, that's like some sort of like, I don't know, ancient, like that's like...
Yeah, it's a hint towards Kid.
Or Shanks. Like, that's what Roger, Rayleigh, that's what they all saw.
Like Sun God Jika.
Sun God Freaka? No, I don't know. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. Kid's gonna come back and Emu's gonna start sweating.
As Kid is a ginger, emus should soul attacks have no effect. He's immune. Broken character. Crazy. Haven't heard that one before. It's not like it's been 30 plus years of being alive and hearing that one.
It's a good one though. I like it.
Yeah.
Part doesn't respect the ginger jokes. I do. I love them.
Nah, I'm waiting for Emu to be like, fucking ginger. just outright cursing gingers. That'd be crazy. Shanks leaves the room.
Emu was actually albino.
Wait, isn't Nika just albino? Is this story just ran by albino people? Is Oda?
Wait,
Imagine,
yeah, no, he's not albino.
imagine
Yeah,
Oda's
Luffy's already
albino and he paints himself.
Dude, albino is so cool until you realize they die kind of fast.
Yeah, because they have like no defenses, so they just like
Yeah.
yeah, he's like raw dogging life, essentially. Yeah, imagine that would explain Oda's health situation, no? If he was actually albino and all the damages came from the days he forgot to paint himself. That means like imagine that these someone like I make up this theory and there's someone, maybe there is albino people that paint themselves. I shouldn't be that disrespectful. If you're albino, I apologize.
Do you think albino people sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
What are you gonna say? Like the lids are?
Do you think they drink water?
Their eyelids are so translucent that they doesn't work as eyelids. Is that what you thought? Like,
no, we should spin up some mythos about albino people, like how what's King Stelly was like, oh, like the giants spit acid out and they melt rocks. Like, imagine we had that for albino people. Their skin is so white, the reflection from the sun will burn you to a crisp.
oh, okay. I got it. Don't stare at one too long. You'll end up like Helen Keller.
Oh, yeah, it's bring back the good old HK.
Yeah.
Dude, Helen Keller jokes I feel like have faded out of existence because people are like, oh, she was badly given a hand by God. Oh my God, she's blind, guys. No, how could you make fun of her?
She was badly given a hand by God is such a crazy way to mock that.
Yeah, I think people are too soft nowadays. We got to bring back the Helen Keller jokes, man. Like those are the golden. That was the golden era. It really was.
I'm sure she was funny.
Like, do you think? Okay, I don't know how like old the audience is here, but to anybody who like freshly got out of high school or in college right now, do people still make Helen Keller jokes?
It sounded a little too close to Bonnie Blue there.
Do people still make Helen Keller jokes? Please. Well, what about like Hitler jokes? Come on. Like and like Adolf. I mean, the OG. Like, do people still make those jokes, or is it like faded out of existence?
I don't think they teach them Helen Keller anymore, probably, because that used to be curriculum. That's probably not a thing anymore because we gutted the curriculum. The whole point of that though is to like care for disabilities, also like how difficult life can be, progress of science and medicine, and now I mean the ultimate mock is just DEI, right? Like, so Helen Keller.
What about like Kim Jong-il, dude? Do people still make fun of Kim Jong-il?
Actually, no. He's gotten kind of okay, I think, right? Like,
do you? No, like, do people even know Kim Jong-il anymore?
Well, that's the dad, right? Wait, aren't we on Un or Dose?
Un is the current one.
Are we on Trace? Kim Jong Trace.
Dude, yeah, and then we still make fun of like Kim Jong Un's like cousin, right? The one that got like touched on by a bunch of prostitutes and died in an airport.
I don't think it's okay. They weren't prostitutes, but they thought they were doing.
Okay, they weren't prostitutes. They were hired women who thought that they were on a TV show pulling a prank on Kim Jong Un's husband.
Have you seen these Asian game shows, bro? They do some crazy shit.
Okay, yeah, hey, the dictator's cousin is at an airport. Here, put this mysterious liquid on your hands and go touch him.
You don't know it's a dictator.
Yeah, what a fucking great game show, Par.
Bro, there's American YouTubers
what game shows
that
are you watching?
film themselves doing crimes and call it pranks. That's not that crazy. If they were getting paid to do something and they thought it was like, oh, haha, it's just like the other game show on.
I'm gonna admit, I do not believe in things like that. I do and I don't. If I don't know where they got detained. If I was Korean law enforcement and that was their story, that it was a game show and they thought that they were like playing a prank on somebody, I'd just kill them on the spot, execute them.
But it was proved that was a game, right? Like, I'm pretty sure.
Dude, you could set up all the proof you want. Done. Cooked.
I mean, they still got charged though, right? Like, I don't think you just
they got charged.
Yeah, they
didn't get out of it.
Yeah, you can't just kill somebody with like poison that's just like it's negligent. Like to stop doing that. That's like, I mean, it's not the same thing. This one isn't as terrible because your not goal isn't to like assassinate people, but like that shit was nasty when like COVID was going around and people would make the videos of licking ice cream and then putting it back in the thing, like licking all the
Yeah.
food.
Or like somebody coughing on their hands and like shaking hands and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and then they got charged with bioterrorism. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
there's that one creator who like got like pesticide and sprayed it on a bunch of food.
what the fuck? Why?
Yeah, it's like some kind of like Instagram prankster. So he went around like getting like a bug spray, like roach killer, and he sprayed it on all like
Raid?
the produce at Walmart. Yeah, he got raid.
Nah, Raid Shadow.
Yeah,
Oh my.
raid, and then he also got like he's like one of those pranksters. He got like an entire like bucket of ice, and he ran into like a McDonald's and threw it in the deep fryer, so it exploded. He's a top tier prankster. Also, like he saw some guy doing laundry at a laundromat, and what he did was that when the guy left, he got a bunch of bacon and eggs and just threw it in the dryer with his clothes. Like, haha, he's not gonna know what hit him. Yeah, he's a prankster. Hope he dies.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, what an awful person. He
Wait,
got
what?
charged though.
What country were they from?
He America.
Oh, damn it, damn
Yeah,
it!
yeah, I think he's got like I think it's like 5 years now. He's being like tried.
I thought you were gonna say
What
like,
an asshole.
oh, because like we were talking about Asian like stuff, and I thought like you were saying that like, oh, they're from like Japan. I was like, I was gonna say, obviously I'm joking. I was like, maybe Johnny Somali was right. If it wasn't, if what you were describing was like a
No,
Japanese prank show or whatever, I'm like, damn, what the hell? That's crazy.
he's a piece of shit, not a prankster. Yeah, he's just bothering like innocent people. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Kim D Jung. Yeah, imagine. Oh yeah,
decline
you see that one guy in North Korea who's on Steam?
on
That's been like a
Steam.
running gag for a while. Yeah, yeah. Apparently, like North Korea, that they don't have like open and free internet, so it's always been like a weird miracle that one guy in North Korea is playing on Steam,
Isn't that
and he's
just
been
Kim?
playing for like a while back. He disconnected the other day, but he came back, and people are worried. They're like, "Oh God, they finally got him."
Isn't that just Kim?
We don't know. We don't know if it's Kim Jong Un or not.
Surely it's not that hard to figure out. I'm sure there's a hacker that
Yeah,
can
I'm
hack
sure it's
North.
him.
Yeah, that's
It's got
yeah,
to be him. I mean,
yeah.
if there's only one person with Steam on their computers, it's got to be Kim.
They don't believe in weather,
Or like putting
brother.
his cabinet.
They don't believe in weather over there, so surely we can hack them. If we can't, if the world cannot hack North Korea and they don't even believe in like normal arithmetic, that like 1 plus 1 does not equal Kim Jong Un because Un is in the name, like yeah, it would be disappointing if we lost that. Like they can secure their digital footprint against us, especially the guys logging in on Steam. I mean, Steam has all the info. I mean, Steam could just leak it to us.
Maybe it's Derek Rodman. Isn't
We
Derek
gotta
Rodman like
protect
Kim Jong
him.
Un's like favorite apostle?
He took one. He took one for the team. He took a big one for the team.
Yeah, Derek Rodman, dude. Derek Rodman, Kim Jong Un. Oh man.
That's essentially what Harold probably was for the emu, right? Like, it's like, I guess gotta take one for the team, guys.
Oh yeah, yeah. Or even Shanks, right? Shanks and King Harold. They're the Dennis Rodman of the One Piece world.
I feel bad laughing
God,
because it actually sucks, but like, hey, he's doing us a service. He's doing us a service. Imagine
I
if he
think his
didn't.
game was meant to be the
Yeah.
Overlord. I
Yeah.
mean, like no cap, like the Overlord of the Dictator. That's such a hard ass gamer tag.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman, not Derek. I had to look it up too.
We got Red's Me
Yeah.
Name. $2 super chat says, what if Who's Who didn't get it from Elbaf though? That's worse. Because that would mean that the oh wait, sorry, did you freeze? Oh no, you're there. Yeah, that would mean
No, no,
that
I'm just reading the chat.
that would mean that the Holy Knights took initiative and took it themselves, and instead of bringing it to Holy Land directly, decided to put it in the hands of like a newly minted Cypher CP9 agent. Like what? When they have teleportation? That would make me upset if they like had him walk it back and then next second teleported back home and
like I
We
said,
saw a sofa teleport.
yeah, sofa, dresser, like, okay, forget Cypherpole, right? People are like, oh, but what if who's the best they got? The world government controls the admirals, dude. I would send a Kainu or whoever, like Kong. What the fuck is Kong doing? Send somebody over there of some importance or some like level of strength. Like that is where I fall. Like, why who's who? Like that's just. I mean, we've talked about it so many times how the world government is pretty incompetent.
Said Kong.
But I
Kong
mean,
mentioned.
it's yeah. I mean, it's so bad. I mentioned Kong, right? Like that's just how it is. Like
Yeah.
just anybody, man. Just why who's who?
Yeah. Yeah.
When they were transporting Doflamingo, they sent Sengoku, Sudo, and Fujitora. Okay, you got the sun god Nika fruit. Who do you send? Who's who? What? Huh?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. Teleportation changes everything. It makes a lot of the convenient choices even more convenient. And in this case, it's not just convenient, it's like assurance of the one thing that can topple their entire government in a single like 9-month span. Surely they wouldn't send the
And not
intern.
Temple.
Yeah, like please do not send a Water 7 victim to secure this because that would be crazy. Oh, look what they did. They sent below, like literally below Water 7 victim. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And yeah,
Absolutely.
we don't know if it's even the Gumu Gumu. We're just making that assumption.
Yeah, it could be
But off
something
of that,
else.
like hypothetical, like that's our take on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
We
got
also
the
don't
job
know.
done though.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, somebody said they got the job done though. Who's
Oh,
who did
yeah.
not get the job done? He fumbled near the end.
Yeah. We got Shamel with the 280 Canadian dollars after seeing flashback. Hired in stocks down. Laughing
No.
emoji. Flashback hired in. Let me just refresh myself. Flashback hired in.
We don't see flashback Harden. I'm assuming he means like the flashback that doesn't include Harden right now. Because
Oh,
it's
what
mainly
was that
Loki and
site?
Harold.
What was that? What don't we see in the flashback?
We don't see Harden yet, right?
Yeah, that's why I was making the joke. Because they're like after seeing the flashback hired in stocks, I was like, okay,
Oh, I thought you were like looking for him. I
let
was
me
like, Par, what you
find
looking for,
him.
man?
Yeah, no, he's not here because he wasn't invited by his own dad, and he's the first crown prince of the goddamn city island. Do you know
Hey,
how
nothing's
much
wrong with that.
disrespect there is here?
I mean, there's a lot of cope we could say in regards to why Harden isn't here and why King Harold didn't summon him.
Bro, here's another Jarl didn't even ask where's Hiredin. He's like, oh, so he sent for you? Wait, what about Hiredin? Where's Hiredin? He didn't even ask. He's like, yeah, that dope. Probably playing with some rocks. This stupid kid.
No.
When is he
There's
gonna
going to
become a
be a good
warrior?
explanation for it.
Still a brat, isn't he? They still
There's
call
going to
him
be a great
brat.
explanation.
Yeah, the
It's going to be something like, oh, the reason why Harden is because he's currently training against Kaido.
What if Hiredin tried out for the Royal Guards and didn't make it?
Or what if Harden tried out and he's too strong, and that's the reason why King Harold doesn't want to see Harden.
Oh yeah, the
I
island.
can't invite somebody to my chambers who's stronger than I am.
Yeah, the island that treasures strength. They literally gave Harold the title of the strongest king in Elbaf history. Yes, that guy was going to exclude his strong son. Oh, instead of inviting him. The one that can 1v all of Elbaf is on screen. The one that
I mean,
gets
you know what they
threatened.
say?
Like, Loki's on death's door, and he's like, I will kill everybody. That's Hiren's reaction.
No. You know, be really cool.
What?
If when Harden falls asleep, he turns into a different person.
Like Cavendish? It's you want him to you
So
want to give him
I
an
did
illness?
this. Check this out. I took Harden's name, and what I did was I spelt it backwards. So maybe when he falls asleep, he becomes Nedurja.
That actually, unironically, is way better than I.
Like Harden. Imagine Harden loses a battle, and then Emu's like, "Huh, your brother sucks, Loki," and then Harden's like, "Oh, Did I forget to tell you? That's not my only brother. And then Harden, like his entire, I don't know if you guys have watched, spoiler alert for a movie. It's a movie called Malignant. And the main villain is one of the characters, but what they have is they have a twin on the back of their head. So whenever they fall asleep, like their hair changes to the other side, and then you see like a face come out of the back of their head. That's gonna be Harden, and his name's gonna be Nadurja.
That was a good one. That might have been the best one.
Thank,
Nidurja.
thank you,
Oh my god.
thank you.
In order to activate Nidurja, he has to do a handstand though. All the blood has to rush to his head. Because right now, this guy, I feel like if you replaced Hyrdin's dialogue with, that annoying, like, like when you watch like a video and then there's like a lady screaming and she's like 100 feet away from like an accident, but she still has that shrill shriek. I feel like Hyrdin's just like shrill shrieks at this point for me. He didn't add anything to the chapter.
No, he did. He had a lot of banger.
He literally reverted, like he needed Scopper to lil bro his ass, bro. He could have asked this 5 chapters ago. He had us wait, and he still wasn't gonna listen to his brother to find out the truth. You know what I mean? Like, you could not like him. What's it gonna listen to his story gonna do? Are you gonna become what? Like, what's gonna happen? You're gonna become Nadurja? Like, what's gonna happen to you, Hyrdin? Like, yeah, it's kind of,
You never know.
yeah. Also, it's kind of.
Also, I don't remember that from Harry Potter.
What?
Oh, people are saying that Voldemort does that in the first Harry Potter. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he had the
Like the most
pseudonym.
recent example is just the other one.
Yeah, he had the pseudonym. Like, I forgot the name of it, but he was that young guy. Harry was reading his book.
Like the eyeball.
No, it was the Chamber of Secrets, that movie.
Oh, I remember. Okay, I looked up the picture. Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah. Whoa, what a throwback.
It was an anagram for his name, not backwards though.
Yeah, and then we see the mirror, and then it's in. Okay, yeah, that's hard. I'm looking at this now. Yeah, it's hard. Sorry, I like horror movies, so when I saw Malignant, I was like, oh, that's fucking awesome, dude. I forgot all about Voldemort.
I like how Voldemort backward would be Trom de Love. Trom de Love. Oh, that's a good one. Tromsky. Wait, what's Tromsky? I don't know what that is. If that's a bad person, I apologize. You can never know nowadays. Let's see. Oh, we got that classic anime dimension with a part 1, part 2, and a part 3.
Ooh.
So let's read these out. I'm going to read them all together. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Anime Dimension. So he goes, my point regarding Shanks visiting Merdwa just 14 years ago, prior to Elbaf's incident, is that he said he needed to discuss something important, and he could only do away from the Holy Land. Part 2, this implies that Shanks already suspected Harold might die. It doesn't seem likely that he would delay such a conversation for years. Part 3, it must have been just days or a week before the tragic incident. During that visit, Shanks also obtained the Abyss. Doesn't seem likely that he would delay such a conversation for years.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I could see, like, I get what you're saying, though. Like, to you, it's making more sense that they were close in proximity. But let me see the Scopper conversation again. We got along all right. Do you know Harold is marriage? We got along all right. Okay. We couldn't speak freely in the Holy Land. Now that we're both in this country, I really want to talk to him. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, we can't really nail down what the timeline is. I think the Abyss is, like, maybe there's a clue through the Abyss. Like, if the Abyss has any other effects on the person it has, or the mark, then that would help, right? If we're just shooting in the dark, Does it make sense that it's more recent? Possibly, possibly, especially because, like you're saying, the urgency of what Shanks is trying to say. Um, I'm trying to think if there's like an example other than that, like uh, with uh, Shanks Whitebeard. Blackbeard had his crew for a little bit. How long until he saw Whitebeard though? Not that long. I mean, it was probably like a
I
year,
mean, you
two
can even go
years.
back like, Blackbeard scarred Shanks a long time ago, and Shanks just now went up to him with that. So
Yeah, yeah, but it was because Ace was going after him that he stopped him there. I'm trying to think if there's like another example of Shanks like
what
showing
we're
less.
trying to say is Shanks is always late.
Yeah, because before it's too late, you know what I mean? Like if he thought that he was gonna die, then yes. If that was the plan, right? But that also brings up the other question. Did they intend for Harold to die? Right? Because that's also that was one of the confusing parts on from my end was that like did the world government want to kill Harold? It didn't seem like it. They
I don't
just were
think
upset
so.
that he had schools and burned down the schools. And at that point, like, yeah, they were upset at that, but they apparently let him rock for enough time to make all those schools and change the generations. So that's another thing. It's like, we couldn't speak freely in the Holy Land. I need to talk to him before it's too late. Before it's too late, it could be that not Hiredin, Shanks is more or less like doing like prophecy, like gatekeeping. Like he's basically like, hey, the Giants are super important, like blah blah blah. Like you can't align with the world government. Some shit like that. And I'm trying to think of like Whitebeard's warning. He just said bring Blackbeard, stop Blackbeard. No, he said stop Ace, right? That's what he said. He said make Ace stop. That's what he
Yeah.
said. He didn't necessarily say like stop Blackbeard, but he said that it's too early for Ace to go for Blackbeard. Blackbeard's too big of a threat, and Ace is too just a like an obstacle in his course for him. So it makes you wonder. Like, I think there's a lot of things outside of I gotta warn him before it's too late that it could mean like it doesn't necessarily mean it could be just death. It could be his country's taken over. It could be like his family's abducted. It could be experimentation. It could be disease. It could be famine. It could be what happened to Law's place too, right? They essentially just allowed them to take in the white iron or whatever and they all died, right? Like there's so many different before it's too late that exists here. So that's where it's a little confusing for me. Um, but but I wouldn't be mad if it's like 14 years ago, like that it all happened right next to each other. Um, yeah, I can't wait to find out what Shanks. I need to see things from Shanks' perspective. Hopefully, we get that
Yeah, we're
soon.
missing the Shanks POV.
Um, yeah, maybe soon. Maybe soon we'll get the Shanks POV. And you guys know that when we do, we'll be right here covering it on this channel and the podcast and on Sai's channel and on my channel. And there's
We're
another
everywhere.
channel that does Kagurabachi now, and then there's also this channel called 50/50. There's a bunch of channels. We're kind of
We're
like
kind of
Mr.
everywhere, man.
Beast, international. We got
Yeah, but
Spider-Man
not as popular.
voice acting. Our we should do that. We should dub our English speaking voice in better English. That'd be kind of funny. We just get
Better
like,
English.
yeah, like we get like, I don't know, um like, oh yeah, we'll just get Harold and Kumar's voice. We could do that, right?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, just AI it. Yeah.
Yeah. Ask Calpen if AI works. We're all brown, so he surely will respond. Hey, brown guy, I heard you were calling. Need AI rights? Well,
Give me
yeah,
like a super heavy Asian accent.
yeah. Well, your co-host already is using my face and likeness in your thumbnails. but none of your viewers ever noticed the difference.
Could you just come over?
Oh God.
It's kind of
Um.
funny.
Yeah. Don't you guys do the Asian dub for Mr. Beast? That's crazy. You do we watch the Asian dub for Mr. Beast is crazy. No, but just because you said that, I might give it a shot. I might just give it a shot. But with that being said, guys, we'll be back next week because no break, 11:53, and stay rock solid as most of you guys want to be 65%. Me, I'll be jiggling around. Hopefully I get some sleep. I'm probably gonna go sleep, get some food in me right now. Sai, I hope you have a great day, great weekend, great
Of course.
rest of the content cycle, bro. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Peace out. See you guys next time.